Hello, and welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022. I'm back. I'm joined with Rusty yet again, and I'm Mad Magical. But we are also moving into a brand new group, the last one we have, the last region of the Road to Asian Games, Rusty.
Yeah, and look, a very wild best of three to wrap up our previous regions. Where you saw the celebration on WUFO, Saudi Arabia, clearly a fantastic team. But when all said and done, that was a chaotic group with a lot of fun, a lot of unexpected results. That last best of three going all the way to 3 as well certainly joins the list of perhaps not going all the way to 3, but almost going all the way to 3. Joins that list of potential surprises. But here we are. It's a new day. 7 of 8 as well for us, and another region.
7 of 8. Only one more day too after this.
Yeah, true.
We got more best of 3 action here, and we start off a brand new region with South Asia and Central Asia as they have been combined, and we start it with Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and Kyrgyzstan-Kazakhstan is a matchup that, and I'll be transparent with everyone as well watching, we don't have a lot of information on any of these teams competing within this whole Central and South Asia region. We have maybe trickles of information on particular players, maybe a little bit about teams, and a little bit as well when we spoke backstage to some of these guys on how we thought these teams may perform relative to one another. But this is kind of like, you come on a journey with us, we're on a blank slate, we get to explore just how good these teams are together. And until that point, until we're in-game, past pick ban, even in pick ban, to be fair, we got a lot from West Asia in that respect, we don't actually know all of the details.
Right, and this is kind of something that also I have been talking about that I was looking forward to, because I like looking at countries and regions that I don't get as much experience with, because you got to find those diamonds into the rough. You can maybe make an argument for it. These players that really surprise you, and this is why I always bring up Yuji over in the Challengers League for the LCS, because he did hail from Mongolia. He played there, and he played on the Super Server, was able to get rank 1 in China, but that was on a huge amount of ping. He was able to get rank 1 in North America while in Mongolia. Same thing in Europe, and then when he went over to Korea over the offseason, got rank 1 in Korea briefly. This guy's a very talented player, and he comes from Mongolia, a place that most people don't really think of when it comes to League of Legends.
Yeah, I believe we also have an interview ready, Magical, so we'll talk about that more in a moment.
My name is Akshat Shenoy, and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner, and my nickname is Power.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle, and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country, so it's actually a huge deal to represent the country, and it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position, from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate, and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
All right, you see on your screen right there, confidence coming from the Central Asian teams, Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan. And let's introduce Kyrgyzstan first. Top lane, Kawa. I kind of liked hearing that from him, that he was an ADC swapping up to the top lane. Makes it a lot more fun when we look at how he's going to play than Lauren in the jungle, Flower in mid lane, Phoenixy as the ADC, and Lotus as support.
And that is an interesting conversation that I am very happy to dive deep into, but we'll have to look at their opponents, of course, before we go that deep. But for Kyrgyzstan, I'm excited to see what they can do. Kazakhstan, their opponents, you heard a lot of confidence, to say the least, from Mechanics. He does believe that they are just going to be first in this tournament. I love that belief. I love that strength. I love that true passion as well that a lot of those teams were saying in those interviews, that they're here to represent the country. It's an honor. It's an honor to see them represent their country as well.
Yeah, and going through the lineup, we have Weox in the top lane, Mechanic as your jungler, Fake Lover as the mid laner, Jung KZ as the ADC, and finishing it off, we have the Goldie as the support. What a name, the Goldie.
It's a great name, yeah. I mean, that's always my favorite thing with tournaments like this. We've had, what, 29 regions competing throughout this. It means we've seen a boatload of different usernames, identities, flavor hits as well. And with all these different countries and regions coming together, those little individual flares, as they all have English names, is definitely something that's funny to watch.
Yeah, we do have some fun names that kind of incorporate their own name later on that we can talk about when we get to that stage. But we really do want to focus on these two teams because as you talked about, Rusty, we don't have the most information on these players. Really, it's the information that we were able to kind of gather from them in the lobby on the bus ride over here, as well as hearing that interview just previously.
Yeah, and so I did get to actually have a chance to chat with Fake Lover backstage, and he definitely shared a similar sentiment, I feel like, as well, to Mechanics that you heard from the interview. They're pretty confident in their abilities. I don't think they are actually too nervous about this best of 3 against Kyrgyzstan. They seem like they're quite confident in their own abilities and they want to take home that 2-0. So for me, hearing all of this now from multiple members of the Kazakhstan squad feels like balls in the court of their opponents here, right? Can Kyrgyzstan keep up with them? There's a lot of energy and a lot of excitement.
He's ready. Yeah. He's pumped for this one. I'm right there with him.
Definitely exciting. And I mean, we also saw them coming in. We're on the bus on the way in together, and it definitely felt like they were just happy. They were just so excited to be here, to represent their country, to be at the Road to Asia Games. To just be able to take part in an event like this is definitely an honor for them and for us.
Right, and you, again, heard it in the interview, even from India, where they said it was an honor just to be able to play for the country, to represent them going into an event like this, because it is a brand new experience for a lot of these players, getting this kind of competitive experience where normally they play tournaments maybe more for fun in their locals at home, are able to dominate there, but it's then going to the next step, right? Playing up against players that you've never really seen before, that haven't really gotten that practice, so you don't know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, all we realistically know is that they play on EU West. We know their approximate rankings. They play on EU West. That's all we actually have for information. But I will say, 4 bands in, and if we're going to contrast this to West Asia,
wow, this is what we expect.
Big
honestly.
fan of the bands.
Right, this is kind of something that we saw lacking when it came to West Asia. West Asia, it really felt like they had their own identity and their own meta that they were conforming to.
Yeah.
And here, it seems that Central Asia, at least from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they're going very meta with a lot of these bands. Even if the Ezreal might stand out as like exactly how meta is that? Still, I think a good blue side band.
Yeah, man, and like Trinity Force, Static Shiv, Ezreal is always a possibility now. You never know what the best is anymore. Things change every single day. Viego going to be the 3rd ban here as well from Kyrgyzstan. They want to take away a little bit of jungle pressure there. Now, champions like Vi, Wukong, etc. are still going to be available, and so is the Nico, who at this point,
of life here.
At this point, we almost forgot to say Nico's name. That's how missing it was in a lot of the West Asia Group's games. But here we are, game 1. Slam that first.
Really a big breath of life here that we're getting already from Central Asia. Going very meta with that pick, but that kind of is cut short as the Thresh is immediately locked in on the other side. Yumi's still available, but I wonder maybe if they're more comfortable going for something like the Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, I was thinking
we saw a lot of, and it's a really powerful duo.
It is one of the best combos to go with that Thresh if you can lock down the Aphelios. They're not going to lock in their AD carry just yet, though. It's going to be the Hecarim as a second champion of choice. So blind picking jungle, they get rid of the Viego when they go for this Hecarim.
I kind of actually even like the Viego because something like Vi being open, Hecarim actually doesn't have the worst time into her. He's got really good engagement into the backline, and as she dives in, you get the dive yourself into the backline, and you're able to disrupt a lot more than she can.
That's funny, Hecarim kind of just has a good time in most matchups in the jungle. Anyway, like when you really think about Hecarim, it does just stand to reason. He clears fast, he ganks well. He is fast, doesn't just clear fast. Caitlyn Nautilus, though.
Oh.
Now, Nautilus, of course, can be considered a flex. Caitlyn can still open the floor to things like Lux support if you want the Nautilus jungle. Yeah, Morgana. Interesting choice, though, because Nautilus, for me, should be supporting this draft. You've seen the Thresh. Nautilus is like good Thresh in a lot of ways for laning phase.
Especially with Jhin now picked up, I think that the Nautilus needs to go into the bot lane.
It's definitely a free lane. for the Caitlyn and the Nautilus if they play their lanes correctly. Also denies the bush control from a Thresh completely because you have Caitlyn traps, Nautilus hooks working in tandem. Jhin does not have that much pressure in lane, is more utility based. And that is what we're seeing from the bottom lane of Kyrgyzstan here, right? Their draft so far, 2 of the 3 champions are utility. Their Hecarim is a carry. They could look for a carry mid laner as well if they would like, or a carry top laner, right? So Gwen, etc. still come into mind. And I think their composition can then definitely work as long as they have a second carry threat.
Kazakhstan, I'm really liking their draft for the most part. Even if the Caitlyn Nautilus, not really the most meta bot lane that we've seen, I still like their read on a lot of other champions. Taking away that Ahri as well as the early Syndra ban that they had allowed them this first pick Nico that doesn't feel like there's many options for our flower to take for Kyrgyzstan.
Wukong and Camille going to be the bans here. It does feel like in this tournament we've had a whole lot of Camille players. Seems to join the list here for Weox. As Phoenixy will slam this Taliyah for the mid lane. So again, a bit of utility has now been seen from the Kyrgyzstan side through their mid lane. Works pretty well with a Hecarim charge. Works pretty well with Thresh as well, having the hook and the flay for extra mobility. And it does make things a bit more difficult for Nico with the Proto Belt if they're looking to engage and you have the E down. The Earth has been unraveled. Again, yeah, waiting for the finalized compositions here. This Nidalee is a dangerous pick, and I would really like a reliable top laner now.
Yeah, as would I. I mean, you have set up mid lane.
There it is.
And there it is. That's a nice, reliable top lane to pair up with that Nidalee to get you a guaranteed spear.
Not to be confused with yesterday's Nidalee that had a Zeri and a Jace.
Right. That's why we're really hitting on this one, because we look at what happened yesterday where there was no setup from Jordan when they picked that Nidalee.
Nailed it.
Here we have all the setup from both solo lanes, even from the bot lane of Kazakhstan, but that Gwen pickup too. Kawa, I do like that. This is definitely a change of pace from what we had in West Asia.
The breath of life that I'm feeling
really
right now, that we just predicted champions in a draft and it happened. It said Gwen would be a viable option if they go for a utility mid laner. And they do pick their hyper carry top lane now, right? So we have a double utility bot lane. Hecarim's a good carry champion. The only thing for the Kyrgyzstan squad is that Hecarim's not going to have much support. Is going to be kind of that solo hero, so might be a tankier type of build from him. You know, 1 damage item into tank items or something of the like.
Right.
You know, like the Muramana builds that we've seen perhaps. Trinity Force I think is just too good, so maybe Trinity Force tanky.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think Trinity Force is just too high priority in almost every pick for every single champion in the game.
But you just said the word that I was thinking that entire time, which is pick. That is their composition, right?
Yes.
Thresh, Jhin, Taliyah, it's pick. It is finding that singular kill.
I like what you did there. That was clever. Good job. Good job on that one.
Thanks, mate. I do try my best sometimes to listen to my play-by-plays.
You're rare color cast right there. Rare color cast right there. But you see everyone on your screen right now. You see the picks that we have from both teams. I'm looking at Kazakhstan, a lot of pick potential on their team. Utilize that power from especially the top side of the map. While Kyrgyzstan, they got scalers. They got the Gwen in the top lane. Even looking at Taliyah and how she's good at utility and has good damage alongside a Hecarim Jhin.
And so a couple of things that stand out to me, right, is Nidalee Renekton, known quantity, insane duo, wins pretty much every 2v2, but it's more about like the permanent ganking that takes place.
Yes.
Gwen into that matchup, if you have the W, spears don't hit you.
Right.
Right? So if you're fast enough, they might not be able to make those ganks be too successful.
And that's why I like that pick with the Gwen. The final pick there for Kyrgyzstan, kind of answering the 2v2 in the top lane. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of attention still from Kazakhstan to try to get on top of that Gwen early, which could put Kyrgyzstan in a very similar position, sending up Loren into this top lane to really help out the Gwen, not from fear of her dying in 2v1, but purely to throw back any attempt into the face of Kazakhstan.
Speaking of Kazakhstan, level 1 out the gates, keeping power humble, letting them know exactly what's to come.
Yep.
Bit of foreboding there for the Gwen. Speaking of the Gwen and the Hecarim, both running Ghost in this game, not going to be going the teleports. Of course, standard for those champions.
Yeah. I always hate seeing a Hecarim go flash. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Especially as like there's no real reason to most of the time. Like,
exactly.
It's not like a Jarvan ult's going to lock you in.
Right.
You know, you've still got that utility, that mobility to get out of that one.
Precisely, Rusty. I also advocate for Ghostblade here, but, you know, that's just me.
Yeah, and that's probably where we stop agreeing. Look, we haven't spoken about the rest of the Kazakhstan draft as well, right? The Nautilus Caitlyn should have priority. Nico should have priority. The Talia can push relatively well. And then if you have Cryo in both of those lanes and a top gank, very easy to play for your lanes.
We were talking about this before, the 2v2 top lane. Junglers both starting on the bottom half of the map. Really going to keep our eyes
look at Mechanic
on how they're going to play that one. Mechanic is
He's doing the solo Q cheese.
Yeah,
Magical.
he is. Oh.
No smite on the Hecarim.
On either of them. That's a lot of damage on Nidalee. Spear lands, dashing forward, the flash as well. Ghost cannot save you this time, Hecarim.
That is the most premium cheese that you get in solo queue as a jungler. All the time. It's red buff with leash, straight over the wall, and you get tempo because you've been leashed. And if you have a dash, you just get in. Doesn't matter if you have no smite, you have a red buff, and they can't stop you.
I hate to make the pun, but that's some Gouda cheese right there.
You can say that one, mate. I said Swiss earlier. I feel like you have permission for one.
Yeah, we're allowed one pun like that, and that's it.
And that really hurts the Hecarim, though. Look at this Nidalee. Still in your jungle, level 2 Hecarim with one camp to his name.
Yeah, she's gotten... And she's just going taxing mid lane a little bit.
Wants to really keep that prior. And what does this mean? It means I'm going to invade you again.
Even with the ward, you see it now, Loren, and you're like, ah, come on.
No smite.
Come on, leave me alone. Just let me have something. Some chicken nuggets. That's all I really want here, because I'm starving at the moment.
And the prio was given to Fake Lover.
Oh,
so
no. Step away, Loren. The flash in. They've got the snatch. They've got the dash. The spear connecting is a kill easily for the side of Kazakhstan. 2 now on Nidalee.
Tell you what, it's a bad day to be Loren. He is one jungle camp completed, and that was his first camp of the game. Has died twice to this Nidalee. And you have to think about the ripple effects. We'll see how this kill happens one more time. Fake Lover just hits the flash, locks him down, and then the spear comes through. Very nicely done. And I will say again, mechanically so good from Kazakhstan thus far. They are looking like a really refined and polished team. That's a very shallow ward, but it's looking for the scuttle crab. I'm surprised they're not actually going to do it themselves. But maybe one more wave in bottom before they consider that one. Because Nidalee is going to be top. So again, if you look at the minimap, it's like a horror movie. Loren goes to his red, taken. Goes to his Krugs, taken. It's going to come back to the respawning Gromp or scuttle crab. 2 wards to see him. Bro. Everywhere you go.
Literally, remember yesterday, our last game of the day.
And look at the prio from bot.
It was a Fed Jax that we had right out of the gates.
They're still pressuring him, man.
This one is just a Fed Nidalee, and Loren is having the worst game right now on this Hecarim. The bot lane easily takes him out because he's just got nothing in the tank to actually do anything. And even looking at Jung right now, getting a lot of damage onto Lotus.
Lotus dodged the second trap, but was hit by the first one.
This Hecarim is still only has gotten one camp.
Yeah, pretty much what we said from draft though, right? Priority in mid, priority in bottom, and a Nidalee Renekton combo, which is dangerous, but those prio lanes enable this jungle advantage. And really, the highlights package in this game might just be a whole lot of Loren going down if it continues on this path.
Yeah.
Top has farmed though, Magical.
That is true. But I will say, it's the second time this game a flash has been burned just to kill Loren.
Actually just sad.
Yeah. He's at one camp. He can't do anything.
Actually.
Okay, bot lane. This is looking good for Kyrgyzstan at the moment. They were able to get the kill on Nautilus, but
the Nidalee.
Mechanic is here, and even Lotus flashing on top does pick up the kill, but this should be a double kill for Nidalee. Once, twice, pounce, double kill.
And probably should actually crash that wave for the team, but he's just going to go back up towards the jungle because there's a Hecarim.
He can't because Hecarim's not allowed to
get the camp.
He's not allowed to camp. Come on, Mechanic. Come on, Mechanic. Go stop him. Oh,
he's got one.
He's got it.
5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. He finds a second camp.
Oh, poor Loren. Meanwhile, mid lane, the flash had to be burned by Flower because that spear connects and you are dead.
Forced back, which means the Raptors aren't yours.
No, poor Loren again. We look at this replay, but it doesn't matter that the 2 kills are picked up by Phoenixy and Lotus. It's a nice play in the 2v2.
Yeah, it is.
But then Mechanic shows up.
Yeah, you've done the best that you possibly can. Lotus flashes here as well. I think they resolved on seeing the Nidalee to all in, just take the best. And look, it is a 2 for 0 if you don't bring a jungler in.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan, of course, have the jungler the most impossible.
I mean, it's kind of hard.
Hey, he's getting the 3rd camp.
Right? Is he? is. He's getting a third camp.
He's going to lose his blue buff on spawn. But,
He's going to lose a lot more than blue buff. Dragon and the blue buff should both be taken here by Kazakhstan.
And I don't think he ganks top, because if you are a Hecarim right now,
He is level
Renekton
5.
presses R and you're just gone.
No, he's level 3.
Level 3, dude.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Oh, Loren. Yeah, look at that. He's already booking it out of there.
Yeah.
And he's taking look how long the path he is taking is.
Well, let's talk about why this hurts, though.
road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Central and South Asia regional competition will witness a thrilling showdown among 4 teams: India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Sri Lanka. Get ready for some heated competition in this region. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan will compete in the League of Legends event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from India and Sri Lanka will compete in the League of Legends event. As one of the 4 ancient civilizations, India's unique culture will undoubtedly be showcased by its players throughout this tournament. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
Any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a charm hitting onto one. See you later. Estelades, he's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited, he's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at Arcalic on the other side. Paul of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as Arcalic dives to the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Flare. As Shayro was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Does he have the damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy? And Yummy almost got it out. He still dies. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the Blaze, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got resets. They've got stun. But Pillow throws it back. Sayumo. He's got it.
Archer going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret. Going to be able to turn the
14 Philippines. Arakelic blown up by the explosive cast. Charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, Yummy still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grab used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocks them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge...
This breakfast, and so they decided to eat Oman. Rupo is jumping in 1v5. Look at where his team is. He's going forward.
He's so happy with this. He is just fully okay with it. Archblood having a giggle in the cams, and now it is just going to be the full-on attack coming through. Wupo unstoppable, but he will be found finally. 4v5 angle, and maybe there's a well where Timo Mark can hit back, but look at that triple kill already, and it's the fourth. They've found Palestine, however, if he gets caught out, that might be the soul getting lost. TP coming through. Ashbar wants to try to nerf this one down. Proto Belt forward, just trying to dish that damage. Trunk now going to be able to get here just in time, and Knight be able just to soak up this damage. Onda, the target, he's falling, he'll get executed. Big one coming through from Yusuf there. 3 for Team Palestine. We do see Fun try to turn this one around, but he's not going to be able to get those barrels off in time this time. And now, just like that, it is the full ace coming through.
Looking for Ryok. Doesn't sidestep. Push back, taking a lot of damage as well. Bursting back with the Gore Drinker. The Black Dragon and Pop Blossom. Triple knockup and a roof. They've got a double kill for the Crux as he continues to sink his teeth into Kyrgyzstan. Almost getting a quadra. Triple is going to have to do. Put him further behind than even before. And even with a nice hook from Lotus. Look at what's happening in the jungle. The Wrench is getting soloed out by the Shy Boy, even with power nearby, and Scatter Away connecting. Infinite Rest will help make a shutdown gold much needed for Kyrgyzstan. But Hydra, how do you kill him? You've used everything to kill the Shy Boy, and now Kasante gets a free time all inside of your base, inside of your jungle, so they can clean up the kills. Kyrgyzstan falling to the might of Sri Lanka.
They simply walk into an immovable object and they do discover that it cannot be moved.
My name is Akshit Shenoy, and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner, and my nickname is Power.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle, and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country, so it's actually a huge deal to represent the country, and it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position, from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate, and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。 iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asian Games for 2022. It is another beautiful day and the last day of League of Legends before we jump on into some other games. I'm Mac. I'm joined by the wonderful, the beautiful, the handsome, the fairest of them all.
Get them all out at once, eh?
Rusty. And we are here to bring you one of the final 2 games here. We're currently sitting in the Central Asian region, South and Central, and it has been interesting. I myself didn't really get to cast any of it yesterday, but you certainly did, and you had a fun time doing it, didn't you?
Yeah, we got to introduce Central and South Asia for the first time. Of course, it would be good to cast with you today as well. I want to chuck that one in there. It's been 8 days, and we've only got to do this once now. Yesterday's games were a very fun, definitely, introduction to the region. We saw a lot of one-sided games, though, with some really stacked teams and some really, really sad jungle clears that I don't think I ever want to watch back again.
Yeah.
Given what happened in that game. It was 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
I watched the start of that first game and I felt so sad because that has definitely happened to me before and it does not feel good. It felt like the rest of his team just wasn't able to help him out and there was no really helping out anyone that game. But look, it is time, of course, to thank our lovely sponsors before we get into today's action. So, let's not waste any time, shall we? This competition is jointly organised by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control. Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to the official supporter Autofull M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support.
At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms: Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, China Mobile, Migu, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
And on that note, let's not waste any time, shall we? So, look, yesterday's games were a fun affair. Of course, India undefeated at the moment at the top of the group, and this first game of the day is going to be them going up against the bottom of the group.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting day to watch. You can see it here on the standings first and foremost as they come up. India on 2, Kazakhstan, Sri Lanka on 1, both finding a single victory there. And Kyrgyzstan has had a rough day 1, debuting in the tournament with a 0-2 beginning, not taking a map in any of those series either. Yeah, look, our first match of the day is going to be potentially, given what we've seen, very one-sided between India and Kyrgyzstan. But I'd like to see a lot more from Kyrgyzstan. They've shown a lot of flair in their draft and a lot to look forward to.
Yep.
Our second match of the day is one of those ones where if I had to pick a winner, right, if I had to pick a favorite in that, I would be Kazakhstan. But we just saw Sri Lanka get that 2-0 win with a lot of good plays themselves. So look forward to that second match.
Very true. And look, everyone I've seen play in this group has impressed me to an extent. You know, even just the champ pools getting very, very interesting. Looking at India's lineup, though, we've got Deadcorp, Infi, Kaya, Lotus, and Kranko. And keep an eye on this one because we have 2 Lotuses in the game today. One for India, one for Kyrgyzstan. And he's going to be playing in that support role.
They're going to be in the same lane. Of course, the opponents for this on Kyrgyzstan, Power, Loren, Flower, Phoenixy, and Lotus, the other Lotus, laning against Lotus from Team India. And I cannot wait to cast this on for just that reason alone. And like you kind of alluded to already, India looking very strong, but it should be said as well for everyone that is watching, we haven't watched India play yet. They've played all of their games on the side stage.
It's all been off stream, so we finally get a taste of what they're made of, and everything we've seen in terms of those results has looked very strong indeed. So look, top of the table versus the bottom of the table, it can only give you so much, but it is also going to be a chance for them to show us what they're made of. Really, you know, it's all for seeding here anyway. No one's getting knocked out. It just, of course, is just going to, you know, play for who they're pretty much going up against later on when the Asian games are played.
And we have learned a bit from India here in regards to their drafting and a couple of conversations we got to have with the players as well on the way home. We got to share the bus ride with them back. So did learn a lot of interesting stuff. Number one, their top laner does love to play those carry champions. Has 2 Fiora games, a Camille game, played Gwen and got a pentakill on that Gwen.
Yeah.
Which is very rare for a top laner to get a pentakill in the first place. And
wait, so we had a pentakill but off stream?
We did have a pentakill, but it was off stream. That's probably why we heard a scream yesterday in the arena of let's go. We thought it was like a game win in a close game. No, it was like an 18-minute win, but there was a pentakill that required some screaming from Deadcorp. So that to me is the number one thing you think of when you think of this team right now. The second thing from me, just based off that draft before we get into it as well, is look forward to some assassins potentially in that middle lane, which is always exciting to watch.
I do love some assassin gameplay. Maybe some Akali. Oh, could see a little bit of Zed fly in. We have seen some Zed this tournament. It hasn't gone super well so far, but there has been some crazy plays. So wouldn't mind seeing some of that. And then look, in terms of the jungle, I saw some Rammus locked in yesterday. I saw some Warwick locked in yesterday, which confused maybe a lot of people, but made me extremely happy because it's a couple of champs that I know and love.
You're flourishing, mate. Got some drafts at max ready to cast. Hopefully we get some more Warwick. Hopefully we get some more Rammus. Keep it interesting. Mac can become a color caster.
Woo!
We'll roll swap halfway through.
Whatever works, mate. Whatever works.
I don't know if I want to play by the way.
It's crazy. It's actually crazy. You know, I feel like that we've worked together for so long, but we haven't worked here at all.
True.
It's been all week. We've managed to avoid each other. But goddamn, it is great to replace Elfish Guy. Needs to be said.
Hopefully you can't hear this one.
No,
I
only said that.
Backstage.
I only said that because I was hoping he was listening. Either way, draft for game 1 is going down. No Kindred. That's going to be taken out straight away. And Nico as well. Going to be respect fans. So India getting rid of some of the OP picks.
Yeah, we had a very interesting transition from draft metas to draft metas between all of these groups, right? We had the East Asian bracket come in. Everything made a whole lot of sense, was global meta. Southeast Asia bucked the trend a bit with some weird top laners. West Asia went absolutely insane with their pocket picks and unique play styles and champions.
Perma-banning Skana.
Yeah. And now we're back to, I think it's like a happy middle ground between the Eastern and West Asian metas in regards to champions. We are seeing Nico as a priority here still, right? We are, however, seeing a boatload of Kindred priority, and I mean that first ban speaks volumes towards it. But Kindred aside, given that it is a specific pick here for Infi, everything is pretty much on the meta.
We've seen a few Ez bans coming through in this region, so maybe that's just going up against Nixie. Maybe he is more of a one-trick, and you take that away if that bot lane just gets nerfed into the ground. Either way, Syndra going to be removed now. And we have our first pick coming through for Kyrgyzstan. What are they going to be able to go for here? Of course, yesterday, yes, some colourful, creative drafts coming out of them. Let's see if that continues again. And we're going to go straight into the Varus.
Varus, not exactly your standard first pick AD carry, given that he tends to be picked into lanes where he can be lethality and start to run away with it. There used to be a time, I think it was last year, for a long time actually, where Varus was basically a staple pick first. Right, so it's not unfamiliar territory or unfamiliar waters for anyone. This is a pick that we didn't get a chance to talk about. Now, I want to make two things really clear here in the draft for pocket picks. Rengar for Infi and Katarina for Kai.
Okay.
Those are the two champions that you actually have to think about, because I believe it was Kai was actually known and is known as Katarina Bot. That's his not alter ego, his alias.
Well, there you go. And look, the Rengar as well, a little bit of one-inspired gameplay maybe coming through. It was buffed since we saw that game.
No, I do think that they watched the LCO and they were inspired by
course,
Why Not.
that is exactly what has happened here. So shout out to Infi for going for that angle, and then over towards the bot lane. That's going to be finished off with the Nort pick. Flower, where's he going? Are we going to see a mid pick coming through? Of course, going up against the Twisted Fate is going to be a fun time, but as that global ability, ganks are going to be few and far between, I'd say, for Kyrgyzstan, but on the other side, Team India are looking to just fight and fight and fight with these two picks first.
Kyrgyzstan definitely looking for a wombo combo here, though, with the three champions that they've locked in for themselves thus far. Looking at things like the Camille for top lane, certainly in consideration here for the remainder of this draft phase for power, but it seems like as well his match history, he has got the Gwen, but mostly has been playing those tank champions. So maybe not what he wants, as of course, there's that Katarina. Pocket picks aplenty, which, tell me where that puts the Twisted Fate and the Katarina. Is it a cat top? Is it a TF mid?
TF top?
Is it a TF AD?
Who knows? We're getting
you can see the laughter from them.
Having fun. They are already having fun looking at the picks coming through. But I did, when I get off the bus, I managed to speak to a couple of the India players.
The Ramus band, yes.
Those guys are straight up having fun today. They said, look, we're going to keep it fun. We're going to have a good game. It's going to be an interesting one. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means, but after what I saw yesterday, I'm only expecting more of the same.
Yeah.
And that's what we're getting right here. But as you mentioned, Ramus band comes through. That certainly is a decision.
Maybe something that was played by Loren yesterday.
Yeah.
And the Warwick, yeah, they're coming for him.
No, I wanted to see those. Now I'm sad. I know everyone at home
go deep into your champion pool. What's next? Is it Shyvana?
Shyvana, mate.
It's Shyvana next, right?
Ooh, yeah. I pray on those Drakes.
Maybe those bans are just to set you up for a Shyvana game. Camille banned, funnily enough, by the Kyrgyzstan side after picking the Galio. Not looking for that combo themselves, I suppose. I would have loved the Jarvan Camille Galio, though.
Is it potentially going to be Cat Bot?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, his name is Katarina Bot.
There you go.
Maybe instead of a bot, it is bottom.
Well, decent damage coming through so far from Team India. But are we going to see any frontline picked up?
Hey,
Bard
that's my
in.
boy.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, strong bias now.
Oh, what is this? What is this
I'm
draft?
talking about, man.
If you just close your
Jarvan,
eyes.
but they banned the Camille.
Close your eyes for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Right now. Count to 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Open them. If you just walked into a room and saw this, where would you think we are in the world?
Bronze.
And what year is it?
Okay.
Okay, this is a competition.
Where?
That's one word.
Where
word.
does the Jhin fit into this composition? Jarvan top, Nautilus jungle, Jhin or Varus support?
Jhin mid?
Jhin mid or Varus mid is what I was thinking, but there's a Galio.
Galio top.
So one of those champions has to be top, right?
Yes.
That's where I'm confused.
Well, in League of Legends, generally you have a champion top. So
generally,
thinking about that, one of these champs definitely has to make its way to the top lane. And for the top lane, we are going to see Deadcore playing Jax. So he's going to be able to split push if he wants, farm up a Storm. But there is no real front line for Team India. They are looking just to burst them down, smash them out, and just come into these team fights with a whole bunch of damage.
So I guess a couple of things in regards to the very odd champions that we've just seen drafted in this first game. Let's just talk about Bard, shall we?
Mate, go ahead. I'll sit down. I'll be here for 30 minutes.
Bard is actually decent in this draft into his opponent's champions, right? If you're going to go for a wombo, you're going to force a 5v5. Bard Ultimate can deny the damage combo from that, so that's actually quite handy. Also into the Nautilus for the laning phase. Nautilus is an aggressor. Bard can play pretty solidly around that, has extra sustain. But the main thing for me is if Nautilus presses ult or Jhin presses ult, this is why the Jhin pick hard counted itself. If there was one champion that I wanted to play Bard into, it's Jhin.
It's Jhin.
Because he opens the curtains, Mac, and it's a target. It's just a free target. What's that Jhin going to do? He's going to be standing 2,000 units away with his ult. The curtain's going to close, and now he has 2.5 seconds to think about the mistake he's made, while the rest of the team's at a disadvantage in numbers. That's all I'm saying. That's like, for me, I'm a happy man if I see a Jhin as my opponent.
So what you're telling me is, even though this draft from Team India is very questionable on paper, they might have already won in draft.
I mean, the Bard won in draft. I cannot speak towards the Katarina versus Galio matchup.
That a Bard is picked, are you going to say that it's a bad lane? I feel like there's never an angle.
Double Enchanters is rough.
Okay.
Really high dive can be really rough. People prefer different. Every Bard prefers something else, which I think is very interesting. Look, we don't have to talk about Bard forever, though I can. Probably should talk about the game that we're about to get into.
Very true. Let's see if there's going to be some fun. Looks like Team India are going to go for the late invade. Just waiting for Kai to come across there. And it looks like they are just defending, hoping someone is going to walk forward here. Pixel Bush Ward comes through. So there shouldn't be any silly buggers going on. But they are going to at least deny the ward. Get a little bit of gold there onto Deadcore. You might have a small advantage in lane.
Stacked up as 5, of course, perhaps just saying that if you want to invade, we're ready. We will always be able to be better than you. And okay, so we haven't spoken about this at all yet. It is a Varus top lane, from the looks of it.
That's what it's telling us.
Starting Cull, which is a very, very greedy, usually safe lane purchase if you're just going to be farming. Into a Jax.
Do you think the game is going to last long enough that he's going to be able to finish the cull?
I mean, I think he has to. It has to last long enough. I don't think India built Exodia. They're just playing their favorite champions. They're going to have a good time. They're going to late invade here as well, and the Ren is about to suffer.
Oh, and he's on his own. Mate, that bot lane's already down in lane. Burning that flash instantly and finding themselves a free red buff here. So I think he's going to be very happy. Lotus and Kranko as well. Might lose some prio in lane. But we'll see what Phoenixie and Lotus can do against Lotus.
Yeah, we'll see how Lotus goes against Lotus.
Yep.
Down in this bottom lane.
That's, now it's dawning on me that this is going to be just too much fun.
Yeah, you're going to be on a journey down there, play by play. But again, just a quick continuation of this. The Varus in top lane into a Jax who can basically, as you're seeing, stop you from auto-attacking. It's going to be a nightmare.
And win level 1 and keep hitting you.
He has press the attack. He has barrier. So has decent dueling tools. But, oh, hello.
Oh, dangerous.
That was a flash by Kai.
He is playing a dangerous game, having some fun.
Level 3
very early on.
Could be kill threat. Maybe a couple of minions off that one, though. It's probably the cannon that secures that one. Bottom.
Going to be going in for the gank straight away. Look at that slow coming through. Heals back up and takes a lot of that damage. That Ignite, is it going to burn for long enough? No, there is going to be that slight heal coming through as well as the Bard ability. So he is right as rain, and that is going to be first blood drawn at 2 minutes 50.
Yeah, Caretaker's Shrine was there just in case. Deadcorp going to seal a Ren here. And is not playing like he knows. He is essentially keeping him interested in a dead play, which is always fun to watch. Actually wants the kill. There is the barrier.
He's still going. He's happy. Flag and drag for Loren. Hey! And it is the flash to finish. Deadcore too good right now. And he's got those stacks coming through with the auto attacks there. And it looks like Loren is not far from the grave as well. Kai in the meanwhile over towards that mid lane. Just going to be jumping straight onto the head of Flower. And bot lane, mid lane already won, as well as top lane. This is not looking too good for Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, look, rough start here for Kyrgyzstan. Very well done by Deadcorp, though, right? Using his flash to remove all possibilities of reaction times, basically, from Power, who still has flash and a barrier up, ends up falling down. Caretaker's Shrine, clearly knowing the Bard is here. Kai waits for it to be the maximum heal. Flower's just going to farm because he doesn't need to deal with this.
They're just smirking in the player cams as well. They know exactly how much fun they're having. Back towards the top lane now. It's all worked out well, and let's watch this one again. Smooth moves from Deadcore. Just hitting with the flash.
And bang.
Back up. Counter-Strike going to be too strong there.
Didn't think it would be lethal, but I think the auto attacks that he cops, so Jax's Counter-Strike does more damage the more he gets attacked while spinning.
Okay.
That might have been actually the difference between lethal or not. If you don't die instantly there, you probably can chuck out the barrier reflexively and walk away. Here we are.
There's no vision on the map at all on this top side for Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, he's being corralled straight to Infi. Infi can't do anything but jump from the bush.
So he's just waiting. Good spacing from Power to allow that one to happen. Looks like it is going to be that gank starting to come through over towards that top lane. However, it looks like Power is just going to send him away. Fight him on down over towards that mid lane. Kai winning that fight. See you later, Nort. See you later, Lotus number 1. Lotus number 1 is better than Lotus number 2.
Are we going to call them 1 and 2?
I guess so.
Lotus 1, we'll just make that the Indian Lotus for this game.
Damage Lotus?
ADC Lotus.
ADC Lotus?
Bot Lotus, support Lotus. We just say bot and support Lotus, I guess. Beautiful. If we need to ever clarify between them. They do get another kill down in bottom lane. Once again, looking for another.
That is a wave that is chunking those plates in the meanwhile. However, look at this one. Kranko just dishing all that damage.
There's a Katarina waiting.
Up a storm. Lotus, bot Lotus rather, is going to fall this time. Katarina looking to come through with the cleanup. Does have that ult online and is just chunking out that damage. There is nothing that these guys can do. Lotus still living. Oh, good CC coming through, and that's going to be the shutdown. But it's gone onto support Lotus.
He was 50 damage away from getting a triple kill with all of those resets, but doesn't get one of them. Unfortunately, this Katarina just falls down. Galio able to pretty freely farm in the meanwhile. Is going to walk up towards the topside river, place some wards down. We're going to look at the replay here. And just too far from Kranko. The second the Q flash stun didn't connect, he just kind of kept pushing forwards. Kai genuinely baiting his team. Kai still genuinely baiting his team. Decides to go now after a nice stun and just barely. Did not want to cancel his ultimate and use the dash onto Phoenixy, which would have been lethal. Chooses to go for the 3 kills, gets greedy. And look, Greek got him nowhere.
Well, 2-1-0. Still doing okay in mid lane. A couple more components than Flower, who has been allowed to farm while that rotate came down towards the bot lane for Kai. And Team Kyrgyzstan are starting to find some answers, but we're already seeing that 2k gold lead for Team India. And that means things are scary.
2k gold 6 minutes in is quite a lot. Top CS is a large difference. Look, Jungle CS, a large difference.
Either way, Loren able to play the game today.
He's playing the game. My man's has cleared cams back. He's cleared cams.
He's got CS on the board. He's past level 2. It's things you just love to see.
That we didn't get to see yesterday at all. So very refreshing for Loren. Of course, a man who was heavily targeted in the ban phase. Rammus and Warwick taken away from him as he's just too dangerous.
Takes me back to the LCO show match. Wasn't that fun? Well, 7 minutes, 30 seconds. And this bot lane's starting to go okay for Kyrgyzstan. Phoenixy a little behind on that CS. About 20 or so. Dreadline going to be coming through. Kranko happy just to keep on fighting here. Big stun. And bot Lotus going to start to chunk away at that damage. Making it work with the TF bot. Which is odd to see, but it's still working for the moment, you know?
Kranko playing with fire. Nautilus hook here could bring him under the turret. Has got the Rengar that was nearby with ultimate, but Infi looking like he's going to go for potentially the Drake. Maybe not, actually. We'll see. Rengar at 6 loves to get kills more than anything else, but it is a free Drake.
Yeah.
Especially when the rest of your team is simply winning, which they really are.
Good to see some of these teams in South and Central Asia, of course, going for the objectives. In West Asia, it felt like we...
There was not.
The only objective that existed was Baron. Sometimes the Herald.
Objectives were a bit of an afterthought at times. They did love a good Rift Herald.
We certainly did. We did get a dancing Shelly as well in one of the games Jordan and I cast yesterday.
Actually got one yesterday as well for ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of dancing Herald. Even a pentakill just as tragically wasn't on the broadcast.
It was party day yesterday, I heard that one. But look, 8 minutes 50 now. I'm just seeing if this is going to be a speed run or not from Team India.
You know what I will say, Mac, is Twisted Fate in a free lane gets so much free money. Like the TF passive being bonus gold on last hits plus the cull being 1 gold per last hit. And at 78, 79 CS at 9 minutes in the game, this TF is going to be so accelerated. And while it's an AD TF and you're like, oh, maybe not the best, this one, the best.
The best of all time.
Because it's free.
Well, back to the top lane. Pawa surviving. However, there's a almost 30 CS gap, and that Counter-Strike is going to lock him down for just a moment. Deadcore.
Oh, the dodge. That trade was good until it wasn't.
And he's going to jump straight back onto Pawa, who really is just getting fully chunked down every single hit here. That Sheen, that Caulfield's hammer, just doing more than enough to make this Jack scary.
As barrier.
I thought you were going to commit to the bit there.
Nah.
By the way, jumps in, heals up, and the emote too from Deadcore saying, thank you, my friend. And that should be a potential other plate to follow here.
I think the bit was good after 1/3. Kind of sets it. Yeah. Plus, it was going to happen quick.
There's definitely going to be more opportunities for it regardless. TP straight back in, and Flower going to be making his way to the top just to try and catch up in the CS department. His last hits, farming up Storm.
Actually a good teleport as well, right? Because Yavaris doesn't have TP.
Yep.
So they catch the cannon wave, and a large wave at that gets caught. Nautilus Hook also.
Redline coming through. Is it going to be enough to take down Cranko? Magical Journey going to send him away.
That's what I'm talking about right there. What are you going to do?
And the ult is useless. Curtains get closed. As you mentioned, and Phoenixy is like, well, maybe I need to draft something different into the next game.
Usually the way you change this is not use the ultimate at the end.
Yeah.
You change it as Jin, so you use the ultimate at the start, and then the Bard ultimate is essentially wasted if you're opening the curtains for an engage and your team is fighting.
What's Infi doing here? 1v3 angle, drops that pink board down. Should be able to heal up here. Cataclysm going to lock him in though, and that makes things that little bit more scary. Infi very low, flash forward. Flower missing the taunts and the blast cone. It is there as an option, so Infi just walks out. In the meanwhile, over towards that bot side, Lotus going to be torn a new one in a second for Nixie falling. And bot Lotus just getting those kills on the board. Looks like we've seen a little bit of action as well. Kai taking out Power in the meanwhile, over towards mid, and there is just action everywhere.
Look, kills everywhere you look right now. Top side, somehow Infi surviving at the same time. Kai gets into the play, they start taking out those kills. Meanwhile, bot side, I would not be surprised to see some Magi's built. As we look at Flower, does get stunned. Dangerous to actually commit to the dive and just hard reads Flower. You could see Kai laughing about this as well. Has just got him on download.
Yeah. All over him. Infi, the Alpha Predator. Going to be walking on in. Happy to shove, happy to try and go for this first plate. But Kai, I was trying to figure out if he was going to go for the dive. From what we've seen so far from him, I would not be surprised.
He's liable to do so, that's for certain.
Yeah.
Chooses not to this time. Yeah, that certainly is where we're at. I wasn't sure if we get it in game 1 or game 2, right? Like, you know that, again, India, clear favorites in a match like this. You're expecting them to come in and just be the better team today.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if game 1 was going to start off this crazy. But I think because they got their signature picks, right? The Rengar, the Katarina were left available for them. They're like, now's our time.
Well, here's that kill that we barely missed before. It is a big pick onto Loren. And, the follow through as well. Power did not live for long after that. So Katarina looking dangerous as ever. The all-in works out.
Lotus has killed Lotus.
Lotus on Lotus action again. Just asserting dominance, saying that's my name. This is my lane. And look, we're at the 30-minute mark now, and we've got a 5, 6, 7, almost 8k gold lead right now. That is phenomenal.
We've got the Evan Frost Bard build as well. Actually playing like a support. Doesn't want to be a hard carry for his team. Would not be mad at seeing it because it's just fun.
Okay.
The Dead Man's Plate rapid fire cannon tech. You just run real quick.
Maybe next game.
I think we've done well to get him to play Bard once.
Of course.
I don't know if we get the back-to-back Bard games. That would be mind-blowing.
We'll see for sure. But Infi going to be farming up the Drake now, getting the second one on the board for Team India, and it looks like that is not going to be contested at all. However, Infi walks away, so there's a world where there could be some kind of poke coming across, but no one goes for Team Kyrgyzstan. They're on the back foot. It feels like they are certainly running low on options already, and Deadcore is finding a fourth solo plate at top.
Kai again fighting in mid. Herald charges confirmed. That Katarina does dive here.
What's Flower doing?
He had nowhere to go.
Couldn't go anywhere.
I think in his mind, because the TF ulted as well, he thought it might be on him.
Yeah.
But it's on Lotus.
And they're chasing him on down. So Nort is no more.
Wait, where are you going?
Where is Cranko going? What are you doing, mate?
He's placed a ward inside the base. Oh, we'll know where you
Look
are.
at him
And he's
smiling.
recalling.
Oh, the ultimate disrespect. And is just able to do that. Is just able to do
No,
that.
the ward's getting cleared, man.
Ugh.
That ward just got cleared.
Donation in terms of gold, so Loren can maybe scale up into the game with that ward clear.
Absolute bloodbath of a ward placement.
Oh, what is going on?
Turret dies in mid. We're going to continue to push this one out. 5-1 Katarina should be unstopped. Dead Corp does seem like he's quietly just trying to win this game while his team has fun. But with that in mind, they are still getting these kills everywhere you look. Lotus and Cranko are able to take out Phoenixi, and then the support Lotus are definitely caught once the Tempered Fate connects.
I'll be losing my temper if that was happening to me. But
Power
Kyrgyzstan,
dead.
they are certainly running low on options right now. There is bounties on the head of every single one of these Team India members. That is how well this game is going right now.
It is an AP variant, not the AD variant. I wouldn't be upset if this composition, instead of a Galio mid, had the Varus mid, and then top lane was a normal matchup. I think that is then a workable composition.
Or maybe it's something to focus on moving forward for Kyrgyzstan. But by the way, we'll see if they make those adaptations going into game 2 of the series, or if they're just here to have a little fun time.
Truly did that. Kai, maybe he dives here. The Bard ult on the tower lets him.
Oh, they are just diving. They're going hard. Kai looking for it. He's going to use everything and should be able to walk away. Ignite going to maybe seal his fate. It's a 4-on-3, and here comes the curtain call. Now with that Tempered Fate down, there's an opportunity, but he's going to miss those shots. Kai is taunting them by just backing straight next to it. Oh, the bullet's not large enough. And in the meanwhile, Dead Call is going to be rotated in as well. Going to be able to just chunk this one down, slam and bam and wham and thank you, ma'am. And it is going to be a T2 falling here at bot.
Yeah, it should just be the turret gone, except they're out of minions right now, so I don't know if it will actually fall at the present moment. Infi needs to be careful. Cranko is going to use his journey through. Very efficient gameplay from the Bard.
Get us out of here.
Hey, we're in the base.
We're in the base. Lotus is going on in. Going to be able to do that, of course, and has that ult online to get out if he wants to, but we'll just...
He's going in. Why go out?
He goes hard on in. Will donate some gold over to Lotus. There goes one of the bounties, and that's the 3rd kill for Kyrgyzstan. Again, 2 kills on the Nort. Support Lotus really carrying.
That was almost really good from Lotus until he tanked the turret while ulting. Kai's going to have a crack in top as well, and they're in a whole lot of trouble.
Just trying to walk away. Of course, there is going to be that vision just across the
around.
wall. Flower.
He's actually just turned around. No, there's no way Loren does this. That's so funny.
And it could be a 1v2 angle now. Kai has almost made it happen next to the tower. We've got friends coming across. And Pawa locks it down for Phoenixi.
Pull up the replay, slow-mo that Varus ult.
Certainly went across to the side. Hitboxes, a wonderful thing.
Varus is actually so dead. The Bard ultimate could not connect before he died.
So are these inhibitors. Very dead.
We're looking at a game that might just be over soon. I think that India do need to base. They're running low on resources, mana, and cooldowns.
Yeah.
All of their resources are lacking.
They've got 16k gold gap to play around as well.
They are.
And they're not done yet.
Really taking magical journeys everywhere you look.
Yeah.
I think what we just witnessed off screen was a blast cone mishap between the Bard and the Rengar.
Yeah.
Infi and Cranko no longer talking. No longer friends after that one.
Mate, it is what it is.
You know what we're about to see. Dancing Herald.
Couple of dances.
Couple more Dancing Heralds.
Couple of spins.
You might even get a pre-20-minute Dancing Herald.
Unheard of. Still not the fastest game we've seen. There's been some 18-minute ones, of course, and I don't think Team India are going to be finishing this one in the next 15 seconds, but they're going to give it a crack. Dead Core Kai, we're going to go straight on top of Team Kyrgyzstan. Lotus going to be caught out there. We'll have some CC to play around, but he just falls, doesn't do a damn thing. Flower going to be coming in with the ultimate to try and buy some time or attention. And now maybe Loren's going to be able to jump into on the bat line. TF, too strong though. And the Cataclysm ultimately just slows them down. Here comes the Shelly. Is it going to dance? No wave to play around. and the curtain call is just going to be tanked here. Deadcore happy to stand, happy to block, and stop Lotus from going down. Ooh, in comes the damage, in comes Deadcore farming up a Storm as well as Infi. And this Herald is about to
Lotus
dance
versus
the
Lotus.
sweet dance. Lotus on Lotus action. Another kill for the support. Big game coming through from support Lotus, but it is a dancing Shelly to close out game 1 of the series.
19 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. No one's surprised at the result in game number 1 of this series. Perhaps a lot of shock at the draft, but the result is as expected, and Team India do take out Kyrgyzstan 1-0.
That certainly was a game. That was a game of League of Legends. It was a fun one. It was a crazy one, but it also was interesting.
Have you gotten shorter?
Me? I did.
You've lowered yourself.
I can get taller as well, ready? Look, crazy.
Much better.
Yeah. I just felt so high. I wasn't able to touch the ground, you know, being a short guy, sometimes things go crazy like that.
I was like, holy, where's he gone?
Where did the dwarf disappear to? Either way, having a look at the draft again, keep your eyes on this one because you may never ever see a draft like this again. It certainly is unique.
I think that much is true. You may not see a game like this, a draft like this, except maybe in your own games at home. Competitive League of Legends does not pick many of these champions. Jax is standard, Nautilus is standard, and that's kind of where the penny drops. For these standard champions. Java Galio is a good combo.
Yep.
And I was saying this as well, in regards to Kyrgyzstan's draft, bar the AP Varus top lane, their draft has some cohesion to it. And then there is just an AP Varus top lane in that composition against the Jax, which had barrier and then he died at level 2 while his Java was ganking. So again, that's where things stopped being normal. Extremely quickly, the TF bot lane with the Bard, not a standard lane, but a double stun lane. So it can be dangerous.
Yeah.
But I think every lane's dangerous when you have a Rengar ganking early and an invade happening early that gives you these leads.
For sure, for sure. Now, I want to see if they're going to allow that Rammus or Warwick to get carried across into the next game because I want to see it. I want to see it. Look, yes, the flag and drag, it is pretty easy to execute. It's pretty easy to play a little bit of J4, and it looked much better. Look, Loren able to at least play the game. We established that while the game was live. But moving towards game 2, where's the fun going to change? Are we going to see Cat get through again? Is that going to be respect ban? That was a whole bunch of fun for Kai, but maybe too much for Kyrgyzstan to deal with.
I think you do ban the one trick from his one trick. If your name in League of Legends on your normal server is a champion, then that's probably an issue if you don't ban that champion away. So Katarina bot probably not going to get Katarina again.
Maybe.
The Rengar also was, so Sri Lanka and India are two teams that actually know each other really well. They have played in tournaments against each other, etc. They're very familiar with one another. Sri Lanka's bans are what I would copy-paste if I was looking at this one. So Rengar and Katarina definitely have to be banned. Those are my two staples. If I was Kyrgyzstan in the second game, that's the first things that I would change. Second thing would be Varus, or putting it mid and changing Galio. But you know, number one is the bans.
That was the thing as well, right? The Rengar able to play his minigame real quick, get those kills online, scale up super early, and just have too much AD to deal with. You can see even towards the end, just bursting, and then able to hit W one time, two times, just barely takes any damage. Kyrgyzstan just couldn't hit back. And moving towards game 2, I hope that things get better for Kyrgyzstan because Team India are just... We've seen a lot of them, but I want to see more of them, and these games are too short for me.
Yeah, we're not... I mean, the fact that we, for India in this tournament, only get to see them play this one game, and it starts like this is a very funny looking... Like, if you just look at the stats, it's going to be very weird looking at India. You just watch the stream, you're like, this team's playing Twisted Fate AD carry, and they're winning at 18 minutes. What is going on? They did play some more normal games on the side stage, so... Yeah, you're right. I'd like to see more from them. I'd like to see more from both of these teams. I think Kyrgyzstan as well. Perhaps a man after your own heart with their drafts are entertaining to look at.
Certainly on my agenda to keep an eye on this team, especially once the Asian Games roll around, because imagine something like this with the one tricks. I want to see how they can stand up to, you know, some of the, you know, like the Malaysias, like the Chinese Taipeis, you know. That'd be interesting to see how they operate. There's probably going to be another skill gap, another level that Team India would have to deal with there. But it'll be interesting to watch.
I genuinely am curious for like those show matches or those matches between the regions right now, right? Because we've only seen them isolate in their own regions, and there has been a lot of mismatched opponents.
Yeah.
Knowing the best from like each one playing against each other will be like absolutely the thing I'm looking the most forward to for events like Asia Games, where in the road to Asia Games we are unfortunately just getting some one-sided matchups through this. But that makes sense. It's a qualifier, right? We have to seed these. We have to find the best of the best. and that is what we're doing today.
Yeah, we're certainly finding who is the best in the group, and it looks like they should go through undefeated, but 1-0 is not a scoreline to secure the series just yet. I call replay time. Let's have a look at the highlights, and from the get-go, look, level 3 gank on the first clear, perfect. Bot side clear in the opponent's jungle for Infi, straight into a kill on the ADC is insane.
Absolutely is. They also forced Loren to start on the other side of the map, right? Pathing from the red buff to the top side. So little things like that start to add up very positively for the side of India. And then, of course, pretty much every highlight that you see from here on out is going to be some kind of skirmish. Perhaps it involves a Twisted Fate just running it and seeing how many kills he can take with him. Perhaps you get a Katarina looking for a triple kill here, but it ends up being 0 instead. All of these trades are just, the Indian squad having as much fun as they possibly can while trying to secure that win.
Yeah, it certainly has been an interesting affair, an interesting game here. But look, moving into the next one, I don't know if that Jin's going to go through for Nixie. I think he got one good ult off, and even then was barely able to make that one work. So maybe moving something more towards the meta, maybe moving to something that was open, like the Lucian wasn't banned out, look, your Jinx wasn't banned out, Kaiser, Aphelios, all there as options, and no one picked those up.
Yeah, a lot of the meta was disregarded in this game. The draft was the draft, but a lot of the meta was disregarded. This TF play, he's got 2 turret shots covered at him. Iconic.
It's iconic is one way to put it, of course. Cannot wait to see where this one goes for that second game of the series. Looks like, of course, that's going to be pretty short series so far. I feel like, look, going into game 2, it'll be. Should we take some stabs at how long it's going to be? I'm thinking.
Have a guess.
22 minutes. I'm going to give him a couple more.
This one was 19. It was pre-20, right?
Yeah. I think just barely.
It depends so much on how far down the rabbit hole of weird draft we go, right? Because it could get so weird they can't end.
True.
It could just be hard scaling. It could be a Yuumi in a solo lane for all we know, full on G2 tech. Look, I'm gonna say we'll go 24 minutes.
24.
I don't think they'll make it faster. I think they'll make it longer.
Okay. Well,
my initial guess.
I'm on that bandwagon, but I'm gonna go for 22. I'm gonna go in between where we are, where we're going,
so we don't forget.
Beautiful. Definitely a talking point because we didn't have enough in that game with the curious drafts that did come through. Moving into game 2, I want to see some Warwick, I want to see some Rammus, I want to see anything picked up that is meta from either of these teams. Please, give me a composition that works.
Is there a champion that you want to see? You personally want to see in a game, regardless of meta?
Shyvana.
You want to see Shyvana.
When I saw Pabu play Shyvana that one time, and it just worked so well.
Yeah.
Then when, who was the other guy that was the top laner that started playing it? It was not Tien. Pappy.
Yeah.
Pappy. When he came back and brought that Shiv into the meta, it was just so great to watch. I was loving it. Well, I'm loving this as well. So it looks like...
A lot of goose eggs there, mate.
Yeah, a couple of goose eggs for Team Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, just couldn't make it happen. You can see as well, big gap in top, big gap in mid, big gap in bot. There's just gaps bloody everywhere. Look, by the way, support Lotus for Team Kyrgyzstan, able to get a couple of kills on the board, which felt like something that Team India were happy to give away. Audi Super A player for the game is going to be Deadcore, and rightfully so, getting solo bolos from the get-go and having a great time up top. Only 37% KP, but that is expected when the game was as crazy as that.
Yeah, you can't blame Deadcore for having a low kill participation percent, and a very deserving Super A player from him. And for me, the reason is he was always trying to win. Yeah. No matter what happened in that game, team starts having fun anywhere. He is just chugging it straight down top lane, trying to win. I agree.
Sorry, I need a break. I think you guys need a break. I'm going to go grab some water. Game 2 coming up just after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快续航久。 iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a Charmer hitting on one. See you later. He's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited. He's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at Arcalic on the other side. Call of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as Arcalic dives to the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Flare. As Shaywa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Does he have the damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy? And Yummy almost got it out. He still dies. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got resets. They've got stun. But Pillow throws it back. Sayumo, he's got it.
Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret, going to be able to turn.
For Team Philippines, Arcalic blown up by the explosive cast. Depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blaze is here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, Yummy's still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grasp used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocks them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games. Game 1 of the day has gone swimmingly. It's been creative. If you didn't see the draft, I'd definitely recommend going back and having a quick look at it. I'm Mac, this is Rusty, and we're about to jump into game 2 between Team India and Team Kyrgyzstan. And who knows what we're going to get after what went down in game number 1 of the series.
Genuinely unpredictable. We have no idea what is going to be played, what is going to be picked, what positions they're going to be played in as well. Lots changed. Our last game had a Twisted Fate, but it was bot lane. There was a Varus, but it was top lane. A lot of questions that we'll never know the answer to until we see that draft. But the one answer that we do have before anything else, Mac, is that Team India looking like absolute favourites to take this series out 2-0.
Yeah.
Unless they take the fun too far.
They're looking spicy, they're looking fire, and they're looking damn good in these pictures as well, aren't they? Extremely happy throughout the game in the player cams, so you know that their mental is at an all-time high. No matter what they're bringing into the Rift, they're making it work. They're cooking up a storm, they're making magic, and I cannot wait to see what spell they're going to be casting in game 2 of the series here.
They certainly are making magic, Matt. Yeah. It has been fast, it has been fun. Their opponents here as well, Kyrgyzstan, tried to go toe-to-toe with them, tried to keep up. But once again, another game. Look, Loren got to farm, but he was still pushed out of his jungle at level 1. He was still constantly having to deal with the enemy jungler and whole team, just being an absolute nuisance and thorn in his side.
Hang on.
Yes.
So, I think they have the same last name, but I'm also looking at Lauren, I'm looking at Phoenixy. Are they brothers?
Could be.
Their faces are almost identical, and I just had to quickly check their names over here. They're both, I don't want to say their last name,
You
but I
don't
think
have
it's
to
the
say
same last name. See? They're there.
Yeah.
Same names.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's like
Yeah.
they could be brothers, they could be cousins. Who knows? Something that we can go and check, I guess, after this game. But for the moment, it is, of course, almost time for draft. Let's see what draft prep Team India has done in between the games. We liked what we saw from Kyrgyzstan more so than what they have been bringing in, but they weren't allowed to pick any of those pocket picks, any of those safer picks, because they were banned away. Lots of targeted bans coming through from Team India.
Yeah, I am still expecting more targeted bans, this time from the Kyrgyzstan side, away from India, given that we saw the Katarina and we saw the Rengar. 2 pocket picks were just pulled out and looked fantastic. The Rengar in particular looked really, really tough to deal with. You can tell as well when you're watching these guys play that they do clearly play those champions.
Yeah.
India was sick of that top lane matchup, though, as we get into this game 2 draft. They want none of it.
Yeah.
Play standard.
Got those sides flipped around as well. Kyrgyzstan going to be jumping onto the red side, so we'll be able to have the counter pick at the end. We shall see shortly who they save that for, but they are instantly getting rid of the Kindred as well. Ez banned out yet again, so Team India certainly not wanting to go up against that. Maybe Phoenixy is a master on the Ez, but we're not going to get to see it. Not today. Banned out in both games. Cat ban coming through. Team Kyrgyzstan understanding that yes, Kai was a nuisance. Yes, he's a one-trick, and maybe, just maybe, this has been a good idea.
And now you plug and play, you go for the Rengar ban here, right? That's where it should go for Kyrgyzstan. India, I mean, aside from the Ezreal, they have pretty much a lot of freedom here for bans. You could look at the Zeri, you could look at the Amelia. They're going to go for the Zaya. Syndra's still going to be up, so perhaps a couple of good options here, actually, for Flower and for the mid lane of Kyrgyzstan for his draft.
Yeah.
Which will be a refreshing change from the previous 4 games that they had played. And again, I just feel like they are simply banning AD carries away from Phoenixy because they can.
Every time we've managed to get a Syndra slide into the draft, it's worked out well. I cannot remember it losing, but it certainly could have off-streamed, so I don't know what the win percentage is for Syndra as a champ at the moment here at the Road to Asia Games. But that Kasante ban comes through instead of the Rengar, so that could be slipped in for Team India. I guess we shall find out in just a moment. Deadcore going to be aiming for the Nico. So a couple of Pot Blossoms can come through. Certainly been a meta pick, a standard pick around the grounds for the moment, and in comes that Syndra. So it is going to be Nico up against Syndra as that mid lane matchup. Top lane going to be locked in with the Jax pick now. Where's this one going?
Great question. Because you could go meta, right? You could pick the Milio, you could pick the Zeri Yumi if you wanted to down in this bottom lane, given that none of the ADs banned are those staple meta picks. And India could actually draft themselves the most disgustingly overpowered composition. But I say that as you see them laughing. And I think we all knew that it was not going to be standard, that it was not going to be better. And we've got ourselves a Bush Bandit.
Well, there you have it. Garen, you're going to be locked in there. We'll see how that goes. Rek'Sai, interesting pick, has had a lot of success in that West Asian region over from Team Saudi Arabia.
You want to know a plot twist here, Mac?
Can you see it again? Yeah.
Rek'Sai can be a top laner now, and I would say Rek'Sai is a better top laner than jungler right now.
Oh.
So,
okay.
Not that I think that everyone in the world is on board with my belief yet.
Yep.
Why not put a Garen mid and a Rek'Sai top, and then have Nico jungle? Because Nico can jungle.
True, that's been happening too.
Throwing that out there.
Yeah, who knows? So, not making any judgments until we see it all locked in, see it all shifted around. Sion coming through, which means Jax could be in the jungle.
Yeah, what does it mean?
We just need to stop talking.
We're just going to have to objectively say the things that they are and not insinuate anything, right?
Yeah.
Zeri banned. Misfortune banned. Doesn't mean anything.
At least
just banned.
We are learning something today. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ADC bans coming through at the moment. So let's see if that's going to be 7. See if Team India just narrow that down even further. Of course, they didn't even play an ADC in the ADC role last game. They went for TF instead. And Nort going to be banned out. So there are going to be some target picks, target bans starting to come through. What's
it going to be, though?
I feel like Jax has to be jungle with what they're drafting on the Sion's mid. Jax top, maybe. But then where's the Syndra going, right? So
yeah, I think you're right in where they are going. Unless it's like a Senna Sion, which can bot lane together.
Okay.
It's not, though. It's always Jhin. Nixie's favorite champion by far this tournament has been the Jhin. I think this might be the 4th game he's played on it.
Yeah.
Out of what is now a 6th game. MF and Nautilus also have... MF has been banned from him a few times. And Lotus, the support player, is a really good hook player, like hook champion player. So like Jhin Thresh could work really nicely. There's one thing I would say for that team is that Lotus is insanely good with hooks.
See if he's going to be able to thread any needles then over towards that bot lane. And it seems like that might be a support pick saved for last, saved for the counter pick. Just trying to... Lotus did, support Lotus rather, did get ahead with a lot of kills for Team Kyrgyzstan, but that Thresh is going to be stolen away, so it will be the Thresh Draven bot, probably Rek'Sai in the jungle, probably Garen top, probably Nico mid, but we don't know that for certain. There's still too many smiles coming across here, and what is going to be the final lock-in for Kyrgyzstan?
Could be Jhin Leona, Nautilus is gone, Blitzcrank would be kind of hype.
Yeah.
That's neither of those
Not
options.
a hook champ.
That is in fact Brand. Brand is in fact a champion in League of Legends, Mac.
Yeah.
Mainly goes in the support role in low diamond solo queue games for the purpose of hard carrying my AD because I don't trust them.
Yes.
That's usually when I would slam a Brand.
Well, that might be the angle that Lotus is looking for here for Kyrgyzstan. However, I think Elfish Guy is going to be extremely excited backstage because he used to be a big Brand player.
Not quite the Zyra, but definitely high on the list of champions that Elfish Guy will be a fan of. A draft done here now for both of these teams, and don't really want to spend too much time digesting what they will be. I think everything for the India side is going to be standard for the lanes that they're going in this game.
Yeah.
Nico being picked as a mid laner is just going to be nice to have. And for me, I feel like what happened, right, is Dead Corp last game was the Jax. He was very serious. He won the game. It was just business for him. He sat down with his team between the games and he was like, guys, I did the hard job last game.
Now it's your turn.
Now I get to play whatever I want. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a Draven top.
Draven top, Garen ADC.
Yeah.
Could be happening. And we also have a substitute coming through. Crow's here instead for that ADC slot. So we're not going to have the Lotus mix-up. It's only going to be one Lotus in the game this time. I don't know how we didn't notice that. Probably because of the picks.
Didn't notice it.
But it is what it is. And look, it is Crow down in that bot lane, helping us out in terms of what we have to say for the whole game. But I'm interested to see how Draven into Sion goes in that top lane.
Yeah, Draven wins.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
There's a couple of parts to the Draven Sion lane. One, and the first most important part is that Draven wins.
Yeah.
The second part is that eventually the Sion becomes unkillable. But the variance in this is very reliant on jungle.
Is there a world where Dead Core is actually just playing ADC and they're going to swap those lanes around?
Yeah, it certainly is possible. Again, summoner spell dependent. It wouldn't shock me at this point if the Indian team just puts the Garen bottom though.
Yeah.
Given there was a TF last game.
I like that skin on the Rek'Sai. Very fancy, very crystally. But are we finally going to get an invade? Are we finally going to get some shenanigans for the start of the game? Looks like they're trying. Power going to be spotting out Team India all over that red buff, but should be able to walk.
He hasn't spotted them yet. They're in a bush.
He knows that they're in it. He knows something's awry. There's that hook champ coming through, and the first blood happening just 1 minute in. Keeping it clean, and that's Rek'Sai starting to scale already. Infi, happy as Larry. And that zombie form not getting any work done.
He couldn't have known they were there because that's his jungle. So somehow, in the period of time that we were loading into this game, they had a flank on him in 2 different angles. Getting in there and finding him, and he had no idea where.
Yeah.
Which definitely took me off guard here. It seems like a Scion solo defense of the top side of the map with no wards, no second person there to support. It's very clear that Kyrgyzstan were not putting any emphasis on that top side of the map. They just preyed upon power. Made it easy.
Well, we are going to see Deadcore in that ADC role instead of up top. So that's what's going down, and he's looking to farm up a Storm here. Up against the Jin Brand. Surely Lotus can get some decent harass off early, right? I feel like that's part of the fun when you bring in a Brand into lane.
Yeah, Brand is meant to be able to press the W, right? They're about to get level 2, though, it looks like. They're fighting already. Hook just misses.
Ooh, barely.
Perhaps a creep away from 2. They are now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a flash from the Thresh cooldown pending.
Phoenixi has that crit at the ready. And is just watching that ammo. Of course, couldn't overextend because he has to reload, has to wait to auto yet again.
But yes, the Brand and the Jin do poke quite a lot. There's no sustain there from the Draven or the Thresh. So as that lane goes, it can be very annoying to deal with them. However, if Thresh and Draven can get past the creep wave, threaten, hook positions, Draven gets to be a pure alpha, just Giga Chad.
There is no vision here at all, and it looks like Lauren going to try to be the Giga Chad this time. Lotus trying to survive. He's going to pop the Ignite on the face, and Deadcore should be going right on down.
He's
but he has
Ghost.
the speed. He's ghosted up. He's healing, hoping that he's going to be able to make it happen. Lauren closes that gap perfectly, and he might be able to find 2 here. Stacks coming through with the auto attack, is taking that single tower shot, but doesn't have the next jump, doesn't have that Q again to jump on in, and it is just going to be a 1-for-none trade in the end.
Amazingly does survive. Quickly turn your attention to mid lane, however, as there is a Rek'Sai hunting.
Coming in, knock up at the ready, and it's going to be an easy peasy pick starting to come through there. Oh, attention going to shift from the turret back to the minions, and Infi can just waltz away.
And we'll do exactly that. Top lane as well is a free reset for this Garen, who has Ignite, not Teleport. You look at his trade in bottom. I think best case scenario here for India is actually to just try and turn and kill Lotus, because he used that flash and was continuing to hunt forwards. Cooldown's just low enough here for the Jax. Blue buff helping him out, so they will get themselves the kill. But trade-off on the other side of the map was now a 2-0 Rek'Sai and a very active jungler once again.
Nice knock up, nice gank, and Pawa ain't living for too long. He will come back from the grave in the zombie form and just look to get as much CS in the back pocket as possible. But Crow, he's happy and should be able to shove this one now.
Yeah, Garen loves a good spin on the wave, and so instead of just holding it as a freeze, might just hard shove that one. Teleport force from Power as he comes back to top lane. And I think Rek'Sai, at this point, Infi probably does just clear his bot side camps and look towards plays on that side of the map, given all of the jungle camps that are available to him.
We are almost at a 2k gold lead, and we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds in.
And that's with a death in bot. Oosh. Think about how big the lead now is reflected through jungle and mid. Right? That was devastating play for Flower. And again, second time I think we've seen it from him is running the Ignite in his lane, not the Teleport. And so that gank, that death, the fact that he was under turret at that low HP, all indicators of what not having Teleport can do to you. Yeah, you have more kill threat. Do you have more kill threat than Kai as a minion? Probably not.
Well, it's like this game.
The minions though.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Flower knew something was up there. Everyone saw that Twitter clip. Nico can certainly be a lot of fun.
See how much damage they're doing to Kranko, right? Like, they really are making it tough in this lane if they're able to hit their spells.
Yeah. Comet going to come across for that continued
almost
poke
dies
as well. Good damage coming out onto Kranko, but Deadcore.
The Ignite.
Just tanking that one. It's going to be Infi coming through, and he might be able to get the cleanup, but it is going to be the 1-for-1 for the moment. Big tower shot tanked by Infi, so won't be able to get more value out of that one. But 4 kills already on him, and Kai as well. Pop blossoming as soon as that one hit level 6. Beautifully executed for Kai to get that first kill in mid. Yeah. And start to maybe get a cheeky play.
Power looking for the fight, but Crow just hit 6.
Trying to make it happen. Big damage coming through there. Judgment coming down from above, and Crow now again is making this top lane look too easy.
Yeah, Crow just hits him with the "you thought," and he did think, but
you were tanky.
Yeah, true damage a little bit too good. Ignite, of course, for the top laner here as well of this Garen is the difference maker between living or losing in that trade. So going to be a big Garen, monster Rek'Sai, obviously a large Nico. You just saw the kills in mid lane, and bot realistically, even though they have both died one time, 7 CS ahead. Yes, the Draven stacks were removed a bit. They are still sitting pretty. And Infi may find himself a Lotus here if he isn't careful. You can see the tremor sense. Echo location.
You gotta love that.
They know you're there.
Lotus just banging on the ground.
You go
a little
to the blue
too loud.
Buff. You go to the blue buff. You're finding a Jax right now. You've got priority from the Thresh.
And now he's here. Infi, by the way, is just happy to attempt that one. The blind hook into that. Ping's coming through. Infi communicating that one across and has that Lantern too as the get out of jail free card. 2v3. And Infi, he's got that smite gap. Lauren does not. So on this reset, things are just going to get that much more difficult. Looks like Team India happy to be absolute nuisances and continue to take this big hook coming through. The Blade 2 and Lauren ain't living for too much longer. Can he jump away to safety? No. Whirling Blade's going to be coming through from Deadcore there, and that is that.
Yeah, very nice little pick there from the Draven ultimate mid-skirmishing as well. Flower has been kept at bay by Kai, who is not going to let him towards the blue buff fight. Yeah. Not going to prevent him to pass go. Instead, stuck under the turret.
He's dead as all hell. As soon as he gets in range of that Pop Blossom, you can see that Kai is looking for it. Drake going to be taken in meanwhile after that blue buff finally was stolen away. And that's going to be the first neutral objective on the board. Herald about to spawn as well. There he is. Not too much happening. It looks like we have Kai as a minion again. And over towards the top lane. Crow happy just to keep on
surely
taking this damage.
Ult here.
Surely, surely.
But is it a bait? He's out of mana. The ult doesn't do anything. Crow just gets to hang out. Genuinely, this is one of those situations. It is a Cull BF sword Garen, but it is one of those situations where he just sits there, starts dancing, lets the passive heal him up.
That's such a feels good when you get your BF sword that early on, as well as the boots too. Crow able just to walk around anywhere, smash out huge damage.
Have a little snack on some fruit in the river as well and get yourself tip-top health.
It's yummy.
Kranko looking.
Could be the slipperiest
oh, no.
slope in the world there, but the stun comes through. Kranko goes to the grave.
He was hunting but forgot about Lotus. Top lane, very dead.
Again.
Oh, mid also dead.
Also very dead. Ah, the BM. Kai dancing on the body. Kyrgyzstan unable to do anything but watch, sit there, and let it happen.
When you look away from one lane for a second, right? Bot starts fighting. You want to talk about bottom. Top's dead, mid's dead. Jungle's controlled. The Ren does find the 1v1.
How's it going to go for him? Looking pretty good at the moment. We'll be able to just tap and tap and tap. Void Rush going to be invested for him to try and get away.
An odd interaction in so many ways.
The blast cone went crazy.
Was it Loren that hit it?
I don't know. Love to get a replay of that one.
Was the Draven ult? Draven ult?
Oh, going in. Barely missing. The Blade's just unable to connect this time. Only slightly off to the side. But now we see Lauren again just looking to farm up a storm. Here we go.
It's the mid-skirmish. Okay. Does get the Syndra ultimate onto the correct target, but then simply flashes forwards into damage and dies. No wonder the dance came through. Kai is chilling in bot lane right now. I'm not sure they know that he is the minion, but that minion's got really high APM, and there's no one there to kill. So, he's simply just a minion in the lane.
Are they going to commit to it? He's still a minion. He's hitting the turret.
At a certain point, the turret hits you.
I want to know if he's got aggro. I want to see...
Why are we watching top?
The great ruse.
Go, Kai.
It's working. Kai Not taking any of that. Will be able to make his way in, and the Pop Blossom.
I cannot believe that works.
That's disgusting. That's disturbing. Oh, and Team India are having too much fun today. I don't know if our predictions of how long this game is going to last are going to be correct. I feel like it's another fast one. Kai looking just to jump across the wall here. Big root, big stun coming through. Flower can't get anything done, and it's the Void Rush to follow.
Ooh, Crow could die here, though, in top lane.
Okay, maybe a chance for him to go down, and it will happen straight onto Lauren as well. So Loren doing a little bit of work to start to scale up into the game. Maybe there's a split push angle later on, but he needs to get activated. He needs to help. What is Kai doing? What is going on? Why is there a frog in bot?
Kai the Gromp's just going to come back how he wants to skirmish. He's so slow.
Oh, my lordy, lordy, lordy.
Oh, they've missed everything.
Lotus.
They have all missed everything.
Lotus farming up. Oh, there was a lot of noise being made in here right now.
You can hear the India squad just yelling, right? He's just picked up a 1v3 triple.
Yeah.
He can put that on his YouTube montage, though, if you watch this back once again. A lot of things to be said here. Phoenixie's super dead. The Gromp just comes in, gives him a lick. Does a whole lot of damage. First person does fall here, however, as it was turret being tanked by Deadcorp. And now the Gromp makes his return. Now, if at any point he wasn't the Gromp, he'd be faster. So he uses the Proto Belt, misses the Q, misses the E, Flay misses. And I know we'd love to celebrate that triple kill, but it was hand-wrapped.
Lotus. Luckiest man alive. That will start to scale the brand up into the game. You can see as well in the meanwhile, Phoenixie has managed to find 4 kills overall. So not doing too bad now. On that Jhin, has the Collector as well. The execution, finally. Kyrgyzstan going to be trying to rotate in here. We'll be able to just smash down Franco, but the issue is he's the tanko. He's not the one you want to be taken out to stop that damage coming through. Infi, he arrives at the party just in time. TP coming in from Kai as well during all of that. And that was just mayhem. That was just Team India saying, hey, look, no more mistakes from us.
Yeah, they get to the play once again. Kai will stay as a minion down here. We'll see if Phoenixie can predict this one. I truly am invested in the Kai narrative.
He did it on
Vision.
Vision.
You can see that there's 4.
He did it on Vision. He knew, but Phoenixie just melts.
Did he know?
Phoenixie's just gone. I don't know.
Oh, Top's in danger as well. Maybe we'll just survive because he simply is a Scion. However, that's 2 crits in a row. You're joking me. No, Crow genuinely just crit twice in a row from 2 auto attacks.
Disgusting. Disgusting indeed.
20% chance of that, Mac. For one of them to be a crit.
Only with the Gale Force, so real low chance there. 1 in 5, but got 2 in a row. Back towards this bot side. You want to break down what happened here?
They went in. They realized that it was not the right decision. Kai doesn't hit anyone with that ult, but it doesn't matter. It's not needed. The damage they have is insane. They also try to go on Infi, who just presses ult and is untargetable.
That whole time, Phoenixie had his ult available, just didn't want to open the curtains. Well, Lotus going to get caught out here. Will he be able to escape? Looks like he's happy with what he's found here. Infi going to come on in. It's Lotus to find some more value in the meanwhile. And this Herald as well should be able to get a charge on the mid lane. Can they clear that wave in time, though? I believe it's going to stand in the way.
Aggro. Deadcorp might be able to clear that before it charges. One more eye hit, and it's gone. Mid lane, skirmish.
It's just not happening. Infi going to be looking to go in here. Does have that Void Rush available. If he can get some damage onto one of those individuals, but he's not going to commit to it. He knows that tower's still up. They've seen Power rotate into the lane, so we can maybe see Kyrgyzstan front to back here in mid.
Franco hunting for a hook. Syndra did just use the Scatter the Weak, and it does go wide. Could be kill threat.
What you want to see, it looks like the gank attempt is starting to come through, answered by Kyrgyzstan. Lotus still hovering, still able to pump out that damage, but no one's going on. They're able to find Franco, and that should be... No, he's not going to fall.
Where are the curtains?
Ooh. Phoenixie just not going for it, not pulling that ult, just holding onto it.
I don't think Lotus wants this smoke. I don't think Lotus wants this.
Nah, I can tell you, he certainly doesn't want this. The silence goes a long way up against the brand, doesn't it?
I don't think Lotus... Yeah, this is one of those moments back where step 1, press tab.
Yeah.
Look at the Gale Force, Garrett.
Uh-oh.
Then reassess how much distance he can cover. Because that wasn't even a flash used by Crow, nor was it at all. And you have been crit into the bin.
That's going to be the 8k gold lead now, almost. Nixie at mid, just farming up slowly, surely, able to get that ult top. Has to go for the reload, but there's big damage coming over to him. He will be able to sidestep the Whirling Blade. Pawa in the meanwhile going to be able to pick up one more. Void Rush starting to come through there. Infi should be able just to swim on away. Dead Core did fall. So we finally see those curtains open, but I don't think they got too much value out of it.
Still looking in mid though for another skirmish under the sail.
You see Thresh making his way in. Pawa seems to just be a cushion, taking a whole bunch of blows, and that's not gone well for him. The rest of the team just didn't want to walk forward.
And Impy will survive through the burn of Lotus. You could see the Comet come flying across the map as well. Everyone disregard the pacifist in mid. It is simply a scuttle crab. It couldn't possibly be Nico. Stun goes wide there from Lotus, but Kranko nearby with a Lantern if they wanted to go for a play. They certainly might, but note that Loren is just nearby.
Able to make his way across.
Oh, that damage, man.
Lotus just can't exist, just can't stand in range of any of this. And there goes that mid T1. Loren not going to be able to jump away to safety. Will get hit by the hook. It's perfect from Kranko. And the follow through as well is great from Deadcore.
Can't jump to safety when you jump in to the Viper's pit. I'll be surprised that you get bitten. I swear to God, Kai just transformed in front of them to a minion then. Swear to God.
Yep. And looks like Pop Blossom is on the agenda. Will they be able to find two with this one? Kai.
The minion's kiting out of its mind.
Yeah, just coming everywhere. There's that Pop Blossom. Huge damage. And that's going to be 2 kills surely. No, for Nixie alive. Well played to survive there. And has the helping hand as well. Lotus, he's healed up now. He's maybe able to find an angle. Nice W coming through from Nixie there to snipe that one away.
He blast coned into it as well. Oh, no, what a tragedy here
Mind
from the AD carry. Yeah, it is a bit of mind control for Nixie. 2 of them in a row. Kai looking cheeky with those plays, but not actually having lethal damage there. Crow, once again, these top laners for the India squad. Maybe it's an unexpected pick or play style, but he's truly holding it down. Getting that farm, breaking those structures to make sure they are still well and truly in the driver's seat in this one, Mac. And we get to see this again. Kai goes in, flashes forwards, knocks Phoenixy up. Hook goes in, and you're thinking that's lethal damage, but he cancels his auto attack and takes the Lantern at the same time. And then this Jhin auto attack, that's the saddest thing you've ever seen. Question mark pings from his team straight onto his noggin.
Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Well, Crow saying, hey, let's go for the 1v3 angle, huh? No blast going to play around. Missed ultimate from Pawa. That's sad to see. Lotus emoting and hoping he can bait them straight back in. The Lantern's there for safety, for vision. But in the meanwhile, yes, you get this kill for Kyrgyzstan, but in the meanwhile, you're looking over towards that top lane. Watch Kai take this T2 for free.
Kranko goes for the steals here. You know Kranko goes for the steals here.
Hey, he's a range check,
They concede the recall from the Syndra. I was wondering if they try and cancel that recall. It gets cancelled anyway, as a Herald gets summoned mid, and Kai is simply winning top.
They will get the bounty from the objective on the Drake, but are they going to be able to find any more off the back of it? Looks like these backs are coming too slow. Thresh doing great work to slow down the resets, and that Herald more. I thought it was going to get another charge for a moment. Pawa able to finish it off eventually, but that's going to be a top tower gone.
Still on the Kai.
And multiple gone at mid.
That's warded. You tried. The blue buff also had aggro on him. That was one of those flashes. You see that, you put that on TikTok, you know, you have your moment, but not to be seen in this one, because quite simply, there was a ward.
Yeah.
You tried.
Well, Lauren, able to exist in this game for a little more than some of his teammates. Let's see if he can farm up, try to catch up in terms of those levels. We'll have that Sundara online, but that's not going to get a huge amount of value, honestly, against a lot of what Team India are bringing in. Like, yes, there's the Garen, but he hasn't gone for the tank build, right?
Yeah, he's just going to be looking for the healing from it more than anything else, right? Makes you a little bit tankier yourself. Maybe not optimum amount of value from it, but I think you just have to take what you can get at this point.
Very true.
Also, the Jhin being 7-2 with an Infinity Edge done, to me is the only saving grace that Kyrgyzstan presently have.
Yeah.
He will hurt with those auto attacks.
And he has been. You've seen it in a couple of those team fights, able to turn it around.
He's a fruit.
Hook. Wait, what?
Baron bait is a fruit.
He's a fruit?
Yeah, he's the honey fruit right there.
I see.
Look at him.
I just didn't know that was a possibility.
Yeah, you can become pretty much anything, man. You
Okay.
can do blast cones as well, I think. It's crazy how much Nico just skews the game.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at the fruit move.
Oh, it's moving.
So the issue with being a honey fruit
is it only looks one direction, right? And
yeah, you also move really slowly.
oh, he's going to have a 3-man Pop Blossom.
It's going to be a big ult.
It's going to be
a big. Oh, no, he just got side-ulted by accident.
Oh, they revealed him. The 2-man Pop Blossom comes through in the back line, and it's the flank angle by accident. Power saying, what have I done? Oh, son. There's the ace, and that might be the game to follow.
I'm not convinced that Kai wasn't going to stay as a fruit that whole time. Meanwhile, he's going to switch to a ward. Crow is, again, quietly achieving in the base, having the time of his life, just spinning to win.
Well, Baron's up. I did say 22 minutes for that prediction, and it looks like I could be on the money.
Seems like it.
Crow now just going in, holding down the fort, and it looks like Team India are going to pay their respects by just ending this one quickly. Loren, mate, counter-striking into 4 isn't going to go well when there's no follow-up, and there's another ace to follow the back-to-back, and that's a 2-0 series. Bit of fun going to be had at the end from Team India, but it's a W and a clean sweep through the group here in Central Asia.
Look, Team India have their fun. They hold it down. They get the 2-0. They get to play champions. If they want to play, they get to mix it up. They get some Garens in there, right? They get to play some Katarinas, some Rengars. They're actual one-trick champions. You know, they're actually able to play those. And I think they'll be very happy that they get to come and have that fun. But still ultimately lock down that 2-0, which puts them at 3-0 and undefeated in the Central and South Asia group.
Yeah, congratulations to them. No one can catch them now, of course. Everyone else already suffering a loss here and there. And that means, look, before we get too far, yes, Kyrgyzstan, let's talk about the bans. They did the right thing. They managed to get the cat out of there. They decided to leave that Rengar open. Didn't get selected anyway, but that Rek'Sai still was a menace on the Rift.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai was an issue, and you know the unique gank pathing that a Rek'Sai can take is just so hard to deal with as well, especially if you're not prepared or aware of it. Similar to like Evelynn, right? When you see an Evelynn, you have to remember that she's invisible at all times, and you have to change the way that you're playing to accommodate.
Yeah.
So the Rek'Sai was pretty clutch here for Team India, but at the same time, right, we spoke about those target bans, leaves open the Nico, leaves open all of these really strong champions.
Yeah.
And you don't need to pick the Exodia comp. They see a Sion, they have a Garen, they have a winning lane, they have push in mid lane. They see a Jhin, they have a Draven, so they have winning bot lane as well. And that's sometimes all it really comes down to in games that are this fast. You just need to win your lane to have control of the whole game.
Yeah, you could see as well there was a lot of fun being had. I think that was the first Nico game I was able to see this whole tournament. It's mostly been banned out. I saw you guys got it on a couple of those other days. But that was fun. That was interesting. We've got a Gromp in lane, many minion imposter ganks, mind control, and getting so much value out of those Pop Blossoms by just sitting there. The fact that he was able to be the fruit, tanked and stole away the ult coming through from the
No one knew that he was the fruit.
They didn't notice. They didn't notice.
I think that's actually iconic that 3 people were walking past him. He could have just ulted the Syndra, but he was waiting. And then Pa was looking at the team fight. He's like, I better Sion ult in.
Yeah.
Just face tanked by a fruit. Who cannot have seen that coming. Could not have expected that to happen at all. And that's, again, like, why is Nico so fun? Because you can do that.
Yeah.
Because you can be a minion in a wave, and they're not thinking about that. You could be a fruit or a plant, and they're not thinking about that. And suddenly they've made a critical mistake that can be game losing. I think that's one of the things that makes Nico so uniquely fun and really enjoyable to watch.
I think that if I could go back and listen to the team comms coming from Team India, that would just be fun. Not only from game 1, but game 2. I just want to know exactly what Kai was saying when he was there as the fruit chilling on the wall. Either way, let's look at it all again. I'm happy to see it. There was lots of chaos, lots of action. Kyrgyzstan at least able to get a decent amount of kills, at least able to have some fun in the bot lane. But unfortunately, that's about the extent of it over towards mid. Syndra was not able to have fun up towards the top lane. We're not allowed to play the game. You got to feel bad for it.
Yeah, look, it was tough to be a Sion here. It was a tough day in the office for Power. Hooks were connecting as well, but at the same time, this Thresh was having a little bit too much fun beyond those hooks. There was a few times that he would walk past a Brand. And speaking of that, Brand ended up with a 1v3 triple kill in this game. A lot of the byproduct of his opponents. However, Team India had absolute control of this game. Again, kills like this as well, same thing. Dance break, 3 kills.
Why not? Huh? Just let it happen. Here's that Gromp gank, the ultimate turnaround from the Brand, the one that you mentioned.
Genuinely, you watch this back in slow motion, you count the amount of skill shots that Team India missed, and I think we're in double digits.
Okay.
Nico did not hit a single ability. Thresh did not hit a single ability. That hurts your soul to see it.
What do you mean? Nico wasn't there. It was just a Gromp.
Oh, sorry. It was just a Gromp.
Yeah,
my bad. Gromp doesn't have
fell out.
ability.
It was just some CS getting taken. That's why, you know, it
Yeah.
wasn't actually triple. It was just that double kill and a decent amount of CS.
Of course, and this is just a honey fruit that are Scion ults, right? It's obviously, oh, hang on. Hang on, what's going on here?
You heard them watching it over to the side there. They just had a crazy laugh going on. Understandably so. And Pawa just left in the dust from that point. Didn't know who to run at. The kiting, the spacing, so good from Team India. And it's almost a 20k gold lead. 15k coming through at the end and a fast game as well. 21 minutes and 39 seconds. So both of us were wrong.
Yeah, but you were close. You were very close.
Close.
Price is Right rules, you win very much so. And again, it was Deadcock. Keep in mind, this is a top laner that was playing Draven, that was playing the AD carry, and Crow, who substitutes in, is playing top lane in this game. So they didn't stay perfectly true to form. But the one thing that does stay true to form is your Audi Super A player being Infi on this Rek'Sai. The early ganks, right? She had a prolific factor Rek'Sai in this game, and Infi held it down so nicely.
Looks like he came in doing a couple of bicep curls as well. So curling the opponents, curling in the Rift, and Void Russian to a W. Big impact on the Rengar, big impact there as well, and that's why he was the Audi Super A player with the Rek'Sai.
Special shout out to India as a whole for being first place in this group as well. A bunch of great guys, but seeing them happy and getting those wins is what you're after with League of Legends, and very, very much happy to see that.
Yeah, very much indeed. And look, that brings us to the end of that first series of the day. We have one more series to get to. That is Sri Lanka, Team Sri Lanka up against Team Kazakhstan, and that will be an interesting one. But before we jump into that, we have Wendy down to have a chat to Team India.
Thank you so much, guys. Infi, good to see you here. And another 2-0, although we didn't see you play in the main stage yesterday, but you win all the games. You didn't drop any single game. So how does it feel?
It feels amazing. The team's very confident. Yeah, I'm saying it feels amazing. We all feel very confident. And generally, the team was just looking at this event, the RDAG, as a form of practice for us for the main event. So yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I believe it's a very good practice because you guys have shown us a lot of different things in game 1. That Twisted Fate bot lane. Why that? Why did you guys like to choose this?
The Twisted Fate bot lane is actually a pocket pick for our ADC, Angel's Lotus. He plays it a lot in solo queue. I've played with him multiple times, but like in general, there wasn't a plan going through the draft for us. So he just randomly decided to pick TF ADC. He told our coach it was a surprise pick for him, and then he just logged it in. Even we didn't know he's playing TF ADC in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But that Twisted Fate really played so good for game 1.
Yeah.
And also, after the game 1, you guys have the roster changes, and that Corp just played the marksman, played the driven. Why that?
So DC is our all-round player. He plays every role. He plays all of them very well. So, and also Crow is our, substitute/coach. So we wanted him to get a game in this event. So he played game 2 for us, and DC went bot lane. And Angel decided to sit out for that match.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Right? And also, I must say, for our opponent, they also have so many innovative picks with very creative draft. And in game 2, as a jungler, when you see like they have the Jax jungler, what's your first reaction and how did you handle with that?
Honestly, I was very surprised because I've never played against Jax jungle before. But I don't think it had any impact on our game plan or anything like that. So it was all fine. We went in with confidence and we won.
Yeah, just focus on your own performance and you got the MVP for game 2 as well. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And let's take a short break. We're going to have another matchup very soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Missed breakfast, and so they decided to eat Oman. Rupo is jumping in 1v5. Look at where his team is. He's going forward.
He's so happy with this. He is just fully okay with it. Archwad having a giggle in the cams, and now it is just going to be the full-on attack coming through. Rupo unstoppable, but he will be found finally. 4v5 angle, and maybe there's a Wobber Team Oman can hit back, but look at that triple kill already, and it's a fourth. They've found Palestine, however, if he gets called out, that might be the soul getting lost. TP coming through. Ashbar wants to try to nerf this one down. Proto belt forward, just trying to dish that damage. Trunk now going to be able to get here just in time, and Knight will be able just to soak up this damage. Onda, the target, he's falling, he'll get executed. Big one coming through from Yusuf there. 3 for Team Palestine. We do see Fun try to turn this one around, but he's not going to be able to get those barrels off in time this time. And now, just like that, it is the full ace coming through.
Looking for Ryok. Doesn't sidestep. Push back, taking a lot of damage as well. Reversing back with the Gore Drinker. The Black Hand and Pop Blossom. Triple knockup and a roof. They've got a double kill for the Crux as he continues to sink his teeth into Kyrgyzstan. Almost getting a quad drop. Triple is going to have to do. But further behind than even before. Even with a nice hook from Lotus. Look at what's happening in the jungle. The Wrench is getting soloed out by the Shy Boy, even with power nearby, and together reconnecting. Infinite Rest will help make a shutdown goal much needed for Kyrgyzstan. But Hydra, how do you kill him? You've used everything to kill the Shy Boy, and now Kasante gets a free time all inside of your base, inside of your jungle, so they can clean up the kills. Kyrgyzstan falling to the might of Sri Lanka.
They simply walk into an immovable object and they do discover that it cannot be moved.
Hello, and welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022. I'm Mad Magical, and I'm joined for the first, and it will be the last time, with the elfish guy himself, Jordan. We haven't gotten to cast all time long that we have been here, and it's the last day and last series.
I know. It's kind of crazy, right? It's almost a bit of a surreal feeling that we've gotten all the way through this massive, almost week and a half.
8 days. 8 days
Yeah.
it took for us to cast together.
Yeah, and you know, we're at the point now where it's kind of like almost time to say goodbye, to everyone, really, because as you've said, this is the last series. This is the deciding series as to who will take second, who will take third in this group, and ultimately how things close for the Road to Asia Games for League of Legends.
Yeah, because like you said, we know that Team India, after their win against Kyrgyzstan earlier, are going to be the #1 team for the Central Asia and South Asia region. But it's all about finding out who is second place between Sri Lanka and Kazakhstan. And on paper right now, they both had clean games. Well, clean as in fun. Games against Kyrgyzstan, and then up against Team India. Unfortunately, both of them kind of got rinsed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is not a surprise now. In hindsight, Team India looked really, really good now as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. Seen some interesting things. We've definitely, seen some good, some bad. I think that's probably going to be the conversation around Kazakhstan as well. I will say, in my feelings, in my heart of hearts, I do think this is probably going to be leading the way of Kazakhstan. So, I mean, it's one of those situations, I think we haven't really gotten to see too much about these teams just yet, but that very first game that we got from Kazakhstan is really sticking in my mind, and it looked like they had some pretty strong pieces of the puzzle, particularly towards the jungle. I thought that was, maybe the strong suit for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and the reason why we kind of give Kazakhstan a little bit more preference here in this matchup is because Team Kazakhstan actually has been to the Asian Games back in 2018. They played in the same group as Team China, Team South Korea, and Team Vietnam. So they got the rough end of the stick last time they were in the Asian Games.
Yeah.
And it was fun talking to them, kind of getting to know them. They have two of the players, Fake Lover being one of them, the mid laner, who actually got to play up against Faker, and he said how they made sure to just 5-man dive Faker over and over again because they knew that they were going to get beat there, but they're having a lot of fun. And they have that practice. They know how to play on this kind of stage.
Yeah, very different sort of a ball game for them this time around, though, at the Road to Asian Games, right? They actually come in as one of the teams that at least seemed quite confident. I remember watching the interview that Mechanics did, and he was saying that he thought that they had the ability to top the group. Well, now we know that that's not possible, but at least that confidence shows through going into the tournament, and obviously how that's going to impact their game, how that's going to impact their mentality coming into this game against Sri Lanka. I would say very different kind of a ball game to playing against the likes of Korea and the likes of China. Sri Lanka, obviously on the world stage as far as League of Legends comes, is definitely not a notable name. To be fair, neither is Kazakhstan, but I will say I think Kazakhstan probably has a bit of an easier time of it, a little bit easier to ping towards Europe and play against those kinds of teams and those kinds of players, and so do have a little bit of an advantage in that respect.
The goalie is great. Every time he's come on camera, he's done something like this, and I love him for it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have that flair, right? You got to be a personality, and if you want to get the fans going, then it's always good to have something like that.
It gets me excited for them. It gets me pumped to cast those games.
One thing I will say about you is that it's pretty obvious that you are a caster, but you are also a fan. So that's probably one way to put 2 and 2 together there. So, yeah, look, I mean, Sri Lanka, I am kind of interested as to what we're going to get from them. They've been quite aggressive through the jungle, it looks like, as far as their selections
the
have been
Shy Boy
concerned.
has been a big power point for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he's wanted to try to sort of push the game along a little bit. We saw the Twitch a couple of times yesterday from them as well down in bot, so that was a little bit surprising to me. Certainly not, I would say, the go-to as far as the meta is concerned. But let's find out what we're going to get here. Straight up, Nico ban, I think that's fair enough. I mean, Kazakhstan played Nico a couple of times yesterday, so we can't be allowing that to continue, right? She's
Nico's
just
too strong.
way too strong to be allowing to go through. Zeri ban on the other side, this is all very standard fare. Nidalee, bit of a target there against Mechanics.
Respect. That is so much respect there. And honestly, justified. We saw just how good Mechanics was with that. It got permanently banned by Team India in their matchup off stream. Kazakhstan cannot get that ever again for Mechanics because that level 2 cheese put poor Lauren behind so far.
It wasn't even just the level 2 cheese though, was it? Like that obviously put him in a bad spot.
Level 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
That guy, he literally did not get to farm his jungle until like 7 or 8 minutes into the game.
He had one camp until 5 minutes.
Yeah, he was not having a good time at all. So Kindred banned away again. This one, you could make the argument it's gone kind of both ways, right? Both of these junglers have enjoyed playing a bit of Kindred so far. So
and we know that Sri Lanka are likely to pick Kindred first if it is open.
Yep.
It is something that has been rising more in the meta, especially because I'm looking at what hasn't been banned. Melio. Melio is a big pick with things like Kindred. So not having that Kindred on the board does mean that you don't have necessarily that double power you'll have from the double marksman that get buffed up by the Cozy Campfire. But they decided not to go for that for Sri Lanka. Nashastic is going to grab this Nautilus that has a lot of flexibility. We haven't actually seen that since East Asia have that flexibility from mid to jungle to support, but it's still something that you can easily move around dependent on what mechanics plays here.
Yeah, and I guess that also sort of plays into whether or not Shy Boy actually wants to play the Nautilus. I mean, it's a... I feel like it's quite a straightforward champion to play, but if you're not super comfortable with it on a stage like this, it's not something that you necessarily want to be flexing around.
Well, Nautilus is also, like, he's one of those champions that people don't really think about it because he does build tank, but he is a snowball champion.
Right.
He's so dependent on how the lane phase goes because a good Nautilus, you know, gets ahead early, going to be very impactful. But if you're not able to get ahead as Nautilus, suddenly you're just squishy and you're dying 0-8, 0-9 games I've seen. But this is a big one. Even though it's not really a meta champion all around the world, Kasa's Malzahar was drawing bans by Team India. It was even getting banned by Kyrgyzstan because it was respected so much. Oh, and this is what, okay. I was talking with Fake Lover. Okay. We were having a chat, right? And he's like, we're going to leave open the Malzahar. I didn't want to say anything until it was actually picked because he said, I want to leave it open because I'm going to go Static Shiv, mid lane, Twisted Fate.
Just never stop pushing the lane, right?
Exactly.
Get those red cards down, get the Qs across the top as well. And, well, pretty much the wave doesn't exist at that point. So, as we know, Malzahar likes to push the lane as well, but he might not have as much of an easy time.
It's very hard against a Static Shiv, Twisted Fate, because you put down your little voidlings, right? You're like, I can push the wave, it'll be fine. Those get cleared instantly by one Static Shiv.
True. Yeah, I mean, that's another factor. Anyway, on the other side of the field, we do have the Aphelios getting locked in. So, I mean, potential obviously for the Aphelios Nautilus. I don't mind that into the Melio, the Lucian. I think that's a playable lane.
Yeah, I think you stick with that. I think you just go with the Aphelios Nautilus. You have, if you get level 2 especially, it's going to be hard up against a Lucian Melio lane. But if you're able to get that, that means that that power you normally would get from Jung and the Goldie in the bot lane isn't really going to be that impactful and actually will give the Shy Boy a little bit of freedom on where to look for, especially because while I was talking about that Static Shiv, Twisted Fate, you still need the Static Shiv. That means early game, early levels, Malzahar should still have control. That means you have complete bot priority.
Got a lot of top lane bans coming through as well in this second ban phase. Renekton, Jax, Malphite gone. Obviously, Sante taken out the picture earlier as well. And we do have the Gwen locked in.
But that's blind.
Very quick from Kazakhstan. You're right.
That's the only problem I have with it. Blind Gwen here. Doesn't really have the worst matchups in a lot of things. So it's not terrible to take blind here. But the jungle, you can tell that both teams really do live or die by either the Shy Boy or mechanics. And having that counter pick for mechanics, really trying to find out what kind of style the Shy Boy is going to play here up against them. As that is a set, and I love set, honestly. I think set, a good set in a matchup like this against Gwen, you actually have such a free lane.
Honestly, Set is one of those champions that I love to hate. You know, I've never been able to master him. He's always just kind of always good in someone else's hands, never good in my own hands. And so I just I'm not a big fan. But anyway, yeah, look, I think that's definitely not a bad shout. Lots of appeal for that Aphelios as well. If it should come to pass that is required. We do have the Wukong into jungle for Sri Lanka. And it's the Olaf as the option
That's
of
an
choice.
Olaf jungle. Oh, man. Don't get to see that too often. And that is something that we're looking... I was talking about how level 2s, right? We were saying how powerful level 2s are for either side. Well, Olaf, level 1. Level 1, he's got so much power, so much skirmish possibility, especially up against a Wukong, that I wouldn't be surprised if it's bot lane, do your own thing. Win the 2v2, you'll be fine. We're focused on the top half of the map. Get this Gwen to rotate down early. That way you're not into that set matchup. You get the early kill on a Wukong, put the Wukong behind so he can't get to level 6. Then, at that point, your Gwen's in a good position to actually go back in the lane against that set.
I mean, even as we start to scale into this game as well, like Olaf into Wukong is going to be quite a problem anyway, right?
Yeah.
The level 6 matchup, the Cyclone, it's certainly going to have a little bit less effectiveness when Olaf is on the field. I'm interested to see how this bot lane does go because I see it being quite volatile with that Nautilus involved. Obviously, Lucian wants to try to get aggressive in this lane as well. He always likes to be the kind of ADC that's on the front foot or at least dictating the way that lane plays out, whereas you know, maybe not so much the case for Aphelios. He's more than happy to take that scaling mentality into the game, but you match him up with a Nautilus and you can expect some fireworks down in bot as well. So, yeah, quite a bit of skirmishing up on the top side of the map, quite a bit of fighting down in the bot lane as well. It really only feels like the mid lane where things might take a bit of a slower turn.
Yeah, it really is going to be dependent, I think, on the jungle matchup still. That's on the Shy Boy, the mechanics, how they're going to both play into one another, because mid lane, you're expecting wave clear. That's the whole identity of both of them. That's why you draft even the Twisted Fate, because once you get that static shift, Malzahar no longer has pushing priority into you.
Right.
However, like you said, kind of boring, kind of standard, just push out the wave, try to go elsewhere. It's about impacting other lanes, other parts of the map outside of mid.
Yeah, well, there's certainly no shortage of other parts of the map that you can have an impact with here in this game. It does feel like we're just going to see a lot of fireworks in top and a lot of fireworks in bot. So pick your poison really would be the way I would look at it. Have a look at the early engagements, whether or not there will be any. A little bit of presence there from Shy Boy. They do think he's warded over onto red. He didn't in the end, actually.
Good buff. Bluff right there. I like that from Sri Lanka. Because mechanics will expect that ward to be there. Obviously can't clear it, but might use that information, what they think is going to be in the hands of Sri Lanka, that actually isn't.
Yeah, well, a couple of wards getting put down in the bot side river.
Minions have spawned.
Nishastic did go back to base and bought himself a sweeper. So
yeah, he put down the ward immediate. It's a standard play here.
Yeah, but I mean, it's obviously going to be something where he's going to want to try to get that bush control in the bot lane, try to really force Junks and the Goldie back a little bit, try to get them, you know, feeling that pressure a little, make them uncomfortable in bot early on in the piece. And it's not really fun as an Enchanter support if you do lose that push control against something like a Nautilus. It is an exhaust Nautilus, though, rather than an Ignite Nautilus.
Good call out there. That's actually really interesting to see in this bot lane, especially because it's Ignite on Lucian. So you're expecting that Jung and the Goldie are going to look for that level 2 spike, right? That's what we were talking about, the bot lane. Who gets the priority at level 2? At the moment, it does seem that Sri Lanka have a little bit of an advantage, but you always got to fear, especially Emilio early. One good soccer ball kick, and suddenly that Nautilus, he thinks he has the hook, and he's knocked back and can't actually engage.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth in the top lane as well. Not really too much untoward going there, but Weox does hit level 2 first, and so Hydra is going to be taking a very unfavorable trade.
Yeah, not looking so good there. You missed that face breaker right there one time as the set into Gwen, and you're punished heavily. You have to land that, so that way you get that level 2 priority. And losing that to Gwen, you're gonna feel bad at set.
Yeah, no explosion in the bot lane when level 2 was hit. You can see Nishastic maybe feeling a little bit less confident given the fact that the wave is pushing into his tower. It's been thinned out a little. So
also a very powerful duo with Lucian and Emilio. So it's one of those things like you have to hit 2 first and then look for the play. If you hit it at the same time or afterwards, play's gone completely.
Yep, definitely. We do have the junglers though headed in that direction. They both started towards the top side of the map and now they're almost making their way down toward bot.
Phase breaker, nice stun. That's what I was talking about, this top lane. You land that as setting to Gwen, you're going to have a miserable time against you.
Yeah, now he's actually got the level advantage, and Doran's shield in the back pocket's going to keep him tip-top healthy. Whereas for Weox, it'll take a little bit longer to heal back into this lane. So looking pretty good for Sri Lanka up in the top side of the map. I'm interested to see what will happen down here in bot. There is definitely an angle for the Shy Boy to just take this scuttler for free. Lots of prio in bot.
Hard bot lane to dive though. Emilio, soccer ball can knock you back, stun you underneath the turret as well. Not really something you want to look for completely.
They have spotted mechanics on a ward though.
Yes, they have. Oh, that could open up this bot lane a little bit. We do see, look at Love 2 and Nishastic. They have roamed around a little bit to get a little bit of vision control on that bottom quadrant to kind of mitigate what mechanics is doing on the top half. But looking at Kazakhstan at the moment, I really want to see when this Olaf is going to look for those skirmishes. You draft the Olaf for these early skirmishes, the 2v2s that you can have with the top side of the map. And that is why Mechanics is staying on the top half. But we just haven't seen that yet. Sri Lanka are doing a good job kind of mitigating that. But the bot lane being a little bit too risky there for Love 2. Took a little bit too much damage in that little brawl.
Yeah, that is the Ignite invested from the Lucian.
But it's traded for the Ghost on the other side.
Yeah, it is. But ultimately, you do get a little bit more value out of the Ignite in this exchange. It's going to force the reset from I Love 2. And in that meanwhile, Lucian and Milo are more than happy to just continue to farm that wave. And they'll take a little bit more of a favorable base when they need to.
Kind of slow start from what we've seen from these teams so far.
Absolutely.
Especially looking at both Mechanics and Shy Boy. Both times we've seen them on stream. I mean, granted, it was against Kyrgyzstan. We saw both junglers heavily invade and heavily invest into putting their opponent down.
Yeah, a little bit more respect being shown in this matchup. Probably they've done their homework and they recognize this one might not be quite so easy as the game against Kyrgyzstan.
It's also, this is a very important match. Second place on the line for the Asian Games itself. I think that right there means going or not going.
Potentially.
Yeah, so it potentially is. And that's why both teams giving a lot of respect in this matchup, not really playing too aggressively. But here's a good play in the bot lane. Flash in. That's going to be the showstopper onto Gwen. Weox low. One punch. First blood.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Weox, unfortunately. He had the Ghost, but Ghost isn't going to get you out of there. Now the Dragon fight to begin.
That's the gate open. Bigglove has to flash away immediately, but that's a lot of damage on Nishastic the whole time with the Nethergraph onto the Olaf, who's only level 5. But look at Jung on the other side. He's exhausted. They got the flash over the wall. They've got nowhere to go. They pick up the kill on Nishastic as they look for Kasa as well. Oh, it's all falling apart for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, really lacking the damage there for Sri Lanka. And not only that, but all of the damage goes into what actually amounts to be quite a tanky Olaf at that point. Milio getting the heals and the shields through. They just can't quite get it over the edge, and ultimately the House of Cards kind of falls apart there for Sri Lanka, and they give up the Dragon. So little advantage up in the top side of the map, but it is very much counteracted by the big advantage that Kazakhstan have found on the other side of the map.
Feels bad for Hydra too, getting that first blood in the solo matchup, but we take a look at this replay, right? And they just don't have tabs on Jung. Jung, the solution, is who you need to use that Nethergrass onto.
Yeah, ultimately, right, the initial engage went on to Fake Lover, who is a Twisted Fate and isn't going to go down super easy, and then the follow-up engage went in onto Mechanics as well. It was just a bit too much of a split attention focus from Sri Lanka, and maybe not quite getting the target calling through that they needed to. Like you said, nice flank coming in from Junks. Makes a big world of difference.
Well, now look at the solution. 1-0-2.
Ignite, almost all cooldown.
You're right. A lot of power in this lane phase. I don't think actually recalled after getting the Dragon, so that's a lot of gold still in the Solution's pockets that you can easily, once you back off, get that Noon Quiver, start getting towards that power spike of Gale Force for Lucian, where he can annihilate anybody, because if you look at Sri Lanka's side, they don't really have a true tank on their team.
That is true, but they do have some pretty solid frontlining capabilities coming through from the set and the Wukong anyway. I mean, even the Nautilus as well.
Yeah, but it's all about making sure you're staying even with that Lucian. If he's ahead, get that Gale Force before you get a Mythic, you're going to get torn apart.
Well, Weox going to try to bait Hydra in here.
But he knows that Mechanics is there. That's why he's backing off. He saw him on a ward. He placed a nice lane ward. So he actually was able to sniff out that play as mid lane. Bigglove without the flash does not sidestep the knockback, and they've got the Nethergrass underneath the turret for another kill, and this time the Shy Boy takes the credit.
Well, that is perfect, isn't it? That is exactly how you want it to be going for Sri Lanka, right? They get that CC lock, Cyclone into the Nautilus hook, into the Malzahar ultimate. There's just not much you can do there, unfortunately.
Especially without flash of Twisted Fate.
Exactly. I mean, the answer is just don't be there, but it's a little bit more difficult than saying that, so I think, you know, you can kind of forgive him for that death. Really well executed by Sri Lanka.
Yep.
That said, Kazakhstan are not too concerned about it. They are happy to take the Rift Herald. So they've taken both the initial early neutral objectives.
It's a good play by Mechanics here, having gone for that lane gank attempt in the top lane. Now even replicating it here as Hydra is running back. But you never want a 2v1 a set. He can actually beat you pretty handily, but he does miss the face breaker.
Yeah, nothing doing up in the top lane. Shy Boy does not have Cyclone. right now, so Kazakhstan are not super scared of him. There is a Rift Herald drop. That's a fairly aggressive usage of the Rift Herald, I would say.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that one, how early that is. But really what they're trying to do is get this Gwen to the first item, that Rift Maker. As much gold as you can invest, because that's really when Gwen is going to start having a favorable matchup into Set. It's really difficult for Set to actually burst her down at that point, because Needlework is so easy to land on you, since as Set, you're right on top of the Gwen.
Well, here's what we were talking about. That shove battle in mid. So far, no static shift finished off for Fake Lover, but he's already
close.
Tossing those wild cards through. He's got the red cards coming through as well, so he's not really having too many issues with Kassa pushing his lane in.
No, and he's getting close to that static shift too. A couple more waves, can back off, grab that, and then Kassa, that lane priority you have as Malzahar, completely out the window.
Yeah, still feels like this game is hanging in the balance, but the gold has shifted fairly heavily in the favor of Kazakhstan, so just a little favored at the moment. Interested to see what the game looks like when these mid laners are able to start having some kind of impact on the side lanes. Obviously, the fact that they're both now well above level 6, you kind of want to be seeing that.
Yeah, we kind of got a little taste earlier, right? Where that play around the dragon. And Fake Love did a good job of how he was able to kind of manage that fight and stay away, even though it was a very aggressive Destiny gate where he was right into the middle of Sri Lanka. It was a nice flash right back towards his team so they could re-engage afterwards. But we'll have to see, like you said, it's all about the next fight that is going to be really important because both teams relatively even. It is almost 2,000 that Kazakhstan has over Sri Lanka with the 2 neutral objectives they've gotten for the team. That's going to be a nice lead. But still, you always have to fear what's going to happen when you have a Wukong, Set, Nautilus, all that engaged.
This would start to actually look like a pretty good time to fight, though, for Kazakhstan, right? They finished off 2 items so far, nothing completed for Sri Lanka. You've got Gordrinker and Static Shiv picked up for jungle and mid. So if Kazakhstan can try to start forcing something, maybe around that dragon in 15 seconds, then they do have a slight lead in terms of the items.
Sneaky here.
And that's where that 2k gold lead is coming into play.
Looking for the play. They're trying to bait this one in. The flash by Jung. As the whole time, Mechanics dodging vision finally is going to be spotted out as Nishastic took a lot of damage for that one. You're not at the point in the game as Nautilus that you're that tanky. You rushed Mobies, so you're going to struggle into that. But Weox is also going to struggle. Nice flash showstopper to grab the Gwen so he cannot escape.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, though, you do see 3 players towards the top side, and the instant response here from Kazakhstan is going to be to start hitting that dragon. They know that Sri Lanka is not in a position to fight for this one at all, so should be free, and that's 2 very early dragons doing a great job on the neutral objectives in the jungle. Maybe you can make the argument that Mechanics is falling behind a little bit in terms of the kills and that department, but the reality is there is definitely some work being put in the jungle on either side.
Yes, and it's all about the neutral objective control right now for Mechanics. Having all 3 of them picked up by Kazakhstan, even if we have seen these good plays from the Shy Boy to help impact his lanes, he hasn't been able to get full control of the river. And that's going to be the big problem that Sri Lanka are going to have because you're already at the 2 dragon stack for Kazakhstan. That's something that they can rely on. As the Destiny Gate was opened up by Fake Love and does force out the TP of Kassa in the bot lane to make sure the play cannot continue.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it was going to continue anyway, to be quite honest with you there, but
I think it was one of those things where the moment Destiny Gate got opened up, he'd already channeled the TP.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can't cancel that, so.
Yeah. Still, I think that's actually ending up to be quite good value for Fake Lover, right? His ulti's going to come off cooldown much quicker than Teleport is.
True.
And he'll continue to try to shove that lane in. He's also got TP, so if push comes to shove, he can use that to get somewhere. Whereas for the meanwhile, Kassa's kind of stuck in mid.
And he's got that static shift completed. We were talking about that. It's going to be really difficult for Kassa to actually stop him from rotating around a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised if near on cooldown, Fake Love pushes out a wave, uses Destiny Gate into the side lane purely to be there, because like you said, not having that for Kassa and not having lane priority anymore in mid lane, at least not as consistently, is going to be a struggle for Sri Lanka to overcome.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Well, one plate was just picked up by Kazakhstan down there in bot. But still not massive leads coming out for either side of the map. Mechanics is going to see if he can try to help Weox out here, but nothing really doing there as Hydra just walks off.
Hydra went for the Blade of the Ruin King, first item on Set here. Interesting to see, because oftentimes right now with Set, you can't argue many different things.
Right.
It really depends on how you want to play. So this one really wants to win those 1v1s in the side lane and make it so Gwen's not going to have a good time, especially as she still hasn't got that Riftmaker completed.
I suppose that is definitely something they're going to have to be cognizant of. Gwen into the mid and late game being a present threat on the side lanes. This is dangerous for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and they're getting in trouble. Even with the Breath of Life, that's a TP behind, but how long can you survive until he's there? Fake Love has the gold card, but you already lost Jung, and that's going to be the problem because they're going to turn onto you and get a lot of damage, but they're trading the life of the ADCs, and you're pulled back in. You die. Nethercrest as well with a showstopper, stopping the show of Kazakhstan, but Weox is also here, getting a little bit of damage on to Shy Boy. He might have gotten baited, we'll see, because look at Mechanics, he's still looking for the battle, but he's getting bursted down even with the Gore Drinker. So low, finally, the Monkey King takes him down. Gwen snipping away on top of Wukong, but baited in as Sri Lanka find an ace.
Yeah, just a little bit better execution from Sri Lanka, wasn't it? They get in a little bit faster, they have their members where they need to. And we'll take a look at the replay here and give you a good idea of it. It was already a bad start for Kazakhstan. That depth charge, it ripped through the support and the AD carry. Fake Lover comes in a little bit too late to save his ADC. Then he is essentially trading 1-for-1. You're already down 2-for-1. Good ultis come across straight up there as well onto the Goldie. He's finished off. And look at this. Weox, he thinks Shy Boy has used the decoy, walks off, could have actually popped a couple more autos in on that one, and Mechanics, ultimately, as you mentioned, that Gore Drinker is just not enough yet, and Shy Boy is able to walk out of there. Weox kind of gets baited in by his teammate a little bit there. That could have ended with a couple of members still alive for Kazakhstan, but they ultimately tried to bring it back, were not able to do so, and it started to spiral out of control. So that's a big conversion for Sri Lanka, and it bounces the game back in their favor.
And really showing us the Shy Boy for Sri Lanka, such a pivotal member at this point. 4-0-3 on Wukong, and how many times has he impacted these lanes, Jordan? He has been all over the map. Even if Mechanics has gotten neutral objectives, it's about the lane priority. You're helping out your team just a bit more.
Okay, TP into mid to try to keep that tower alive. It's Casa once again using that TP. Has been making pretty efficient use of it, pretty much off cooldown. And Riptail's going to be the option instead, so that is going to give Kazakhstan a bit of time to sweep through the bot side river, have a look towards the Dragon instead.
Also looking for Hydra in the bot lane. They've sent a lot of members here because Dragon will spawn in 30 seconds, but Sri Lanka will be here in time to answer this.
Dive this.
You can't dive this. I think you're just trying to see how much damage you can get onto the turret itself. Hydra can't stop them.
Also got to remember, Weox is up in top, so if this actually does end up being a Dragon fight, it's a 5-on-4 for Sri Lanka. They're not even interested. They're just going to push the mid lane in.
Which is far better in my point of view, because you're also getting a charge from Shelly onto a tier 2 mid. You're probably going to crack that one. That is a huge swing there for Sri Lanka.
I get another charge here.
I don't think the thing is, you're going to get the charge, which is nice. You don't want to take the turret. It's a little too early, especially this close of a game. It's one of those things where
it's a bait.
Right, it's a bait. So that's why they fall back. Instead, they're going to get another neutral objective, bouncing back after such a clean, well, messy fight, but it really was heavily won by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely starting to become a little bit problematic for Kazakhstan. You've got some really good points of strength around the map for Sri Lanka. A 4-0 Wukong in any team fight is going to be insanely scary. You know, Leandri's finished off from Malzahar, so he really gets a big spike off of that. Top lane is problematic for them as well. That set's dealing with Gwen quite comfortably.
And the thing is, that's the big thing, though. The top lane was winning. Look at the inventory of Weox. Has got that Riftmaker completed. Big power spike for Gwen in this matchup, necessary to go toe-to-toe against Set. That's why we look at this matchup, and on paper, 2-0-3 Set looks really good, really fed, right? Then you look at the other side, and itemization, nearly even. Weox actually is not that far behind, just like a component that he might be behind, which is very small in the grand scheme of things. Plus, it's a big power spike for Gwen.
Yeah, I'm just wondering as well what the scaling looks like when it comes to the AD carries as well, right? I Love 2 hasn't really felt like he's had much of an impact on this game so far, but we know Aphelios is always going to be a ticking time bomb, and at a certain point, he's going to start to become a problem as well. Junk's had that advantage early, to be fair, probably still does in terms of his impact in this game, but time is ticking.
Time is ticking. That's why when we look at what can happen here, looking at the mid game especially, we just never really saw the skirmishes I wanted to see out of Mechanics. He's only 1-1-1 on Olaf. And as a 1-1-1 Olaf, you feel so far behind, especially because that Wukong has been impacting so much more. The Olaf needs to play aggressive. He's still, at this point of the game, he still needs to play aggressive into the face of Sri Lanka, but they still also need to make sure that it's on vision so they're not getting collapsed on top as well.
Once again, probably in the eye of the storm at this point in the game. Not a whole lot going on around the map. Rift Herald is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. Or rather, Baron's going to be spawning in 40 seconds. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. So there's not a whole lot to really be taking at the moment. We've just got both teams kind of milling around, clearing out their waves, doing a bit of farming, trying to take some vision control. But where's really the angle for a kill? Where's really the angle for a fight right now? There kind of isn't one.
No.
You can see Kazakhstan was sort of looking a little bit towards bot lane there, but just nothing really doing there. And well, now we might get a bit of an idea as to how this top lane matchup will go with that item being completed by Gwen.
I think Riox could have fought a little harder for that turret.
Yeah, he's just let that go down, and Hydra's just going to back off.
Sri Lanka feeling really comfortable right now. They don't really have to play for anything, as you said. There's not really much to play for. And with the lead they now have, about 2,000 gold up, really swinging that. Remember, it was 2,000 for Kazakhstan like a couple minutes ago. So they have really greatly swung the gold back in their favor and are getting some really big itemization pickups for their team. Stridebreaker completed by Hydra with that recall after getting the turret. Mid lane having the rallies as well for Kasa. So that's going to be really difficult to get away, especially as a team that kind of needs to run into the face of Sri Lanka.
Well, again, bot lane, which features both the mid laners. We said we would expect this to be a bit of a non-affair. And so far that very much has been.
We've been right on the money with that, haven't we, Jordan? I clear the wave, you clear the wave, we both clear the wave, and we never fight.
Everyone gets to have a bit of money. Can't complain too much. That Static Shiv making short work of Malzahar's creeps.
Yeah, Malzahar doesn't have that priority, like I said. But the thing that is big here is Fake Lover really hasn't been impactful with these ults. And that's, I think, the big thing with Twisted Fate. You have to be so on point with a lot of these Destiny gates, trying to find plays. As Jung had to be so careful mid lane, because now you have this big, long lane in mid lane. There's no safety, which gives Sri Lanka all the opportunity to control the top quadrant of the map.
This is a point at which actually Fake Lover can start to have a little bit of impact. He can take that bottom tower, he can shove things in, he's got TP, he's got the ulti as well to make it up for this Baron fight. He's going to get that vision early for his team.
TP, 50% on the Baron. They've got mechanics on the other side, but the Galling doing very little damage to Nishastic. He's able to dodge away from most of the procs of it. While Kazakhstan, they have to make this play. They can't just let the Baron go. They try to engage with Weox into the middle of everybody, but the Cyclone and the pullback in gets a lot of work on a mechanic. They need first down. They go to the Olaf. It's going to be traded with Nishastic, but they got the kill on a Gwen as well, as Jung tries to kite back with the Showstopper, flashed away, still alive. Fake Lover helping it the best he can, but he's pulled back in his flash. The slow from the Rallies makes a double kill easy for Hydra.
Yeah, excellent target selection from Sri Lanka. You just saw mechanics get absolutely boomed. That is going to be a free Baron for Kazakhstan. You could maybe make the argument that for Kazakhstan, they could look toward the Dragon right now to just try to salvage something, but maybe they're hanging around to try to contest the Baron.
This is greedy from Kazakhstan. Jung's on the other side. He could dash in, waits for it, the kick, not going to be enough. A nice smite there from the Shy Boy. But like you said, I think I would have favored Kazakhstan going for the Dragon, going for the trade. As we take a look at this replay, you talked about it, Jordan. The target selection from Sri Lanka.
Watch mechanics. Watch mechanics.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Because he's going to run straight in there and just basically insta-die. You know, he's going to try and do whatever he can.
Yeah, look at that.
CC,
wow.
Absolutely boomed. I Love 2 in the back line is just farming away with the Aphelios, and so at that point, when your front line goes down that quickly, there's really not a whole lot that you can do about it, right? You're a Lucian, you're a Twisted Fate. These are not champions that like to, well, I mean, to an extent, Lucian likes to exist on his own, but certainly not the Twisted Fate. And you've got a lot of guys that just like to run at you, and once they get on top of you, then you're in a bit of trouble. So,
plus, Jung has not gotten that Gale Force that I was talking about before, the Kraken Slayer in the inventory, compared to 2 items for Love 2. Love 2 has been thriving in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, exactly. That last fight, he was completely untouched. No one could get through the front line of Sri Lanka, and the front line of Kazakhstan just doesn't survive.
Right, and I think that's the bigger thing. It's that it's not even a very tanky front line for Sri Lanka.
No.
They're all, it's pseudo tanks, right? You have big shields, you have that kind of stuff, but you're not truly tanky. But as you talked about, it's enough to mitigate the little damage that has been done by Kazakhstan because they just cannot get to the true backline, get on top of Kasa and Love too.
Yeah, I just don't think we're seeing the value out of some of these picks from Kazakhstan just yet. That Olaf could...
That's a Nafari quick blades for Lucian as well. That's actually not terrible. It's just you no longer have that burst. It's much more about slinging a lot of those spells in with your auto attacks now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, is there an argument to be made that they do need the burst in this fight?
Well, the problem is, how are you going to get that? You already talked about it, how difficult it is to get Jung into the fight at all.
Yeah.
As a Lucian with low range, getting kited back by Sri Lanka. I can see the argument either way, but right now, the biggest argument is that Kazakhstan's base is falling apart, and they really just cannot do anything to stop it.
They're going to lose 2 inhibitors here. I mean, their bot lane is a problem as well. It's down to half HP. Mid inhib's gone straight away.
Waiting for the minions. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
Once those are there, crashing to the wave, they should be able to take this one pretty easily, unless Kazakhstan can have a miracle defense right now, because look at this. Hydra escorting a nice minion wave. And it's going to be Weok trying to fight this before Hydra can get to the rest of his team. All the while, Mechanics found the play on his Shastic, even with Hydra fighting with Weok on the other side. I talked about the Gwen matchup in set now, and Gwen actually does a good job. That's why Malzahar had to go there. And with how far ahead Sri Lanka are, they do actually trade 2 for 2 across the board.
Yeah, that's still not too bad for Sri Lanka. Okay, Kazakhstan, they are able to hold on to their bot tower and inhib, but they have still lost a lot in mid. Baron power play has worked out quite nicely for Sri Lanka. And they'll be able to take that reset, go back to base.
Jordan, the biggest thing, though, from that fight is getting the kill onto Wukong. That is shutdown gold necessary for Kazakhstan. It's not enough to completely stop what has been happening for the last couple of minutes. When we take a look at this replay, it is still a big tool that they get some gold back for themselves.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared, actually, about this fight, right? Aphelios, when you're in close range or confined spaces like that, can certainly cleave a lot. It was Mechanics that actually did get the shutdown onto the Shy Boy that hopefully gets him back into this game. He hasn't really had a lot of impact so far on that Olaf.
No.
Level 13. He's down 3 levels on the set, but still feels confident.
Well, the bigger thing is that you have backup. It's not just you in this matchup, but the set does do a lot of damage, and it's taken for a long time. Will finally fall before Shy Boy can actually impact the fight.
Okay. Starting to see some openings. That's another big shutdown, right? Hydra was 5-0-4. 550 gold shutdown. Sri Lanka maybe just letting their foot off the gas pedal just a little too much right now in the mid game. And giving Kazakhstan a way back into it. To be fair, Kazakhstan still down 4K. It's not as if they're back in, it's not a walk in the park, so to speak, but the door's open.
It's also not that big of a goal, right? We're 27 minutes into the game. Not a terrible deficit to find yourself at, especially as we are starting to get more itemization for Kazakhstan. Maw of Malmortius for Mechanics, because he has been bursted down pretty efficiently, especially by Kasa. And even looking at Fake Lover, getting more burst potential with that Lich Bane.
Yeah, you definitely need him to be able to survive. You definitely need Mechanics and Weox to be able to stand in that team fight and at least soak up some presence to kind of enable the backline to play the game, which they haven't really been able to do in the last couple of previous fights. But with these 2 big shutdowns, maybe there's a world back in there. Mechanics has looked, I'll say, a little bit more tanky, a little bit more threatening.
And having that Black Cleaver thrown in there too, because you do have much more of the auto attack based build here for Twisted Fate, and then Lucian on top of it, who's now got himself a Last Whisper just to cut through any resistances that are on the side of Sri Lanka. Even if it's not much, it's enough now to give more potential for Jung to actually be the burst carry.
Well, 22 seconds until we really start to see it come to a head. That's when Baron's going to be up. Dragon as well.
Destiny Gate open. Got to spot out Sri Lanka. Scare them away. Had to use that to defend Mechanics, which is a big tool gone. With the Baron spawning up here in just a couple of seconds.
Certainly.
Sri Lanka could utilize that knowledge to get control there, or
Death Bush.
Set up this Death Brush. Oh, missing barely. The goalie somehow right out of range of that dredge line.
I think it's actually just maybe that slight bit of move speed you get off the Cloud Rift.
Yeah.
That has kept him safe there.
But still will mean the Dragon picked up by Sri Lanka.
Yep.
Themselves now at soul point potential.
4 out of 4 Cloud Drakes. This could be fun.
Gotta go fast, you right? Right now, they are zooming around the map, and that is going to be something that Kazakhstan will struggle with. This is actually the power, I think, that Cloud Dragons just has in general that people do not give enough respect to, is how much ability now you have to move around the map and be the first one at every play that Kazakhstan are going to struggle to. And like we talked about before, that Destiny Gate is gone.
This Baron is going down very quickly.
And there's no answer here from Kazakhstan. They're way too late to the party. That's going to be picked up before they can get into the pit. But what happens afterwards? It's going to be Smite Secure. Nishastic trying to stalk as long as he can, and they got a lot of damage. They've taken down the Olaf. But look at this nice, huge showstopper there from Hydra. Make sure that Kazakhstan have to run, but Jung flashing away. He's ticking, he's slowed, but not healing up, and he dies to Malzahar's Malefic Vision.
Yeah, Pixel Perfect from Sri Lanka. They really do play the aggro nicely.
This is over. That TP there from Hydra as well forced out the Destiny Gate just to survive for Fake Glove with Baron on their heads, and guess what? An open up mid.
That's not looking good at all. Inhib's going to be taken, that's for sure. 2 inhibs. Still some very long death timers coming through here for Kazakhstan. Fake Glove the only one to defend. He hasn't even been able to fully heal himself back. Doesn't get given that time to sit in the fountain, but ultimately it's not going to make a difference, and that is indeed both the bot and mid inhib being completed for Kazakhstan. What a sexy team fight that was from them, though. The Wombo combo, right? The Cyclone into the Showstopper.
Hydra, I think that Showstopper there wins them the fight.
Well, I mean, we're going to get to have another look back at it. You look for the engage right there as Kazakhstan, and initially it did look okay. The shaft stick got boomed, but straight up this Showstopper and the Cyclone on top of it as well just absolutely tears them apart. I Love 2 was playing quite aggressively in that fight as well. He was just charging his way forward. He was feeling it.
Ooh, looking for this fight, thinking they have the man advantage. Kazakhstan just can't burst anyone quickly enough. It's only going to be Nishastic that falls, as they already got the TP on the side, but they got the pick onto Kazakhstan. That's actually going to be a huge fight because they got the shield now. But Hydra taking out the back line right now with Set, and he is rinsing Kazakhstan. Sri Lanka can rely on Set. He's got the power. He's chasing down Mechanics. He's got the speed. You missed the undertow, even with the blast code nearly pulled back, but it doesn't matter because Sri Lanka, that's all they needed.
Man, don't give this guy Set. What did he just do to them? That was criminal.
He punched them in the face. He broke their noses. They're flat on their backs right now because that's going to be the game. As Shy Boy, he's in the base. Mechanics, he's got no HP to work with, and that's a lot of minions already poured in here. Sri Lanka coming out strong here. Game 1 against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Nexus goes down. Sri Lanka, they come back from a bit of a deficit at the start of that game, and they ultimately make it look very clean in the end. That Set pick absolutely popped off. It was something like 8-1 and 9.
8-1 and 9.
Yeah.
8-1 and 9.
And the last 2 fights we saw as well were absolutely beautiful. Pixel Perfect, great stuff. That is a lesson in how to play Set.
That's a lesson in how to team fight with Set. It was perfect. Like you said, that last fight especially, how much he did to the backline. It looked like Kazakhstan were going to win that fight until Set just one-shot Jung. Just boom, and he's out.
He's been spending a bit of time in the gym. Yeah, now, I mean, obviously we take a look at the draft right here and we have a few questions. Do we see the value in the Olaf is probably the first question I have. What about the blind Gwen? Was that potentially a bit of an issue for Kazakhstan?
Honestly, I like Gwen as a pick, but blind is really risky, especially after we've seen this. Set, I said there's ways that Gwen wins this one that actually is usually Gwen favored at some points in the game, but then there are powers. If you land one good face breaker as Set onto your Gwen, well, you win the fight after that one. And that's what pretty much happened over and over again, and really shows us that Hydra really knows how to play that Set.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the one thing that sort of interests me as well is for Kazakhstan, they put a lot of priority into getting the counter pick for the jungle. It didn't really feel like that had a lot of impact, at least certainly not the kind of impact that it needed to have if you're going to give it that kind of priority. Mid lane, we sort of established wasn't really going to be the focal point for that matchup. But
that was going to be a non-issue the whole time.
Yeah, and even down in bot lane, like they kind of got ahead to an extent early on in the game, right? They won that initial dragon fight. The very first dragon fight did go the way of Kazakhstan, but they were not able to snowball that lead or snowball that advantage. And as we saw. Sri Lanka just scaled into their game a little bit better, and once they got themselves sorted in those team fights, they just had a bit too strong of a combo with the Cyclone, with the set following through on top of all that. And, we brought up multiple times as well, Aphelios and his scaling into the late game is really quite scary and almost unparalleled, certainly unmatched in this particular matchup. So once you get to that point, then what can you really do as Kazakhstan? They just felt too far behind.
Right, and I think that was my big thing with this one, is that Olaf pick, if you're not fighting level 1 through 3, especially into something like Wukong, utilize that you had push prio topside, then what's the point of picking it? What's the point of taking that one? That is what you're kind of using, especially with Olaf jungle for. And if that's not going to be the case, well, there's so many other picks that could have been taken there instead that I think would have been better, like Viego. It kind of comes to my mind that would have helped out a lot more with some of those fights.
Yeah, particularly with how scrappy they were, right?
Right,
a lot of low HP members on either side. Sri Lanka in the second to last Baron fight, they had juggled that aggro quite nicely, and like I would say 4 of them were pretty much at that almost sliver of HP kind of mark, where if you start to kind of chew through that as a Viego, you're going to be having a pretty good time. But anyway, end of the day, they just couldn't quite get it done. I think there's a lot that Kazakhstan can look at, though, from that one.
Right.
It's not as if they were completely shut out from that game.
This is a very close game. One of the closest games we've had in RDAG like the entire time.
Yeah, so I expect that they'll be able to go back and, sort of reset and hopefully come in with a bit of a different look. Do they, decide to swap over to blue side as well? That's going to be an option.
I love that cinematic right there.
Get that information through to you as well. I mean, it started so well for Hydra. I think first of all, you have to be looking at that and saying, I mean, are we going to ban the set, or are we going to play around the potential that the set does get picked? Because it would feel pretty illegal to give Hydra that pick twice in a row after he's done that to you.
Right. Like, especially if you're going to give him the counter pick, right?
Right.
Like, you pick that Gwen blind. If it was the set pick blind and then you counter picked it and that still happened, maybe you're like, okay, we really do have to ban it. There, it's like, it's hard to make that argument, but he was really good on that champion. He did such a good job. Like, that last fight really is the one that kind of sticks out to me, because that was the most important fight, where it could have been the comeback for Kazakhstan. It was nearly the comeback for Kazakhstan until Hydra's like, no, I'm one-shotting the back line.
Yeah, he just put up some insane numbers. I mean, this was another great fight from him. You're right, this is pretty much his highlight reel, I would say. Hydra highlights.
It's hard to imagine anyone else is going to get the Audi Super A player of the game, but Hydra, with how he played these fights. The early game might have been kind of quiet, and he had some good outplays, but it was really how he piloted these team fights that were so important.
Yeah, this was the big one. This was the one that we thought pretty much turned the game from being quite, slightly ahead for Sri Lanka to pretty much it's their game. That was just an insane combo. And when you hit that many players with your showstopper, then, you've done something right. And as I'm sure we'll get a replay of the final fight as well here. And this was the one where he just, I mean, did he fall to 0? The player. Let's have a look here, because it did look something close to it. He must have had a huge shield built up. It was jumps, not quite full, but
I mean, nearly.
And then the positioning on the showstopper, he just cleans up Fake Lover as well. I mean, it's just so clean. Look at that. Excellent stuff across the board. Gold difference, bit of a peak, bit of a trough coming through there for both teams. I think there's definitely, like you said, a world where Kazakhstan can look at that and say we did some good, right? They just needed to find a way to convert on that early game. They were unable to do so. Hydra, big gap there in the top lane damage, big gap in the 80 carry damage coming through there as well.
If you're having that kind of gap as a Gwen as well, and you're doing that little damage,
right?
Why blind it? That's my big question there, and no surprise. Not one bit of a surprise.
Hydra just popped off in that game. 6k gold difference at the end. 77% KP as well for a top laner.
For top laner is insane.
Is really, really good. Yeah, we've seen games so far in this event where we've literally got to the final fight with top laners being 0-0 and 0.
Yeah, and there's been like 20 kills.
Yeah, and they end like 1-1 and 2 or something like that.
Right.
You're like, good job, mate.
You were there. You were there. That was mid lane this game.
You did your job. Yeah.
That was mid lane this time around. With the Malzahar, the Static Shiv, Twisted Fate. But like we said, Hydra playing out of his mind on that set. And now Sri Lanka find themselves 1-0 over Kazakhstan. 1 game away from cementing second place in the Central Asia and South Asian region. We're going to toss it to a break, and we'll be right back for Game 2.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
酷11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, defining the truth and be the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the world to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now. You choose it all. It's contagious. You and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. We're getting ready for Game 2 here in our last series of the Road to Asian Games. It is Day 8. We have had so much League of Legends played so far and still have so much more. Well, no, we don't have that much more to go. Shouldn't say that.
Well, we do actually. We've got a long flight home. There is that to sort of
League of
think
Legends.
about.
We don't have much more League of Legends.
That's true. That is true.
I was about to say we have so much more League of Legends because it is a best of 3 that we still have. But we are at potentially 2 games, but that's not very much League of Legends when you think about it, especially after that last game. Sri Lanka, you see them on your screen right now. Hydra, especially on that set in that last game, controlling every team fight.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was fantastic actually from Hydra. We sort of highlighted the junglers for both of these two teams, but it didn't feel like that necessarily was the pain point for Kazakhstan. It definitely felt like the top lane, the top laner for Sri Lanka was very much where they found their advantages. Mid was a bit of an interesting matchup as well. I don't expect we're going to see the same kind of a mentality brought. I think things are going to change up quite a lot. Now, one thing to note, both teams have stayed on the same side of the rift, so that hasn't changed up all that much, but looking at the bans, looking at the draft, I think you're going to have to see Kazakhstan try to force a bit of a different game. That one certainly didn't play out very comfortably for them. The way that they drafted as well, it seemed to play into the hands of Sri Lanka. They got some nice counter picks that they were happy with, and they were able to neutralize certain parts of the rift that, maybe Kazakhstan wants to try to unlock. So let's see if anything changes up in the draft here already. You've got the Nico and the Zeri out of the picture once
Same with
again.
Italy. It's going with the same bands, Kindred.
Yep.
Nothing changing for either side. Like I said, I actually don't think that Kazakhstan's draft was very bad. I think it was actually a very good draft. It was just how they played the early levels that really made it difficult, but they do make one change. Kasante is allowed to be open, but Malzahar not going to be on Kasa's side anymore.
Yeah, and that was very much expected. It didn't really leave much room in the mid lane for Fake Lover to do anything apart from match the Malzahar. So this potentially frees him up a little bit.
That was kind of the problem I was saying, right, Jordan?
Yeah.
I was saying I don't mind Fake Lover playing the Static Shiv Twisted Fate mid lane, but the problem was it just felt like he couldn't do much because he had to make sure he controlled Kasa, and because he was controlling Kasa, he couldn't actually help impact that side lane, especially that top lane, where you really want that Twisted Fate to move around, try to get these early leads, use the level 6 right out of the get-go.
Yeah, it's funny to me that we see so much priority being put on the Nautilus twice in a row by Sri Lanka. They've opted towards that, and I tell you what, that's one way to have a fun lane down bot, right? We've got a Nautilus, again, probably towards the support role, maybe jungle, but probably support, and then straight into the Leona and the Caitlyn. That is like a tried and true combo, a tried and true duo down there in the bot.
But it's a very different Caitlyn than we're used to from the past. She actually has been abusing the Static Shiv in the bot lane as well.
Right.
To really try to push these lanes back. And as a champion that already has a lot of power in the lane phase, tagged on top with the Leona, it's a very difficult lane to actually match up to, especially if you show the Nautilus first. And I'm assuming that Love2 is probably going to go back to that Aphelios, something that is still very strong, very comfortable. But it's going to struggle on these first few levels up against Caitlyn Leona.
Yeah, most definitely. That is Kazakhstan throwing the gauntlet down at Sri Lanka and saying, come at us. And, well, Sri Lanka, they do respond in kind, very much the expectation. The only really change up so far for Sri Lanka, of course, is that Kasante in there for the set in top. It's a Kasante into a Renekton now.
That is a lot of early game we're seeing here from Kazakhstan. They pretty much are going to the drawing board saying, all right, what happened in that last game? What did we need to do? Well, they needed to play early game and skirmish 2v2 topside.
Yep.
Well, they have now got skirmish in the bot lane with the 2v2 Caitlyn and Leona. They've got skirmish from that Renekton into Kasante. He's going to look for the early pressure onto Hydra and make it so that it's Weox's turn to get that Audi Super A player of the game.
Yeah, not looking towards the Wukong in the jungle this time for Sri Lanka. That's going to have to change up a little bit. You have the Graves waiting for the final ban as well for Sri Lanka. Mid or top lane, sorry, mid or jungle you'd be expecting. And it's Syndra.
Understandable.
So a bit of a safer pick, probably looking towards something in the mid lane to be a little bit safer actually here for Kazakhstan, just so that they have a point of the map that they don't really have to worry too much about.
Oh, okay, going to the Ahri for Fake Lover. Something that we kind of have seen. It's funny. It's very meta pick, right? But we haven't really seen it for a couple of days with West Asia. It wasn't really touched. So now pulling that back out, the power that has, and not having to worry about that Annie or Syndra lane is actually giving a lot of power to Fake Lover, where there aren't really many answers that Kasa can go for. That Malzahar is one of them, but again, that is banned. So they go to Seraphine. They go for scaling, they go for wave clear, because you're not, you just don't want to interact with that Ahri.
They did play a Seraphine lane yesterday, Sri Lanka. So it's not exactly unprecedented. And it's going to be Karthus in the jungle. So, okay, we're going to throw everything at the wall here and see what sticks. As Kazakhstan, they've got a bit of everything, don't they? They've got a little bit of early game. They've got a bit of skirmishing. They've got a bit of scaling.
I like this Karthus a lot, and I'll tell you why. Normally, I'd hate it into Jarvan. It has a terrible matchup into Jarvan because Jarvan likes to clear fast, and he also can invade, and he's very good at ganking. But what is the power of the solo lanes from Kazakhs? They have a Renekton, and they have an Ahri. Two great skirmishers, two champions that are going to be difficult for a Seraphine and Cassante to deal with, which gives priority to
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, sorry.
I think you're looking for the word, and it's not coming out.
I said Kazakhs, and because I almost said Kazakhs.
Yes.
But it's just one of those things where we look at that, and that gives Karthus a free jungle. He's a very quick clear as well, but you can't invade him because Renekton or Ahri can always move first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm interested to see how this plays out in concept and in principle. But it is a very interesting draft from Kazakhstan. I mean, probably one of the more interesting drafts that we've actually seen at this event, just in terms of, okay, there's been some strange picks, let's be real.
Strange picks, yeah.
But some of them just don't make sense, right? Some of them we've seen over the past few days, we're just like, okay, well, either this is a comfort champ or who knows what's going on. At least in this case, you can kind of see the idea for Kazakhstan.
I definitely see it. I see what they're putting down.
What they're trying to go for with this draft. Am I sold on it? Look, if I had to pick between the two drafts, I think I'd probably still be leaning on the side of Sri Lanka. I find the ease of execution there is just a little bit more favorable for me.
I also have to agree with you on that one. And you want to know the biggest reason why, Jordan?
Why is that?
Because Kazakhstan are on a clock. They have a time window that they are powerful until about 25 minutes into the game. They have to win by then. If they don't, if it's even going up to 25 minutes, that's a Seraphine and that's an Aphelios.
Yeah.
Their scale, you're never killing them anymore.
No. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought you were just going to come in and say you were a Seraphine Giga fan, but tell you what, I am on board with it. I think
I'm a Vygar Giga fan. That's what I'm about.
I see. Okay, well, we're learning a lot about each other in this cast. But, I mean, one thing that you should know about me as well is that I always tend to favor those more, what's the word? The safer picks. The scaling choice.
Yeah.
This, at a certain point, you're going to get relevance out of it one way or the other. So that's why I'm leaning a little bit towards Sri Lanka.
And that's understandable. Totally understandable. Because it puts the onus on Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah.
It's all about how Kazakhstan plays. Because if you're Sri Lanka, all you have to do is neutralize. You do not actually have to be that proactive. Like, if you get leads early, better. More power to you. But you don't have to. You can just keep the game even, going all the way to 25 minutes, and then at that point, you're just unstoppable.
100%. But I'm not sure that it's going to be an easy, chill farm session for Sri Lanka.
Ooh.
They are going to be really challenged in these lanes, and I don't mind this. You want to take that blue buff away from the Karthus. That is the first port of call.
Yeah.
That's going to really hamper his effectiveness in this jungle.
And look at the ward they placed down on their own blue buff, too. So they go for this invade, Sri Lanka does. They put a ward on blue buff in case Mechanics tries to cross map, tries to go for the blue buff himself.
Yep.
So now, if you are the Shy Boy, you take this. You get the Gromp, you get the blue, you book it immediately to your own blue.
Yeah,
you deny that completely.
It kind of shuts down what you were talking about a little bit earlier, right? Where we were talking about maybe Jarvan wants to try to force some invades. Well, he has been able to do that. And now it's almost back on the shoulders of Mechanics to be the one to invade. And in that case, you do disregard some of the advantages that you have in those lanes just because you won't be able to move as quickly to support your jungler. Level 2 hit first in bot.
And getting that trap, getting the headshot on it to Nishastic as well. Gonna chunk him down to nearly half. He'll pop a couple of the pots there and the biscuits as well. He'll be fine in the lane, but as you said, getting that power spike there is gonna help them. But this is the thing. The only problem though, for Sri Lanka, now you've spotted this out, but what did I talk about top lane? Look at how far that Renekton is pushed up. there's no way anybody can answer this. So that unless the Shy Boy immediately went to blue buff like I was asking for, that's the only way you stop this play from happening.
Yeah, but I mean, he might be able to catch him at the walls. Mechanics is getting a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit
look,
greedy for
Casa.
more.
Casa's already here.
Blast Cone.
Realizing there's no mid laner, so backing off of this one. Has the Blast Cone. Yep, just takes that away. So, good
Doesn't
call
get
there.
the big wolf, though.
Good call, though, from Mechanics. Realizing that Casa was missing and saying, all right, you know what? I'm not even going to try to get the big
He's
wolf.
going for the Gromp.
That's greedy.
Is he really going for the Gromp?
That's greedy. Okay. He has Exhaust, so that is one thing that we didn't talk about. He has gone for Exhaust on Karthus. That makes it really difficult for Shy Boy, especially with your passive as Jarvan. If that's a quick Exhaust out of Mechanics, that means that passive bonus damage you get with the first auto attack as Jarvan, completely out the window.
It definitely negates a lot of the burst potential.
Spot lane, we still see a little bit more skirmishing, but it is favoring Kazakhstan.
For now.
For now. But the big thing is they do have all these lanes of priority, and the Shy Boy has actually been hampered a lot by Mechanics, who is still invading as a Karthus into the Jarvan. It is going to be the secure of Gromp for Shy Boy, but he took a lot of damage for that, and now him and Hydra are corralled underneath this turret.
Yeah, did get the Rift Scuttler there as well, so that's helped him quite a lot, Mechanics, to get some leads in the jungle. Both top and jungle taking a base. Hydra does have TP, so he should get back there without losing too much. Casa starting to run out of mana in mid, though does have a Biscuit.
Yeah, but Fake Lover's pretty low as well. So that's kind of what we expect in this matchup right now. You really, as Fake Lover, you're just pushing back the Seraphine, who has very high mana cost early into the game and low mana. You're making sure she can't roam, and it's about how you move around the map, impact things with Mechanics.
Karthus gets the double scuttle. So
that's big.
That's a great start for Mechanics. And now starting to make his way down into bot. Would not have been spotted out by those creeps.
Yeah, sneaky there. Shouldn't be spotted out going into that second rush as well. Sri Lanka, they're playing passively though. This bot lane, that's going to be the Zenith Blade in, but the turret shot flashed away by Love 2. Goldie, that was a little too ambitious there because you died to first blood when you had the advantage.
Yeah, look, that was a little bit of an in. I mean, I can see the idea, right? He's trying to force a fight, but Sri Lanka able to lock him down long enough, and this might result in more than just one.
Oh no, the flash over the wall. Jung trying to kite it back. They are going to pick up the kill, but that's Exhaust on a Shy Boy. Still kiting the best they can. Jung, he's got away, and they actually got Love 2 because Karthus is Soul takes the Soul.
Okay, fair enough. A 2 for 2 in the end is maybe better than you could have hoped for.
That's the, I mean, for Kazakhstan after what had happened with the Goldie dying under the turret.
Yep.
That's actually pretty good.
But look at who the 2 kills went to. We'll take a look back on the replay right here. I Love 2 easily picks that first one up onto Goldie. And it goes his way as well onto Mechanics. So 2 kills onto the Aphelios early is really going to help out that bot lane. We talk about the prio being important for Junks and Goldie down there in bot. Maybe not quite as easy to hold on to when you're 2 kills behind.
No, but having kills picked up by Karthus is going to be big. That's a big thing. And you also got a kill without dying as Jung. So he actually pushes back the wave. It keeps it at a relatively nice state at the moment. So it is actually not too bad for Kazakhstan.
Is this a dive angle right now for Weox?
Yeah. No, it's not. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have ult. But this is actually Sri Lanka. Why is your bot lane in the jungle of Kazakhstan? You're getting heavily punished for this, rightfully deserved.
Well, that's a freebie.
Yeah, there's no reason to be there. You don't have priority mid. You don't have your jungler in a position to actually look for that. Your jungler is busy fighting top lane, trying to help out and getting the knock up on a Weox. The Weox with the all out on top flashes away, but he cannot escape from K'Sante.
Yeah, getting a bit of value so far on this Jarvan, and that's what you want to be seeing, right? He is an early game-oriented jungler. You want to be having an impact in your lanes. But the thing is, yeah, I mean, on the other side of the field, right, Mechanics is, I mean, debatably having even more impact, right? He's 1-1 and 2, you're 0-0-2.
And they got the Dragon, first one of the game. Again, Kazakhstan, these neutral objective controlling that they have from Mechanics has been pretty big. And having that kill they got on Nishastic as well in the bot lane completely mitigates the death top side, because Weox can, even if he does lose out on some experience, some gold from the minions, it's not that much. He actually is still the same CS as Hydra.
Small advantages being gained in the bot lane, though. And that is going to be a key focal point for Sri Lanka. Would like to see them playing around the bot lane. You've got a 2-1 Aphelios. He's going to be a big win condition later on in the game, especially with that Seraphine, the support in mid.
That's also why I'm looking at Jung on this Caitlyn, right? I told you about that static Shiv, and Kazakhstan, when I talked to them, they're definitely meta abusers. They're telling me how they played Lissandra with Aftershock way back in the day, back during the last Asian Games. They're actually abusing that to the point where everyone was copying them, and now mid lane, Kazakh's going to die.
Yep. Well, that's what happens on Seraphine. Jung might be dying as well.
Moonlight Vigil, nice. Love to sniping that kill.
Yeah, I was going to sort of say, I think down in the bot lane, you kind of want to see Sri Lanka trying to flex their muscles a bit.
Okay, Ryox actually, no, his cooldowns aren't there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's why you didn't do it. You wanted to get a little bit of damage there for mechanics, but Hydra does survive. And while he's surviving, that is a large minion wave crashing into this tier 1. And now diving solo, the flash away, Hydra, the mind games over Weox.
Yeah, that's the second time that Shyboy has been able to walk up into top and have an impact.
He was just there for show. That was Hydra all day long.
Yeah, but I mean, Hydra definitely still struggling a little bit in this matchup. You can see he's getting bullied about by that Renekton. How long does that last, though?
Well, I mean, there's a point where you're just going to get too tanky, but greeting for the wave, trying to crash that mechanics, trying to punish that Skittles. Wants Hydra to taste the rainbow. He's locked in to the alcove, but all out and onto a Karthus and bringing up Nashastic as well. Hello, where'd you come from? But you left your bot lane alone, so Love 2 is going to get shut down by the Goldie.
Yeah, a couple of question mark pings going down in the bot lane there. It's a bit messy across the board, isn't it, from both teams? That is a big swing back for Kazakhstan, getting that shutdown onto the Aphelios. But, you know, I feel a little bit for Shyboy, right? I think we've all been there when we've been playing Jarvan jungle, right? You're running all over the map. You're feeling like everything you're doing is paying off, but it just, for some reason, doesn't seem to be enough.
Especially...
Oh, no! Yeah, I mean, that's the interaction with the flag and drag. Sometimes when the wall is just a little bit too big.
Too thick.
The flag goes over, the drag does not.
That's tragic. You feel for Shyboy even more. You were talking about that, all the plays he's been making, but they just don't have priority. Even with them winning out, they have no priority. Kasa can't step up because Goldie, his rotations around the map to equate what had happened earlier, that is a massive swing for Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Sri Lanka really have to find a way to try slow this game down a little bit. They're not in a bad position by any means, but the pace is starting to pick up a little bit, right? You're kind of feeling Kazakhstan getting advantages one after the other.
Thing in Jordan, all these plays that the Shyboy has been making, right? You're so proactive. Did 6 kills to 7 kills, yet you're somehow behind 2,000 gold because it's so difficult to do anything early game into this competition. This is why I was talking about really for Sri Lanka, it's about holding the line, just surviving these early games because you're always going to get pressured. Every lane is a winning lane and will have priority for Kazakhstan. That's why the Shyboy has to be the impactor and has to look for plays like this onto the Goldie, but it's taken a long time for them to actually pick up the kill, and the Requiem going to help out a lot. Headshot, there it is. No, Shyboy still alive. They got the pull back in with the Moonlight Vigil as well. Flashing away, Jung survives, but so does Goldie. And mechanics, he'll scare away Love 2 from trying to commit for the dive.
Yeah, Leona is just... Leona's a champion. I'll just leave it at that. Press that W key and never die. It's the W never die button.
Yeah, and that's why you just see all that attention that was focused onto the Goldie, right? Yeah. And took negligible damage.
I don't mind the idea, right? They must be tracking the summoner spells, know that he doesn't have the flash, but they just don't have the damage to get through that.
Yeah, not yet. Like, look at the inventory. Now has completed that first item for Love 2. Static Shiv was already there for Jung. So was actually able to utilize that to clear out the wave really quickly and then kite back really efficiently too for Jung.
Should be another fairly free dragon right here for Kazakhstan. Sri Lanka on some resets. And if they start it now with Karthus as well, single target damage on those Qs.
Yeah, you're not taking this. That's gonna, it's similar story with these early objectives, right? We're seeing a lot of these early objectives picked up by the Kazakhstan team. It's only the third one of the game, even though Nashastic was kind of in the vicinity. Again, no lane priority. They just don't have that position. The Shyboy can gank all these lanes all he wants, but then what's happening in the other 2 lanes?
100%. He's going to come back down to bot, though, and try to run it back.
It's hard, because like I said, static Shiv abuse. Kazakhstan are right there. They're trying to clear out this wave so they can fight back a little bit. Flag drag to Met on Jung, and he'll die first. But
TP's everywhere.
Oh my god, we're about to have a rumble in the bot lane. And that Dominic did in the Son of the Love too as well. Flashing forward, they take out the Aphelios. But what happens afterwards with the Encore connecting and the all-out as well from Hydra, but he's still alive under the wall. Oh, he's gonna die. Double kill picked up by Fake Lover.
Yeah, they just haven't quite scaled into this game yet, have they, Sri Lanka? They can't quite afford...
Oh, the flash Fake Lover! What was that play? Because it worked out perfectly. You might have traded the life of Leona, but you still were able to pick up massive swings of gold, but you got to be careful afterwards because it's going to be mechanics picked up. Double kill for the Seraphine, but she died to Karthus, and afterwards it is cleanup duty for Kazakhstan. Huge swing of gold in this bot lane.
Damn, what an absolute mess that was. It started well for Sri Lanka. They got the initial pick, good target focus onto Junks. It was basically a 4-on-5, but Kazakhstan just a little bit stronger at the moment. Here's that initial engage. There is nothing Junks can do. He's just crowd controlled out of the game. iLove2 instantly follows suit though, as everyone dives on top of him, and even the TP in from Kasa, ulti across, is not enough to keep the ADC alive for Sri Lanka, and from there on out it is one little skirmish after another. And you see them get that nice flash charm from Fake Lover. Does get traded back. It's a nice cataclysm there to lock him down for a moment, and Shyboy played around his abilities quite nicely. He played around the cooldowns nicely. Was able to kind of salvage a little bit on the back end there, but
then you also focus on a Karthus. You're like, all right, what do I do now?
Yeah, exactly. You can't get back out as Jarvan. Once you're in, that's one of the things. Once you're in as Jarvan, you can't get back out unless you have the flash, and even then, the flash doesn't really cover the distance that your flag and drag does. So a lot of the time you're up the creek without the paddle if you've overcommitted.
That's exactly what happened in the bot lane there for Sri Lanka.
But, you know, again, all things considered for Sri Lanka, they haven't lost too much. They do fall a little bit further behind, but they get a couple of kills again onto iLove2. He's continuing to find a way to stay in this game. It's just going to be a question of whether or not they can be given the time to survive. We're at 15 minutes. They need another 10 minutes or so. 4-0 on 5 Ari with the Everfrost.
Right,
problematic.
Jumped on, pops dominance. Skates out of that one pretty easily. Kind of going back to your point there, Jordan. We kind of look at this game right now. And Love 2, he's not in a terrible position, right? He's on the same item as Jung on the other side. Jung KZ is not far ahead. He's gone for the static shift just to clear out. It's much more utility out of this Caitlyn. But that is kind of a problem. It's going to be really quick wave clears there for Kazakhstan. And as an Aphelios, if you try to step up to clear a wave, that's exactly what's going to happen every time.
Yep. Well, that's, you know, not really a mistake that they can be affording at this point in time. Mid tower goes down. Shyboy in a bit of trouble as well.
That's going to be the charm. Where is it? Fake Love connecting onto Shyboy, and you cannot escape this one. Ace in the hole, snipes the kill. As Nishastic can't do anything but watch.
Well, it's going quite swimmingly, as I struggle to get my words out. 8 days of talking in a row.
Yeah,
it's going quite swimmingly for Kazakhstan at this point. But they've got to kind of keep it. They've got to keep it rolling, right? They can't afford to lose one fight. They can't afford to make a mistake here. This is the little problem sometimes that I have with compositions like this, is that, you know, it can be looking fantastic, and then all of a sudden one thing goes wrong. One person gets picked at the wrong time. It snowballs into a bad fight, and all of a sudden Sri Lanka's in full control, and they're not losing the game from there.
Right, exactly, and that's the big thing. You have to continue the momentum as Kazakhstan. Can never relent on that pressure. Every single stage, every single time you see someone step out a little bit too far, look for the fight, look for the skirmish, because that is your power. It is 17 minutes into the game. And like I said, I put them on a 25-minute timer, but it's going to be really difficult to start doing anything to Sri Lanka. Thankfully for Kazakhstan, they do have quite a sizable gold lead that actually allows them probably 5 extra minutes, especially if they can find picks like this on an Nishastic, as he was trying to go for a little bit of a ward clear mission.
Yeah, I mean, that's support life really, isn't it? But you can't be walking around on your own like that at this point in the game.
Especially with the build. You again went for the Moby boots on Nishastic.
Yep.
Try to impact some side lanes a little bit more, which means you're a lot more susceptible to dying really quickly, especially with the Karthus on the other side.
This will be a third dragon given up to Kazakhstan. So they're starting to hit those breakpoints. Dragon Soul on offer in 5 minutes. and it doesn't feel like Sri Lanka in 5 minutes are going to be too comfortable about contesting that Dragon fight. It's not a lot of time. It doesn't get them back into the game unless something goes horribly wrong for Kazakhstan. Hydra is definitely having a better time now in top than what we saw, so that, you know, scaling is starting to come into play up in the top side of the map, but certainly still doesn't have the priorities and hasn't been able to take down that tower just yet. Looking for some bounty gold somewhere as Sri Lanka, but they're just not getting it anywhere right now.
Well, they have many options. Look, Weox, Mechanics, Fake Lover, all of them have bounties on their heads, but it's how do you kill them, right? You can kill a Karthus fairly easily. Yeah, that's 150 gold bounty you have on top of that Karthus. But what happens afterwards? You really got to kill everyone around the Karthus first before you actually focus on the Karthus. But then you're leaving a Karthus to free damage and free fire.
Rift Herald drop down in mid. And I unironically think we might actually see an inhib get broken here potentially.
Depends. That was a nice Moonlight Vigil to flash in as well. Goldie taking a lot of attention. Encore onto 2, but look at Fake Lover finding Majestic on the other side. The flank there is for Kazakhstan as they chase down Love 2. Nowhere to go, and the Croc finds another kill. It's a killing free, and like you called, Jordan, a crash in the mid lane for the Rift Herald, and it seems that Kazakhstan will not relent. They will not stop this pressure. They might just want to end this game now.
Is that even possible? I mean,
that's a fat minion wave mid lane. They might be able to.
20 seconds, 9 seconds here for the Shy Boy. I Love 2 just about to be
off.
up.
They're backing off.
Yeah, they're spamming the back pings, but that is a crushing blow to Sri Lanka. How are you going to come back from that? Take a look at this replay. They kind of had to fight, didn't they? Moonlight Vigil, it connected quite nicely. Nishastik's trying to do anything, but as we've spoken about a lot over this week, the Nautilus, if you fall behind, just dies in the blink of an eye. Cross-map ultimates onto I Love 2 make him easy pickings for Weox. And just nothing really going wrong for Kazakhstan in that fight.
And even Hydra, he had a flank angle onto Jung. Look good. You're all out as Kazante, but you just don't have any damage. You're just not at that stage of the game where it's the 1v5 Kazante play. And right there, yeah, he said it all with that sigh.
Yeah, just too many things going wrong for Sri Lanka in the last 5 minutes, right? Too many people getting picked off, too many unfortunate mistakes. And I think this is too much to come back from now. You know, I've always been positive here for Sri Lanka. I've been favorable to the team comp. I had faith, right? But that faith is starting to slip away.
Well, it only works if you can survive, and right now they are not surviving. They're bleeding.
Baron's
and they've lost Baron, and they committed TP from Hydra just for this one, as they are the ones falling back. Shyboy caught out in the mid lane with no escape route.
It's just an Ahri that's going to chase you down. There's nowhere to go. She's got Spirit Rush online. You're not getting away from that if you're a Javan.
This is where you have the Hail Mary for Sri Lanka. 4v5 in your base. Baron on the side of Kazakhstan. They haven't even reset because they don't have to. They're looking for the play. That's going to be Moonlight Vigil.
It does no damage.
Yeah, it takes nothing. He was already low beforehand. So them just falling back, waiting it out. Kazakhstan giving a little bit of respect.
Yeah, they might have to look towards these side lanes. They're also recognizing the fact that Dragon's going to be up in a hot minute as well. So let's not overcommit and throw this game away when it's very much in our control. But in doing so, again, they are going to give a little bit of a pressure release over to Sri Lanka, who can look to try to farm back up as much as possible.
Remember how I said that Sri Lanka, it was 5 extra minutes, so 30 minutes? It's another 10 minutes now.
You reckon it's 40 minutes?
40. If they want to come back into this game, they have to somehow, because with that kind of deficit, 10,000 gold behind.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of gold. Yeah. To survive for that long.
And they're not even looking competitive in any of these fights either. Like, the damage
they're just too far
is
behind.
Just irrelevant. There is basically no damage, particularly when you've got a Seraphine in mid, right? You're really relying on your Aphelios to get a lot of that bulk damage across, and he hasn't quite hit that point yet. Fake Lover.
It could have been nice, but it's so difficult to get on Ahri. Yeah, because what you focus on this Ahri. How many members? That's 4 members, and the Ahri's actually stopped the recalls and dodging away from the Cataclysm too. Getting a nice charm. Fighting back by herself. Keep that in mind. Encore went wide 2 from Casa.
Get me off this wild ride.
Yeah, this is pretty much Fake Lover just canceling the backs, allowing his team to win.
What's I Love 2 going to do? There's nothing. He can't do anything. He can't even clear the wave, mate. He doesn't have any damage.
Look how he's falling back. Look at that. He took 1 Piltover for Peacemaker. That is a lethality. Caitlyn on the other side. These turrets are falling, and they're trying to put up a fight, but Sri Lanka You built for scale, and you got snowballed here. They're steamrolling your base. They're diving you under the last remaining Nexus turret, and they can't be stopped even though they got the kill onto Goldie. With nothing remaining, they're just focused on the Nexus. Kazakhstan, they want a game 3, and they're going to have it.
Yeah, very nicely played game from Kazakhstan. That is much, much more like it, and they're going to fire themselves up. At a screaming and shouting going on their side of the stage. And yeah, much better performance than game 1, right?
Much better.
They looked kind of toothless in game 1, I think is probably a fair analogy, but they were all toothed there in game 2 if we want to keep that one going.
They looked like the team that I wanted to see in game 1. They played for these early game advantages, even utilizing the Karthus to invade because they had that much priority from mid and top. And like I said, unless you had the Jarvan go from blue to blue to deny that play from happening in the first place, there's no real way you can stop that because you have a Cassante up against a Renekton, and you have a Seraphine up against an Ahri.
Yeah, and you know you're in a bit of trouble as well when the Karthus is invading you, and you are getting pushed out. I mean, the fact that he went to the blue, okay, fine, we'll give him that. He goes down to wolves, gets forced out of jungle. That's where you think it ends.
Right.
But he decides to just wrap his way back around up to the Gromp.
He can.
Take that fight as well, and then force you out of your own jungle as the Jarvan.
Right.
That's struggle street, and I do feel for Shyboy, right? He had some pretty impactful moments around the map. Everywhere that he went down to bot, they got themselves the advantage. They went up to top, he got themselves the advantage. He was doing a lot of work around the map, but the unfortunate reality was anything he did, the Karthus could, in a sense, kind of do better, or at least go even, and in that case, if you're going even on the Karthus, you're going better.
Right.
And you're going to scale in that game. So Shyboy, he was doing everything he could.
Yeah.
He really was.
He was playing his heart out in that game, let's be honest.
But
He was doing a good job, but like you said, you feel for a Jarvan where you're ganking everywhere, but on the other side of the map, the other 2 lanes, things are just not going well. As we look at these highlights, this was a little bit of an overcommit from the Goldie.
Yep.
But Kazakhstan still came out the better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looked like it was going to be awful for them. I thought Junks was just going to get insta-gibbed right here, but ultimately, he somehow ends up surviving.
Yeah, he survived. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, I mean, great Skittles being dumped down there by Karthus, kind of making that all possible. And here's another instance, right? Shyboy, he's like, okay, I'll get up to top. I'll get myself another kill, you know. Okay, I've got a kill in bot, or a couple of kills in bot. We've traded even, at least in bot. We've got advantages in the top lane, and it's just not enough. I love 2, unable to carry that game, unable to scale in.
Yeah, even though there's moments for Sri Lanka that it seemed like, all right, they can slow down the game enough. But then we had that one chaotic fight in the bot lane, and I think that was really the end of it. That craziness with all the TPs, the 5v5, and the fact that, and this is the play right here.
Yeah, it was a little bit too early for Sri Lanka, right? They needed another 5 minutes here, and if they would have had that 5 minutes, and maybe, to be fair, if they would have had a bit of a cleaner fight as well, right? Casa comes in a little bit late because he has to TP onto the tower, which is kind of isolated away from that team fight and only gets in just as the ADC goes down. Maybe there's an argument to be made that if they would have had a cleaner team fight, there could have been a difference made, but ultimately, this team fight does just come a little bit too early for Kazakhstan, for Sri Lanka, I should say, and for Kazakhstan, at the perfect time, they're able to snowball it forward. And
you can see right there how little damage the Love 2 does, right? It's just Moonlight Vigil connects on the 3 people, and that's with Infernum. Does nothing.
It does nothing. Yeah, I mean, it was a sad set of affairs, right? It's the worst feeling as an AD carry when you're hitting your abilities, you're hitting your autos, and you're positioning well and feeling like you're having an impact. You're getting the opportunity to do what an AD carry should do.
Yep.
But your champion is just not delivering on the damage front, and
see that here.
Exactly.
Normally, I'd even focus on the gold graph, damage graph, but look over on the other side, the objective. 0 towers, 0 Rift Heralds, 0 dragons, nothing given over.
0 anything.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's the thing. That's the big thing there for Sri Lanka, because it is an early game comp that Kazakhstan drafted, and they really did play for those early wins, and that's what we wanted to see going from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of a fresher approach for Kazakhstan, and the MVP, the Audi Super A player this time, Fake Lover, had a really good performance there on the Ahri. Especially in the mid game, right? We saw, not too much early on in the piece from the Ahri, but once you hit level 6, once he sort of picked up a few of those kills in that fight down bot, felt like it was Fake Lover that was the one that was kind of forcing that game forward for Kazakhstan.
Really was, and that's, I think, well-deserved, honestly. Mechanics, the Karthus looked all right, but really the Ahri was, I think, some of those charms too. That
Driving force.
that flash charm there underneath the turret that really made it so they could have a delayed ace. It was really nice out of Fake Lover. So getting that, well done. We got one more game though. This is going to be the last game though for the Road to Asia Games. No matter what, we'll find out who gets second place in the Central Asia and South Asian region in just a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Missed breakfast, and so they decided to eat Oman. Rupo is jumping in 1v5. Look at where his team is. He's going forward.
He's so happy with this. He is just fully okay with it. Arclug having a giggle in the cams, and now it is just going to be the full-on attack coming through. Rupo unstoppable, but he will be found finally. 4v5 angle, and maybe there's a lot where Timo Mark can hit back, but look at that triple kill already, and it's the 4th. They've found Palestine, however, if he gets called out, that might be the soul getting lost. TP coming through. Ashbar wants to try to nerf this one down. Proto belt forward, just trying to dish that damage. Trunk now going to be able to get here just in time, and Knight be able just to soak up this damage. Onda, the target, he's falling, he'll get executed. Big one coming through from Yusuf there. 3 for Team Palestine. We do see Fun try to turn this one around, but he's not going to be able to get those barrels off in time this time. And now, just like that, it is the full ace coming through.
Looking for Wyak. Doesn't sidestep. Push back, taking a lot of damage as well. Bursting back with the Gore Drinker. The Black Hand and Pop Blossom. Triple knockup and Roof. They've got a double kill for the Crux as he continues to sink his teeth into Kyrgyzstan. Almost getting a quad drop. Triple is going to have to do. But further behind than even before. Even with a nice hook from Lotus. Look at what's happening in the jungle. The Wrench is getting soloed out by the Shy Boy, even with power nearby, and Scatter Away connecting. Infinite Rest will help make a shutdown gold much needed for Kyrgyzstan. But Hydra, how do you kill him? You've used everything to kill the Shy Boy, and now Katante gets a free time all inside of your base, inside of your jungle, so they can clean up the kills. Kyrgyzstan falling to the might of Sri Lanka.
They simply walk into an immovable object and they do discover that it cannot be moved.
Bring any of the vision, this could be so bad.
Looks really bad on paper, but they're going to at least chunk it down to half, try and force Team Philippines in, and we're going to see a charm hitting onto one. See you later. Estelades, he's out of the fight already, and it looks like the rest of the Team Philippines members are about to follow. Sayumao doing big damage from afar. He's getting excited. He's hitting that damage, and he's cleaning on up. Him and Jace doing so much work now. That
of Thailand. Look at Arkalik on the other side. Call of the Forge God. Double knockup. It's Jing Liu taking the match, turning away. But they got a lot of damage as Arkalik dives into the back line, waiting it out. But they've lost Flare as Shewa was able to get one reset, stealing away the soul of Gragas. Does he have the damage to throw it back and get the kill on a Yummy? The Yummy almost gets it out. He still dies. That's how you. He's got a lot of damage too on the blade, waiting to kite it out himself. How is Singapore losing this one? They've got resets. They've got Sun, but Pillow throws it back. Sayumo, he's got it.
Arashi going forward, going to be hitting a huge Cyclone Lightning Crash, just dishing damage to those red health bars. See you later. Many of these Team Malaysia members, and it's looking like this could be game, set, and match. Shine going to try to solo in a 1v3 angle. Will go golden, but there goes the turret, going to be able to turn.
14 Philippines. Arakelik blown up by the explosive cast. Depth charge through. Kusuo still wants to go for the fight, and there's an illegal Nautilus hook that connects through a creep. As you know, it sometimes happens. Blazes here. Does he want a tower dive? Yes, is the answer. The resets and the ulti gets it done. Able to survive with the life steal as well. That fight.
Of course, Yummy still matching, but it is just going to be an attempt at a fight. We are going to see the Nature's Grasp used on cooldown again, and everyone's rooted up over here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide just knocks them straight back into Team Malaysia, and they're just going to dish the damage. A huge...
My name is Akshit Chenoy, and I'm the team captain for Team India. I'm known as Katrina Bot or Kai, but I think people know me more like Katrina Bot. And I play mid lane for the team.
Hello everyone, my name is Kubat, I'm from Kyrgyzstan. My position is top laner and my nickname is Power.
Hi, I'm Kasunitanage from Team Sri Lanka. I play mid lane. My nickname is Kasa.
My name is Chingiz Abishev. I represent Kazakhstan. My main role is jungle and my nickname is Mechanic Sage.
So esports has gotten a lot of meaning for me recently. Before we used to only play together as a team, have fun in tournaments. But now, we're representing our country, so it's actually a huge deal to, represent the country, and it's an honor.
The most unforgettable thing that happened to me is that I changed my role, my position, from ADC to top lane, because I think, by my opinion, top lane is the hardest, the most difficult role in the game. So that's why I just want to challenge myself.
So this is our first time in this tournament as our team, Team Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to participate and we are very lucky to get invited to this tournament, and we just want to win it all.
I did some scouting before this event, so I wasn't impressed about the level of play of our enemies, and I can confidentially say that our team is going to be first in this round. RDAG, мы идем.
RDAG, мы идем за вами.
Welcome back, everybody. Last game we'll have here for League of Legends in the road to Asian Games 2022. Sri Lanka and Kazakhstan tied at 1 apiece. You couldn't have a better way to end the road to Asian Games than this.
No, certainly not. And actually, this game is quite a fun one, right? We've seen a few, I will say, unorthodox games over the course of the road to Asian Games. Quite a lot of really good games as well. And I think this falls into the latter bucket. This has been quite an enjoyable game to watch. The first game played out in a very different fashion to the second game. You can kind of see those storylines developing, those thought processes coming through from both teams. And now I am quite interested to see what the curveball is going to be from Sri Lanka. What do they want to change up? They're going over to red side.
That's what they changed to start.
That is one thing. It's going to give them that final counter pick. But from where do we go from there, right? Because obviously Kazakhstan, are they going to be allowed to play something like what they got there in game 2 once again? I'm not sure Sri Lanka is going to fall into that trap twice.
Yeah, it also felt like Kasa on the Seraphine didn't really have much of an impact. No. Obviously, you do need to get the items for Seraphine. You're really about buffing up the rest of your team, but it also just really lacked. Even the Malzahar, where we kind of were commenting on how the Malzahar Twisted Fate was static shift. It's like, oh, that's non-factor. We're not going to have to worry about mid lane. But that also meant that Fake Glover didn't really get to play League of Legends either. This one, Fake Glover was on that Ahri, winning the lane, impacting side lanes, constantly all over the map while the Seraphine could do nothing to stop them.
Yeah, a bit of a different story this time around, wasn't it? But I'll tell you what has not changed so far. It is the bans. We've got Zeri and Nico. Malzahar once again. Are we getting a Nidalee? Yes, we are. So we're really not rocking the boat when it comes to the bans.
Well, again, it felt like kind of like how I went from game 1 to game 2, right? Where Kazakhstan, I'm like, all right, fight early, right? I said that's all they really needed to change. The draft didn't feel that bad. It felt pretty good. It's just what they did in the game. Well, they really doubled down on the draft with going for the early game skirmishes, the early game power from lane to lane. As for Sri Lanka, their whole thing is maybe just don't fight early. Play passive. Find things that can stay safe in a lot of these drafts, especially because we do see that Ahri again for Fake Lovers.
Yeah, interesting to note as well that Kha'Zix was in the first ban rotation twice for Sri Lanka in Game 1 and Game 2. So, you know, is Kha'Zix an option here that Kazakhstan want to go for? That is a bit of a tongue twister maybe, or a little bit of a mind bender.
Because a Kazakh, too, you know, it's like a shortened for Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Then Kazakhs.
Yeah.
Definitely can get confusing. Maybe that's why they were banning it. To save us a headache.
Potentially. But that could pop up in this game, so I'm quite interested to see whether or not we'll get that from Mechanics. He did play Kha'Zix yesterday.
Yep.
So it's definitely in the wheelhouse. You have the Ahri. I mean, the Lissandra into the Ahri, don't mind that one at all.
I like the Xayah too. I like the Xayah as well. A good call when you see something like Ahri. If Ahri dashes on top of you, looking for that charm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one of those things when now, if we're talking about the jungler, do you really want to be picking Kha'Zix into Lissandra and Xayah, a composition that is quite happy to fight backward, right? You jump in, Frozen Tomb straight on top of you. It's like, okay, now you're not allowed to move, and if it gets even worse, right, Featherstorm, you're probably again not going to be allowed to move because the feathers are going to get pulled back. So, yeah, we go into the Caitlyn and the Nautilus. We do keep the jungler in the back pocket here.
It's a takeaway from Nishtastic, who's been playing a lot of that Nautilus. So now, in this series, we have to see a new look. Obviously, with Xayah, Rakan, immediately going to come to my mind, especially when you have something like the Lissandra, because you have really good follow-up with that. So grabbing that, I do like this bot lane, but it is going to struggle into a Caitlyn Nautilus lane.
Yeah,
Caitlyn is so good into Rakan.
Absolutely, right? You've got such a range advantage as well in that bot lane, and I would even say I think you are able to dictate that lane a lot more than the Xayah Rakan are, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You have the choices of when the fights are going to happen. It's a little bit more difficult for the Rakan to find engages onto the Nautilus or onto the Caitlyn than it is for the Nautilus to find the engages in the other direction. But in terms of impact later on in the game, you might start to give that to the Xayah and the Rakan. Xayah certainly has a lot of team fight presence, and Rakan can as well.
But it's really about how these lanes spell out for Sri Lanka. Because last time, it was 3 winning lanes. Top, mid, and bot all were winning for Kazakhstan. And here, bot lane is still winning. That Caitlyn Nautilus, the thing that makes Caitlyn so good into Rakan is how telegraphed his grand entrance is, where you're like, all right, I know where you're landing. I can actually drop that before you even get there. By the time you land, you're already going to get rooted, so that's another headshot on top of you, too.
Yeah, indeed. It's one of those little things you always think about as a Caitlyn player. It sounds so easy, but it's a little harder than it looks on paper to play Caitlyn very well. But you'd imagine at this level of competition that should be happening.
Oh, something that we've been seeing nearly permanently banned, I want to say for like the past 4 days here in the Road to Asian Games, but you just don't see across the world. When you look at the LCS, LAC, LPL, LCK, not really seeing that, right? But here in the Road to Asian Games, we have been seeing that nearly permanently banned. So having this Malphite up against Jax, not really going to have the easiest playing phase, but you're more committed towards these team fights as Kazakhstan than you have been in the past games.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting choice, I think, into the Xayah in particular. Again, Xayah doesn't really get too concerned about a Malphite as long as your mechanics are on point. So we'll see how Weox goes about things on that Malphite. You have the Graves getting popped in here as well. So big damage coming through from the jungle of Kazakhstan, and a different approach being taken by Sri Lanka. It'll be the Zac on their side of the field. Nice beefy, tanky presence for that front line. Honestly, Zac feels like one of those champions that can be one of the hardest to kill in the game once he starts to get items on board.
But that's why actually Graves is really good into him. Because as the bloblets start to form, you can land that end of the line really easy, and also have the scatter that makes it easy to take him down if you can get the bloblets pop. That's the big if.
That's the point, I suppose. So let's see where we go with this one. I mean, I think you're very much looking towards the jungle presence early from the Zac. Obviously, the Graves as well wants to be wrapping his way around the map and trying to get in there early and cause a bit of a problem.
Really curious, though, looking at Kazakhstan's draft, because I feel like game 2, it worked really well. They were able to get those early leads.
Right.
They played fantastically and putting a lot of pressure onto Sri Lanka. But this game, even though they do have priority, I would say mid and bot lane, not quite that 3 lanes of pressure onto Sri Lanka, which with the Shy Boy going for something that isn't quite the carry, but still can impact a lot of these lanes with Zac. How does Mechanic play around that? That's my biggest question. Does he focus on the top lane, or I feel like it's about bot lane. You really do want to play around that bot lane more.
Yeah, I'm also kind of interested to see what Hydra's going to be doing on this Jax. Does he want to play towards the team a little bit more? Does he want to play towards the side lane a little bit more? You've got options there. It's not going to be super easy to match that Jax in the side lane later on in the game.
There's a lot of pressure for both these teams.
Yeah.
Second place is on the line for the Asian Games itself. Better standing, better seeding. 1 game to go. Winner takes all. You go into this game, nothing else matters. The last 2 games, you put them out of your mind. It's about this game. It all matters. It all comes down to Jordan.
Yeah, you've really got to leave everything on the table in this matchup, right? This is maybe one of the few opportunities you are going to have as a player from this region to play on an international stage. So you've got to grasp it with both hands and run with it. Put your name up in lights, and hopefully better things on the horizon as well if you do that. But if you go down here, it's going to be disappointment tonight. And we may never hear it from you again. That's just sometimes the nature of the beast, right? If you have your opportunity, you squander it, you disappear, and never heard from again. But hopefully not the case for both of these teams. They've been enjoyable to watch.
They have. Both teams have actually been playing very well. Happy to see that, this kind of performance from these 2 squads as well. Especially because we didn't know how to expect them going into this matchup, since Team India kind of crushed both of them, and then they both crushed Kyrgyzstan.
Yep.
So it's like, how do you measure up these 2 teams when it's either they crushed a team or they got crushed?
Well, both the junglers going to be starting towards the top side. Weox going to be giving a bit of assistance over to the Mechanics, recognizing that it's going to be a tough lane for him, so
weak side top lane.
Might as well just try to accelerate your jungler a little. I mean, it's going to be a volatile bot lane, right? So having the jungler down toward bot a little earlier on in the piece could be quite impactful. Particularly when we talked about the fact that Kazakhstan's bot lane, they are kind of being considered the drivers in this bot lane more so than that of Sri Lanka.
Yeah. It's really only been Shy Boy showing up in the bot lane to really impact. Zastek's going to take a lot of damage there with the Piltover Peacemaker as well. Did I not tell you that this was going to be rough?
Yeah, he's lucky that trap actually didn't go off in time.
That lands, he's dead.
Yeah, he's really in trouble, right? They don't actually invest the Ignite either. I think you're 100% right. If that trap lands, he's a goner.
Oh yeah, that's when you invest the Ignite though. That trap lands, you're like, all right, Ignite, he's dead. Not escaping, no way. But that didn't land. I think that's why they held on to that, because they read that as well. They're like, all right, we probably don't have kill pressure on him right now.
They do now, though. I tell you that for free. If another hook connects, he's gone.
Yeah, but he's under the turret, so he'll have some safety. Has those pots that he can pop as well. Healing back up to about 50%.
I Love 2 has opted to go towards the Cull, so not really interested in taking those early fights.
You have to in this matchup. Yeah. You're sacking that lane.
Ooh.
You know what's happening top lane is that Hydra's going to get a lot of the pressure, but I know you're oohing, because this is actually a little different from Mechanic, since in the last game, it was about the top lane pressure, but he's got bot lane and mid lane priority. That allows him a little bit of this avenue to look for this invade against Shy Boy. And look at how little they can do. They're utilizing Nashastic to try to defend the Gromp.
Oh!
But,
what?
How did that miss?
He scored the field goal straight in between them.
I disagree, right? I disagree with that one.
Why?
That should have hit.
I mean, sometimes it do be like that. Like, let's be real. I think it's only fair that a Nautilus hook that looks like it should hit would miss, after all the Nautilus hooks that look like they should miss have hit.
So yeah, as someone who likes to play Nautilus, nah. I like my invisible hooks.
Yeah, I think he's a bit of a scam artist. But anyways, that ultimately ends up in a whole lot of nothing. We do see Mechanic stick around long enough to steal the blue away. It looked like Shy Boy, he seemed to be kind of resigned to the fact that he wasn't going to get that blue, so he just decides not to waste too much time.
They still can't win, right? Bot lane can still move. Mid lane can still move. It's pretty much the same kind of idea that Kazakhstan had in last game, just on the other side of the map.
But I like it actually from Shy Boy, right? He's recognizing that. He's deciding, I'm going to be able to go and do something elsewhere. Takes the Rift Scuttler instead. So, yeah.
And he was looking for maybe a play top lane too, but Weox actually really wise. It is a weak side Malphite. You're not playing to win the lane. You're not even playing to really farm up that well. If you farm up well, you're fine. It's just about not dying to Hydra once he hits level 6.
Yep, you just want to exist in that lane and make it so that the Jax, in a sense, doesn't really exist. So Shy Boy is going to have to go around and pick up the scraps of his jungle. You know, again, another fairly slow early game, all things considered. 5 minutes in. No kills just yet.
Both teams giving a lot of respect. There's a lot of pressure in this game, Jordan. So much on the line. You can understand the players maybe a little bit tepid on how they want to look for some of these plays. But Weox, he did go for the Doran's Ring Sword. I didn't talk about that. So he actually got a lot of damage there on a Hydra. And Hydra missing that, but he got level 6. So now Weox, you're just going to poke him out a little bit. You're not going to win that fight because if he wants to turn Grandmaster Smite, you're going to die.
I wonder if Weox is going to get baited in at all, but doesn't really look like it.
If he's level 6, then even if Shy Boy stays, you just ult away.
Well, spot lane, seeing a bit of a roam go through there for Nishastic. But he's back, gained the XP that he needs. Fairly hefty deficit already, starting to build down in the bot lane there.
Yeah, I told you how rough this is, and I'll keep saying it because it is a rough bot lane for a while. You don't get to really play much. It's just anytime you step up to Rakan, it's kind of useless. It really is better to just get Nishastic on somewhere else, anywhere else on the map, so that he can actually make a play. But I think you called it out best, Jordan. He needs that experience. Until he hits level 6, going for those ventures is kind of a doomsday too. You're not really going to do too much.
No. Yeah, Rakan is one of those interesting champions where sometimes you feel like he's really hard to get engages with. He's often better poised as the second man in or the third man in rather than the engage tool.
That's what's nice about having a Zac on your team, right?
Exactly. Or a Lissandra as well, right? Lissandra can set things up quite nicely for that Rakan too.
That is very true. Good point there. But it is going to be some time. They are starting to crest those level 6s. You can see that Kasa now level 6, but not really going to be able to push back Fake Lover. And again, I turn my attention back to this mid lane. And I wonder when Fake Lover is going to look to first make a mark on the map. Especially because this bot lane handedly winning up against Sri Lanka. And as having Graves and an Ahri into the bot lane with Caitlyn and Nautilus, you actually have a really easy dive setup.
Well, I do like the fact that this game hasn't blown out just yet for Sri Lanka. It's a positive sign. Shy Boy
close game.
Thinking about maybe taking that blue buff.
Bot lane Nishastic does take a lot of damage. They do get a nice feather recall there, but with Nishastic, it's every time you step up, they're just going to take nearly all your health. So you're pressured out of lane, and if you stay, you have to then worry because now Jung, he's at level 6. He can use the ace in the hole, continue to chip you out.
Yeah, Shy Boy just giving up on that invade. Recognizing the angle wasn't quite there. Tough across the map here for Sri Lanka. Falling behind in every lane bar top. Shastic thinking about doing something. Maybe if he was level 6.
Yeah, if he was level 6, I think that was the play. But like you said, it's just, even though he's looking for it, that's the problem.
That's painful.
It hurts.
Have to reset now, which is going to leave iLove2 down there solo. Level 6, though, with Featherstorm, probably a difficult dive angle for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and that's where I actually think that Nishastic going back here looking at the boots picked up, I'd wonder if you just go elsewhere. If you try to go for that play like I was talking about, get elsewhere on the map to really impact. Even though you're only level 5, you really like to crest level 6. Love 2 is going to be fine in the bot lane.
He could be there in time to contest this Rift Herald, but Kazakhstan fall away from it. It's very tentative from both teams so far. Been seeing some probing plays, but nothing really too committed. Now, though, they're back onto it with the prio Weox has found in the top lane. Goldie has walked his way up, knew that Nishastic would be hanging around after resetting. And that'll ultimately end up being a well-taken Rift Herald. No priority in any of the lanes for Sri Lanka. They cannot even think about contesting.
Only top lane, and Hydra, as the Jax, yeah, could do a lot, but you needed Casa there. You need a better play, a better angle for Nishastic too, as he was only level 5. And bot lane could look like an angle for the team. They are looking for Jung, who has Cleanse and Flash. Going to be difficult to actually get out of this one. Cleanse is a little too early. Nice first blood there for Love 2.
Yeah, that's a big win.
That was a beautiful dive too.
All things considered, that really starts to bail Sri Lanka out of trouble a little bit.
Especially the spot lane that was struggling.
That said, we saw some similar talking points in the last game with the Aphelios grabbing the 2 kills early. Didn't really feel like it ended up having too much of an impact.
True.
But at least in this game, you've got a point of strength in top, whereas the previous game, you didn't really have anything to get behind that Aphelios. But Hydra is definitely a big problem now for Kazakhstan, and he's getting so much gold off of these tower plates.
Normally, I ignore the fan vote out there, what people think, who's going to win.
Right.
That was 51 to 49%. I've never seen it that close, this far into any game.
I think it's fairly representative of where we're sitting at the moment.
With how close this game is, yeah. Especially looking at the gold lead, 100. 100. That is nothing, especially compared to what we saw last game with Kazakhstan getting all those early leads that at this point in the game, they were already about 2,000 gold up purely from the strength of their lanes. And here, even though they have strong lanes, good on Sri Lanka. They've slowed down this game like I wanted to see in game 2.
Yep. Oh,
barely.
That static Shiv has been picked up by the Caitlyn. Nishastic should be fine here. He knows that the dredge line's on cooldown.
He's also level 6 at this point. So if there is a potential, like they need to disengage, you can use the quickness really quick, get the charm, dash over the wall. He had a flash, he had exhaust, a lot of tools. But I'm glad you talked about that static shiv that's been picked up by Jung, because this is actually going to really pressure Love 2 and Nishastic. They no longer can even hope to push back any of this lane.
No.
It's always going to be constantly harassing this turret. I think this is where we need to see the Shy Boy show up into the spot lane to make this impact, but it's too late. Rift Herald's already been called. That turret's going to fall before you can actually interact with it at all. Shy Boy channeling up the Electric Slingshot. Turret nearly taken down, but still alive with the quickness in the back line. Nice charm. It's going to be the focus on the Goldie, but look at all the damage on the Shy Boy. Loblets have been popped. They could use the TP if they want to. No, they don't have any TPs, so that's going to be the kill. Jung takes the credit for it off the Shy Boy.
Yeah, the focus is all wrong there for Sri Lanka, right? The Zac leaps over the wall, lands on top of Goldie. Even Nishastic trying to get on top of the Goldie. And that's not really the target you need to be hitting there. That's not the target that you can instantly blow up. Ultimately, it results in a tower gone in the bot lane, a dragon lost, and a kill. Not a good swing for Sri Lanka.
No, but for Kazakhstan, fine. They gained everything from that play. They get the turret in the bot lane. They get the second dragon of the game. We're talking about how that was a 100 gold lead for either team, which is negligible. Now has ballooned to 1,500 for Kazakhstan. They're in a beautiful position at this point in the game. While the game has been slower, it does feel like the early game, almost like it has in every one of the games, is still something that Kazakhstan loves to play for and do well at.
Want to see what Casa's going to be able to do with the impact from the Lissandra. Haven't really seen much from the mid lane so far this game, but, you know, Fake Lover, the RD Super A player in the previous game, really felt like he accelerated in the mid and the late game rather than having much of an impact in the early games. So that is something that I think we've still got in the back pocket here for Kazakhstan.
Also, a big talking point is Fake Lover going for not the utility.
Yeah.
Going for the full damage. They do have that utility out of this Caitlyn. That is one of the strengths of going static shiv on Caitlyn bot lane.
Right. They're going to make it a little bit harder for the Shy Boy to survive against the Ari. Mechanics as well. Just playing the long game, playing the slow game here, Kazakhstan. 14 minutes in, 2 kills only. What a departure from the games we've seen over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I feel like the last time we saw a game like this was back in day 3, when we were still in the East Asian region, right? The last time we really saw teams play a lot more slowly and methodically early into the game. Kazakhstan doing a good job of keeping control of Sri Lanka. They don't really have to go for these plays because they're gaining a lot for it. That bot lane play got them the turret, and they only got that 1 kill, right? After that, they got the dragon. Here they're getting jungle control over Sri Lanka. And for Sri Lanka, they just don't have any ways to stop these plays from happening from Kazakhstan. If they even try to step out, then they're going to all die.
Yeah, and Kalen's going to have such an easy time of sieging these towers as well. Outranges everyone.
Look at Kasa. Look at Shy Boy. This
Kasa.
angle, the engage with the Frozen Tomb. They've got the lockdown, the lack slingshot. That is a nice play because they got the kill, but they got to be careful what happens afterwards. They've got the save, and the engage there from Weeox, turning it around. Love to. It looked good at first. It was a nice feather recall, but everyone else on your team is dead.
Yeah, and there's just nothing Hydra can do about it either. He can't TP, he can't follow. So it ultimately ends up being a 5-on-4. They'll trade up in the top lane. Have a look at the engage. Kasa jumps in. I want to have a look at where the Frozen Tomb did end up going. Straight on top of the Graves might have been better placed on Kasa himself just to survive and create that presence. But either way, I think the result ends up being the same when the Malphite arrives. That ultimate comes through, connects way too nicely. And as we said, nothing Hydra can really do about it. He's trying to be a thorn in the side lane, but I mean, at this point, Kazakhstan's kind of just ignoring it and saying, yeah, all right, do whatever you want. We'll just win the game.
That's why you get the Malphite. Malphite weak side, not really looking for the fight against Jax, but there is still looking like they're going to be a fight from Sri Lanka. Now they've got Hydra here, but they've already lost. No, Nishastic is still alive. The flash in from Weeox trying to pick up the kill as they got the kill on Nautilus. As Nishastic is still alive. He never died in the whole fight. The exchange is still keeping him alive, but look at how low the members of Sri Lanka are. And with Fake Lover on the other side, finally they got the kill onto Ari as Weeox was in the middle of everybody. It's going to be Kasa getting the attention of Mechanics. As Mechanics, the re-engage, unstoppable force. Again, the two-man knock-up for Kazakhstan wins them the fight.
Yeah, man, just getting so much value out of the Malphite. Did see the Frozen Tomb go down on Kasa in that fight, and you sort of saw buy a little bit more time, but just not enough. Kazakhstan a bit too far behind here. And once again, Hydra unable to have an impact on the fight.
Two fights in a row, too, that were.
And it's fair enough as the Jax, right? But ultimately, you are starting to allow your team to fall behind. I mean, he's in there.
And Jordan, these were 2 fights that Sri Lanka picked. They were the ones starting both the previous fight.
Yeah, Nishastic pretty much out of that fight the entire time. Hydra, he jumps in, gets a counter-strike onto Junks, but has to start backing away, and then he's kind of a non-factor as well. There was a lot of milling around in that fight from Sri Lanka when you really look at what they were doing. And ultimately that leads to another fight.
And this is, again, Sri Lanka starting off the fight, but they have a stun in the backline on a Fake Lover, and they're looking for Hydra to chase him down, but he's getting kind of going to be the pickup. That's a nice pickup. They've got 2 at the moment, but look at Nishastic trying to re-engage. They're on top of Mechanics. Mechanics, oh no, it's going to be 1 kill there, as they were able to get Jung, but Mechanics still surviving on the other side with low members on Sri Lanka.
Nah, there's no angle. There's no angle, surely not.
But it's Weeox, and he does have ult. Unstoppable Force is there.
They're thinking about it.
They got collateral damage there for Mechanics as well. 2v5. Kazakhstan engaged on, denied the engage themselves as Weeox does not want to pull the trigger, so they give up the dragon, the first one of the game to Sri Lanka.
It was, you know, it looked juicy. It really did look juicy, but I'm just not sure they would have had the damage to burst enough numbers. You probably, if you're going to go for that, use the Unstoppable Force, you need to kill 2 before they can even retaliate.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they quite had the damage for that. I mean, look, it was all online for the Malphite and the Graves, but probably the percentage play to just give that one back up. So maybe one too many fights being taken a little bit too quickly there for Kazakhstan. You saw the impact that Hydra had this time. Lots of damage coming through from him.
That's the big factor. The 3rd fight in a row, you know, maybe it's 3rd time's a charm there for Sri Lanka. They started all the last fights. It was Kazakhstan having to answer afterwards. That last one, big pickup for Sri Lanka. They will lose the Rift Herald, but they were able to get a lot of needed gold, getting that dragon as well.
And 5 kills for I Love 2. All that gold is getting funneled in onto your one big win condition.
Yep.
I mean, look, Jax is a bit of a win condition as well, as far as I'm concerned.
But having Isaiah that is 5-1.
Exactly. That's a different ball game at that point.
Agreed. And I do like that. Good call out there, Jordan. Because right now, that is what is going to be the power of Sri Lanka, is Love 2 on how he plays these fights. And that is one of the nice things about having Xayah on your team when you have nothing but dive from every other member. The self-peel, the self-reliance that you don't have to worry about other people keeping you alive.
Well, Hydra and Weox once again find each other in the side lane. Both have TP this time. See what kind of an impact they can have on the next fight. Baron's up in 25.
I will say, the one thing here for Kazakhstan is they have yet to start off these last few fights, these big team fights. They've been able to start off a lot of skirmishes, like this one right here, getting the first tomb out of Mikasa. Mikasa is going to fall to mechanics, but that's going to be a TP burned by Hydra in a situation you just don't want to be in. You're pulled back in. That's going to be the charm as well. Look at how much damage they got onto him. Ace in the hole, snipes the kill onto Jax. And that is what we needed to see. It might not have been a straight-up team fight, but the skirmish is working out for Kazakhstan with all 5 members now here. They're scaring away Sri Lanka because they can't fight anymore.
It's Baron time.
It's Baron time.
That's a series of unfortunate events for Sri Lanka. I think that was almost a panic frozen tomb from Kasa. I didn't think he was really under that much pressure. The charm hadn't even come through from the Ari just yet. It was held by Fake Lover until that frozen tomb dissipated.
All right, this is one of the powers of Zac, though, Jordan, is he's really good at sealing, because if you time it perfectly, you can go right over the wall, all the way to the other side. You can smite it in midair, but that's going to be a TP now. Kasa is going to be here, 25% health. Kazakhstan not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, they don't want to. In the 4-on-5, there was no way for Hydra to join that fight. But
I think it was hard for Kazakhstan to start the fight. They were already low. They look at how few of the really pivotal ults they had. They're going to have Spirit Rush up now for Fake Lover, but they don't have the depth charge for the Goldie. And yeah, Unstoppable Force is nice from Weox, but you kind of want that follow-up with other members.
You need the follow-up, yeah, definitely. The Malphite ult only gets you so far. Anyway, that's going to give Hydra some time to go back down into the bot lane and continue that farm.
But he doesn't have TP this time.
No, he doesn't.
So him in the bot lane, that's why you see that Fake Lover is matching him. TP advantage over to Kazakhstan.
True.
Constant pressure around the top half of the map as even the Goldie going on a little solo venture into the jungle of Sri Lanka. Can't really be stopped by any of the members of Sri Lanka unless they want to overcommit.
Hydra just going to make like he's disappeared and wait for the reset there from Fake Lover. He spots that in the tri-bush. Now it ends up being Weox to go back down into the bot lane.
Surprised they're sending Weox there. Like I said, the TP advantage was favoring them if they just kept the Ahri down there. Right. There's not really much the Jax can do to you either, as you always have Spirit Rush and the Charm that gets you out of dodge. But it seems that they want to keep Fake Lover close at hand, possibly trying to bait in another fight. Yep, they're right on it.
Lots of pings going down from Sri Lanka. They're well aware, or at least cognizant of the possibility.
Yeah, they saw members disappear in Fog of War. Say, hey, something's up. Something's a little fishy here. Where'd everyone mid lane go? And sure enough, that's where they were. They go back, push out this wave, rinse and repeat. Even calling up Weox nearby, but he is spotted out completely on that ward.
What's the Shy Boy up to? Just slingshots himself over the wall.
Keep in mind, they're actually kind of corralled here as Kazakhstan. Hydra, he's still in the bot lane, and he was on vision. That's why Kazakhstan has to take this full-on retreat back towards their mid lane. Because if they try to path towards the dragon like it initially seemed, that would mean that Hydra gets a free flank.
Neither team looks like they feel super confident about this fight right now. Shy Boy's starting to get quite tanky.
Getting difficult with that Jack Show to kill, especially as you have two members building lethality on Kazakhstan. Okay. It's going to be hard to actually do much to Shy Boy when he does engage.
I don't mind this though from Kazakhstan. They've just sent the Caitlyn into mid to continue to get prio, shove that wave in. Sri Lanka, they'll start hitting the dragon in response, but Kazakhstan's here to contest it.
They're turning onto Hydra. They're not looking for the fight on either members. They got a lot of burst onto that Jax as well. The flank gone. They don't even have that because now they got Weok re-engaging, getting the Feather Storm out of Love 2, but Love 2 is not a part of the fight. That means no damage is coming in from Sri Lanka as the rest of the members fall. Kazakhstan, they find the plays they need.
Yeah, perfectly placed fight from Kazakhstan. Hydra just putting a little bit too much onus on that Counter-Strike, and it's not enough to get him out there. There's a lot of damage coming through from abilities from Kazakhstan that he can't dodge. And as you mentioned, great unstoppable force, even though it doesn't really get like that wow factor in that fight. It completely forces iLove2 out of it. And that'll be a free Baron in the end for Kazakhstan. Continuing to snowball their advantage. They should be able to go back down and grab the Dragon after this. Sri Lanka still resetting.
Yeah, it's going to be some time before they can actually stop this. Taking a look at the replay.
Good hook.
It's a really good hook and a real good call from Kazakhstan.
And a good follow-up as well. You know, it can sometimes get a bit awkward if you get that hook through. You don't instantly blow that member up. Then you're in a bit of a spot of bother. Hydra turns that one back around, but excellent follow-through. They're all on the same page. They're all focusing down the same target. They know what they need to do in these team fights.
Ooh, Sri Lanka are the ones on the Dragon. It would be soul point potential for Kazakhstan if they get this. It does seem Sri Lanka.
Not interested.
The conviction they had there to grab that, and that's bounty gold they actually pick up with the Dragon.
Yeah, but they lose tempo in toward mid. They're going to give up a free mid tower, and to be honest, they're going to be a little bit late to defend in mid further on. They don't want to go for it though, Kazakhstan. They're a little bit too split. It's the 1-3-1 from Kazakhstan, so they don't really have the presence in mid to actually go for the inhibitor tower.
They're just taking everything else. Get the top lane, rinse, repeat, get themselves a lot of gold so they can recall and continue to have this advantage over Sri Lanka, where the gold is continuing to balloon out of control for them. Kazakhstan are in this perfect position, 25.5 minutes into the game, that Sri Lanka, as they have continued to try to start off a lot of these fights, there's a problem when you just lack damage, when you don't have your Xayah a part of the fights that can actually utilize the leads that you've developed for the team.
All right. Big power play here for Kazakhstan. They'll want to finish the game shortly. 25 minutes in. It's definitely on offer when you've got that Baron in play, but they've got a few annoyances running around the map. One of those is named Hydra. You can't afford to go chasing this Jax around the map. You're just not going to catch him.
But they do scare him away. Keep him away from that tier 1 turret.
I'm a little bit surprised that they don't just start sieging here with the Caitlyn. Feels like she would have not a difficult time of hitting those towers. They've got good wave control as well with Graves and Ahri.
They also got a lot of gold from that play. They got a total of 3 towers from it. So that is a lot of gold that they have to spend. And while that's always a big thing, right? When you look at the gold lead, sometimes you could be like, wow, it's 6,000 gold. But if they hadn't based in a while, that means they're not actually quite as far ahead. And there is then even more of a path that maybe Sri Lanka can pull off a miracle play to come back in. So rinsing, repeating, getting back, getting the items, coming back into lane. Now far more powerful. And right there, now we're going to see the siege for Kazakhstan. That what can you do if you're Sri Lanka? That's just all this poke. Getting rid of Nishastic, your engaged tool.
Lethality Caitlyn, mate.
And a Lethality Graves. That was a double up with the Q and ult. Caitlyn Graves combo.
Free inhibitor. There's just nothing Sri Lanka can do about it.
They're getting pressured bot lane too.
The exact same thing should happen in bot.
Sri Lanka, you've been starting off all these fights.
Oh,
and the charm, oh my god, Nishastic is gone again. He's just dead from the depth charge. Boom goes the dynamite. Shy Boy, I know you wanted to start up another fight, but without your Rakan to back you up, there's just no way you can do it.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit sad for Sri Lanka. This would be a sad way to go down. They've basically not even put up a fight for 2 inhibitors. At what point do you pull the trigger? Are you just going to give up 3 inhibs for free?
That's the thing. You don't win the fight, right? You look for the play.
When are you going to win the fight then?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Like, you got to go for the YOLO play. It is the Hail Mary.
I understand it's a rock and a hard place, out of the frying pan into the fire, but you might as well do it while you're in the frying pan.
There it is. Oh, no, they didn't go for it. They decided to back off, and Nishastic didn't get the memo, and he is bursted down. They went for the re-engage with Casa there too, but they just got nothing in the tank. Look how little damage they do, even though they're lining up. Kazakhstan looking for the kill on a Junk, but Junk is still alive. Kiting back. Finally, they pick up the play. Wait a minute. Love 2 the damage that he has. Oh, but the flash in, picking up the quadra kill for Mechanics. Up 2, you tried, you got the damage, you taking him out, but look at Lover, fake Lover, taking out the one carry of Sri Lanka.
10 seconds on the respawn for Nishastic here. I'm not sure that Fake Lover can actually finish. It's an Ari. She can't push the waves super easily. She doesn't do a lot of damage to the towers. Nishastic might just be enough to hold on here. Shy Boy's up in 14.
Charm connects, and look at the damage that Nishastic takes. You will deny at least the game taken, but I think that you're right. I think you go for the inhibit there because Sri Lanka, they survive all because of the heroic efforts of Love 2.
I mean, even another auto on that tower. Oh, well, actually, the tower goes down anyway.
Yeah, the minions get it for you. Sri Lanka, it's like you called out, Jordan. You have to fight at this point in the game. You got to just put everything on the line because the moment you don't, if you just let Kazakhstan take everything in your base, you don't have opportunities to have to play like this.
Yeah, I Love 2 was given a lot of space in this fight. Weox opted to use the Unstoppable Force onto the big clump, which is fair enough. But it did give, as we said, I Love 2 the opportunity to just auto there. Great focus as well onto Mechanics. He knows if Mechanics survives there, it's game over.
Yeah. And so getting the quadra kills, 2 quadra kills on each side. And props to Love 2, right? Getting that kill, getting the plays there to deny, as you said, Mechanics is alive, the game is surely over.
They can't go to Baron here, can they, Sri Lanka? Look at the creep wave into their base.
10 minutes, there's no way. They were hoping that they could maybe find a straggler of Kazakhstan out, but they're all moving together as a squad, and now Nishastic, he's the one spotted out. And that is a long path. Look at mid lane. Fake Lover already pushing back the minions.
Yeah, and this is perfect for Kazakhstan. They get pressure into the mid wave. Kazakhstan get the Baron in theory for free. I mean, is there a steal angle? Maybe. There's always a steal angle potentially, but
the charm on Takasa on the other side. Frozen Tomb onto Ari, but Ari's fine. She's got them dashes.
Shy Boy has to come up big.
But look at Fake Lover on top. The charm not going to connect, but Fake Lover makes sure that there's no way Shy Boy can get into the pit.
They can't even, they can't even get an angle. They can't even think about it, really. Well done by Kazakhstan. And this should be the Baron that secures them the game.
There's always a miracle, though. There's always the final play.
Well, there is a 9-2 Xayah as well.
Exactly.
And that's the miracle, right?
That you're putting everything, protect the Xayah, let her
100%.
free fire. If you can do that, she's got Last Whisper, she's got that Dominic's Regard in her inventory. She can get through the resistances of members like that Nautilus and Malphite.
If you're praying to anything, it's to the Church of Xayah this game. Gale Force Bloodthirster.
BF Sword on top of it.
I mean, it's going to be a difficult Xayah to kill. You've got Exhaust available for the Rakan there as well. There's definitely tools to keep Xayah alive in this fight. Frozen Tomb, I think, also going to be really important.
Yep. But who do you use it on if you're Casa?
Yeah. Well, whoever's trying to get onto I Love 2 would be first port of call.
Yeah.
Probably onto yourself as second to keep
Look at
yourself alive.
That's going to be the pull onto Casa. Using the stopwatch, the engage on the other side. They've got the engage, but they don't have the damage just yet. They're waiting to re-engage. But huge unstoppable force from Weox will deny the Feather Storm. There goes Love 2. Oh, Love 2, what a feather recall. Nearly takes down members as you still have Jung alive. Same with Mechanics. You're healing up, but you got to hurry up because you got the triple kill and the turrets are going to fall.
The Nexus.
2 hitting it. You got to be careful. Start the fight now or the game's going to end because they got Mechanics, but look at the damage on the Jung on the other side. They're cutting it back. Another inhibitor respawn only to fall immediately. Lots of minions in the base. Hydra and Love 2 defending the best they can, but that's a lot of minions in the base and it's bearing up power. Look at it. Hydra taking low, hitting the Nexus, looking to end the game. The Flash Gen does not do anything. Kazakhstan win 2-1.
Yeah, Sri Lanka just a little bit too indecisive. They didn't want to throw the game away, but indecision is a decision in itself. They had to do something there. They had to try to force a fight, and ultimately they just gave a little bit too much room to Mechanics there to just keep hitting the Nexus, and he's able to get it low enough. Junks walks forward, one more auto straight on through there in the end, and ultimately the victory for Kazakhstan. A tight affair, but 2-1 this time, favoring Kazakhstan.
2-1 to Kazakhstan, and honestly, Mechanics in that game was big. He was a big factor on that Graves, and you gotta give a lot of respect to Love 2, right? Love 2 putting on quite the carry performance. only real shining light there for Sri Lanka, and it's kind of unfortunate too, because some of those later team fights, you imagine, were they on even footing? That is a completely different game for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Sri Lanka, they certainly put in a pretty good effort in this series, right? Game 1 looked really good from them. Game 2, yeah, maybe a little bit wishy-washy, but Game 3 very close again, and so you really do have to give them credit for pushing Kazakhstan, but ultimately our prediction did ring true. We did say Kazakhstan, we thought maybe a little bit better coming into this one, and it turns out that they are. I mean, draft-wise, I don't really have too many complaints. I think both teams played to their win conditions quite nicely. They both had pretty good drafts. They understood what they needed to do. Ultimately, though, it was Kazakhstan that executed on their composition just a little bit better and got ahead in that early and mid-game. And even though there was a very big, scary Xayah there at the back end, the Unstoppable Force does connect. It forces iLove2 out of the fight long enough that they can recover, and also the fact that Kazakhstan have the Graves and the Caitlyn both alive. If it was one plus, you know, like an Ari or whatever, it's probably not as threatening as having both of those two raw damage threats available late on in the game.
Also, the fact that Mechanics was, I think, full health.
Very strong, yeah.
He was very strong. While Jung was low, and you saw at the end, did die. Hydra was able to pick up that kill, but
too late.
Yeah, it's too late. It's just, you couldn't do anything to stop the Graves that was hitting the Nexus and winning the game.
Yeah, so take a look back across the highlights there. There certainly was a lot. This was an interesting fight. It looked like it could have been an angle, really, for Sri Lanka. I thought the engage was great from the Lissandra, but this TP, watch the Unstoppable Force just absolutely booms those two. And then iLove2 gets a good feather recall. He was playing a really good game as Xayah there.
Very good.
Ultimately just didn't really have enough assistance.
Well, like I said, it was those first two fights that, unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they were really close in many regards. But because both of them favor Kazakhstan, even when you had that third fight that you're able to win, you gave so much gold over to someone like Mechanics on this Grave, where the Graves just got out of control to the point that he was just free fire. And right there again, another great engage from Weox so they can capitalize on more and continue to funnel golden Graves.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, another good attempt from Sri Lanka, but this was the one that kind of made us a little bit interested, right? Hydra was able to get into the back line and certainly did a number onto Fake Lover. He was able to wrap around behind these guys as well. And, you know, this is the point at which we started to say, okay, maybe there's an angle in this one for Sri Lanka, but
this is the one where it broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I think if you miss that hook or if the follow-up isn't quite so good from Kazakhstan and Hydra is able to play on that flank,
then Hydra had flash. I think if you flash that hook too.
100%, yeah. This fight just becomes unplayable really for Kazakhstan at that point. But the hook connects, the follow-through connects, and Weox had a great ulti. He had a lot of really good Unstoppable Forces. This is the fight where I think he opted to go for...
It was the double quadra. It was the double quadra for Love to cutting it back.
See that Unstoppable Force right there where he decides to go for the clump rather than the ulti onto iLove2. That's where things start to get a little bit more difficult for Kazakhstan. He really needed to be prioritizing those Unstoppable Forces onto the Xayah, and I think he recognized that straight after that fight. He thought, oh, I made a little bit of a mistake there. I need to be focusing on the Xayah, even if it's just a one-man ulti. That is the win condition for Sri Lanka. Let's take iLove2 out of the fight and win the game from there, and that was very much the case. Look at the damage chart.
Yeah, pretty much all the damage was on Xayah, and I think that's the other issue I have with Sri Lanka's composition, is your Xayah is doing a lot of damage, but who else is? You can really see that from the damage graph. Your Jax, no, he just wasn't able to get ahead, wasn't able to play out that side lane like he would have wanted to. So looking at the Audi Super A player of the game, Mechanics getting that one, I'm not too surprised. Like I said, his Graves was absolutely out of control. Did a great job. 91 kill participation.
Yeah, really solid game. I mean, across the board, I thought there was quite a few solid individuals in that one from Kazakhstan, but can't really go past Mechanics. I mean, 10-2, all
series, a very good series. Like, honestly, I think that was one of our best series that we've had all throughout the RDAG.
I would definitely agree with you. I mean, it was tight, it was exciting, there was good storylines, there was a bit of back and forth, right? And we kind of got to see that little mini meta develop throughout the draft, right? There was responses to previous games coming through, and it was quite enjoyable to watch the evolution of that best-of-3 series. I think it's also going to be really fun to watch all these teams when they do go to the Asian Games and have to compete, against some better opponents and also compete against the regions, right? We've seen the regions fighting within themselves kind of like domestically, so to speak, but always interesting to sort of see how the regions will match up with one another. Is the Southeast Asia region a little bit stronger than the West Asia region, or vice versa, or whatever? We don't really know the answer to that outside of the eye test, and that's something that we will get to discover at the Asian Games.
Yeah, and we've been talking about like a lot of how the teams perform. We actually can take a look at the standings here pretty soon. That way we could show everyone exactly where things line up for this bracket, because we have Central Asia, South Asia. We know how it all is. This was the last one. Second place is going to go to Kazakhstan. We already knew that Team India, after their 2-0 crushing Kyrgyzstan earlier today, getting the number 1. So, how do you kind of feel about this so far? Just looking at how this bracket, this region really went.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's hard. I was not too sure coming into this one which way it would play out. With some of the other groups, I felt like I had a pretty good idea of which teams were going to be strong from the outset. But for this one in particular, it was a little bit difficult to get some information. I honestly thought that Kazakhstan might come in as the favorites, but India really surprised me. I thought they looked really impressive. I was quite excited. I was quite stoked to see them performing so well. Obviously, that's a region that has such a massive fan base, so anytime an Indian team is performing well, I think it's fantastic for the viewership and fantastic for all the fans that are cheering them on. So I'm really, really happy with their performance. As I said, a little bit surprised that they were able to top this group, but yeah, kudos.
The only reason I wasn't is because I talked to Team India before they even played a single match, and they were so confident.
Yeah, but look, I think talking to teams and talking to players sometimes is one of those things where it can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because every player is going to say, yeah, we're confident. I mean, look, maybe not all of them, but let's be real. Everyone's going to say, yeah, we're confident, we think we can win, blah, 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 whatever. And it's like, you know, you're coming through with a bit of bias. Do I take this with a grain of salt? I guess we'll have to wait and see until the games happen.
One of my favorite stories, though, from Team India was talking about Team Sri Lanka. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that on the broadcast, but that was a very personal series for them, because I was talking to them, and they actually play that team in a lot of local events over in India, because they play on the same server, right? Sure. And one fun thing was Team India had actually played a best of 5 against them, and they had 3 subs. They had to have 3 subs for that particular finals. And they were playing up against the team from Sri Lanka who won. And in the interview, Sri Lanka was talking all sorts of crap on them, saying, oh, we're so much better. Oh, they're bad, blah, blah, blah. And so Team India, they're like, yeah, no, that one had a lot of revenge.
Questionable.
We were ready to crush them, and they deserve that top rank, because they didn't just crush Sri Lanka. They crushed everyone in the Central and South Asian region.
Yeah, it did not look close. This team absolutely dominated. They won every single series 2-0. It was, yeah, a sight to behold, certainly. And so there's no question that they deserve to be the top dogs going through to the road to the Asia Games, I should say. Obviously, they've topped their group here at the road to Asia Games. And, you know, obviously getting the award ceremony sorted as well, they'll be able to sort of revel in their success and have a good time tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a good night for Team India.
Yeah, Team India, Team Kazakhstan as well, having gotten second place. But we are ready for the award ceremony with Team India on the stage. So let's go take a listen.
Good evening. Welcome to the award ceremony of the League of Legends competition in the Road to Asian Games 2022. I'm your host, Wendy. First of all, congratulations to the Team India on becoming Central Asia and South Asia top-ranked team in the League of Legends competition. Next, the Audi Super 8 Honor Ring will be awarded, which will give to the player who had the most brilliant performance in the League of Legends competition, Central Asia and South Asia region in the Road to Asian Games 2022. Let's check the VCR together. Congratulations, Statkov! Congratulations! And now, let's invite the Chief Operating Officer of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Mr. Steve Kim, to present the award. And let's take a photo together. And now, let's present the Audi Super 8 Honor Ring to the player. Thank you, Mr. Steve Kim. Please take your seats. And now it's time for a short interview. So first of all, congratulations again. And it feels like Team India, you guys really showcased a very high level performance. You got 3-0, you didn't even lost any single game. So how does it feel to getting this award?
It feels really good to showcase India's talent at such a huge level, and at this stage it's a huge honor to represent India. To be honest, we kind of expected us to do well because we had prepared some strategies, and yeah, it was good.
Yeah, amazing journey. And also, we've heard like you can play different roles, different positions. You played mainly as a top laner, but for today's game, you played marksman, you played driven. So how would you describe your role inside the team, and how can you use your wide champion pool to help the whole team to bring the team more possibilities in the actual games?
I think it's my team that allows me to play a carry role in the game. So I'd like to acknowledge my teammates as well for this accomplishment that we represented India in such a good way. So yeah.
Yeah, also give credits to all the teammates, right? And also, I believe after today's game, the League of Legends competition, the Road to Asian Games 2022, is coming to the end. So is there anything you've learned from this journey, or is there anything just leaves the most deepest impression to you?
Participating in this event, I found out that there are many players with such like a huge talent ceiling, and we have to, as a team, we have to improve to showcase our performance well at the main Asian Games event as well.
Yeah, competing with the strong teams and also learn from the strong teams. And thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again, and congratulations again, Team India. Woo! And now back to our casters.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Congratulations over to Team India getting the first seed, as well as to Dead Corp. He did get a nice pentakill with Gwen off stage that we actually heard about from the team when we were talking with them last night, me and Rusty. We got to hear a lot about their games and how confident, I mean, we saw how confident they were with their game against Kyrgyzstan earlier.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit sad I didn't actually get to cast any of the Team India games.
Me too.
But hey, it is what it is. Sometimes that's just the way the schedule plays out. But they definitely deserve to be happy tonight. It's been a big competition from them, as he said. It's a good opportunity, and they really wanted to do well, and they wanted to represent their country, and they certainly did a great job of that. And I know there's a lot of pride in representing your country, so congratulations to Team India.
And congratulations to all the teams that played here too. We had quite the fun time watching all these different regions all across Asia play in the Road to Asian Games, and we got to break down exactly what had happened, exactly who got first. We knew Team China, after picking up that 2-0 against Chinese Taipei on day 3, that they were going to get the #1 seed. Then in Southeast Asia, Team Malaysia, I think, was a big surprise. That I thought they were going to be strong, but I didn't realize just how strong they were going to be.
Yeah, we were definitely expecting Vietnam and Singapore probably to be the two top dogs in that region, but Team Malaysia, they played fantastically. Saudi Arabia, as we saw over the last
also
couple of
a great
days,
team.
very dominant in their own region, and just now Team India picking themselves up the dub to close things out for the Road to Asia Games. Fantastic work across the board. It's been a really fun event. It's been a pleasure to be involved, and of course, I'm sure for the players in particular, for a lot of these regions that don't get a lot of representation, this is a great opportunity to go and play overseas and play internationally.
Yeah, but as we are getting close to the end of our journey here for League of Legends, we do want to thank our sponsors. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah. We do want to give a big thanks to our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron's strong support for the RDAG tournament.
And special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to our official supporter, Omen, New Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
Thank you to official supporter Autofull M6, the official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
And thank you to our official supporter, East Rock, for all of their support as well.
And at the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video Channels, Tencent, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
Yeah, fantastic to have support across the board, isn't it? And, well, yeah, I think that pretty much brings us to the end of the Road to Asian Games for the League of Legends tournament, which has been a good time. It's been a lot of fun.
8 days. We had 8 days of action, and then we are at the journey's end for the Road to Asian Games. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and have a wonderful day.
We hailing home. It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together. We're fighting the treadmill sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive. We're slowly, you know, and the children we know. It's allowed, but we can't handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric, new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tied by bonds. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together. We're finding the treadmill sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now. You choose